Their names are Arjun and Aryan, two babies who were just born, and instead of wringing their necks, he gave them names. It was their first memory of him, the chilling voice and the blonde hair like golden rays of the sun. The little girl looking out the window remembered that it was 5 years ago. Now it was their 5th birthday. The boy, lying in bed, did not understand what the point was in remembering his birthday because no one cared about it. She is Aryan Beatrice Uriana, the first and only princess of this beautiful empire. He is Arjun Isilvan Uriana, the 4th prince of the empire and her twin brother. Does he really want to sleep through his birthday? They were born the children of the emperor, which makes them incredibly happy. But if you think about it, this is their 23rd birthday. She added their past life. Physically, they are 5, but mentally they are already 23. They were ordinary high school twins from Korea, but unexpectedly they met a quick death. When they opened their eyes, they realized that they had been reborn, and in their new life they were also twins, and also the children of the emperor. Argan wanted to sleep. Because everything would be the same as last year, they would spend their birthday in proud solitude, but they could take a walk after lunch. Since Rurahel left, they might be left without lunch. They didn't have dinner yesterday, and they didn't have breakfast today. She left last night and never came back. The servants only brought them food when she was around. Aryan wanted chocolate cake. Having fallen on the bed, the little sister asked her brother to play with her, but suddenly they heard a crash outside the door to the room. Without missing a second, the boy took his little sister by the hand and quickly but carefully lowered her out of bed. Approaching the wall, he lifted the painting, and behind it there was a small room. They quickly climbed into it. They thought that they would still be able to have lunch today. They looked at each other and sat very quietly. When they were reborn, they received new abilities, telepathy. While they are in each other's field of vision, they can read thoughts. Suddenly, a woman in a light red dress burst into their room, shouting for the children to come out. The servant standing nearby could smell her strong fumes and said that there was no one there and they had to go. Realizing that the woman had left, the children crawled out from behind the painting, thinking that she would be walking somewhere again. If they weren't together or their mentality was like that of children, there's little chance they would have made it. When they grow up, they won't have to hide there and they will be able to stand up for themselves. They were talking nicely, but then that crash was heard behind the door again, but the woman had left. But suddenly the doors opened and a lady appeared there. She knew that the children were in the room. The woman entered the room and the maid simply closed the door from the outside so as not to hear anything. This lady slowly approached the children, but what does she want from them? They are just little ones. How can servants just watch and roll their eyes when little children are being bullied? Walking past the table, the woman picked up a vase and threw it sharply on the floor. It shattered with a crash. She said that the vase was ugly. Mommy would replace it with a better one. Approaching Argan, she asked the boy to answer her when he was spoken to. The two of them will also abandon her, just like His Majesty. Rurachel is crazy, the one who drowned herself in alcohol and abuses children. The children wanted to leave, but the woman did not let them, waving her hand sharply. It hit little Aryan in the face. Good thing she had short nails and no rings. Blood was flowing from the wound on her cheek, but it was a good thing she only hit her once. It was the best birthday present you could think of. The brother asked his sister if everything was okay, and she replied that she was fine. The small wound was healing before his eyes. Fast regeneration is one of the features that the imperial family has. Thanks to this, even if Rurachel beats them, nothing will remain. The boy understood that the wound would heal, but he did not believe that everything was okay with her mood. The pain that is experienced by someone who can simply not notice it, who is able to understand it, is only experienced by someone who is exactly the same. Late in the evening, the children climbed a large tree from where all the emperor's possessions could be seen. Sitting on a branch, the brother asked if his sister wanted to escape from there one day. She couldn't answer this question because their life was a road to nowhere. She didn't even dare to dream that another life was standing at their doorstep. 6 years ago, Rurachel approached the emperor and seduced him into becoming pregnant in order to increase her social status. The commoner who became the Viscount's stepdaughter was intelligent and beautiful enough to become the emperor's favorite. If they, as newborns, had not had golden hair, they would probably have already been killed. Afterwards, he left them in this castle where no one needed them, abandoning the children to their fate. The emperor had no interest in them. All the money sent to them from the castle went towards Rurahel's luxurious life. When the money ran out, the servants realized that there was no one to protect them and began to ignore and mock them. At this age, they should be taken care of, but they are not always fed and they live in constant expectation of being beaten. It was very beautiful outside. The girl was watching the night nature, but the boy was not. He realized that something was wrong. The cancer quickly stood up. There was someone else next to them, but who? Suddenly, from the darkness, someone asked their name, and if they didn't answer, they would be very sorry. There was a guy standing in front of them. It was hard to see him, because it was night outside, and he didn't dare go out. His gaze was bloodthirsty, and thousands of goosebumps of fear ran through Arian's body. Rurachel was nothing compared to him. There was a lot of pressure in his voice, and he was dressed quite richly for an ordinary person. Suddenly, the boy was surprised as soon as he saw the children. Maybe they should pretend to be scared like normal 5-year-olds. Standing next to him, they did not understand why he was so surprised after all. They were completely ordinary. Suddenly, he said that it was very dangerous there and they should go after him, but why was he worried about them? He wanted to take Argan's hand, but the boy pulled away. Who was he for them to follow him? They couldn't do anything about their fear. Rurachel often beat them, so their bodies trembled involuntarily. But the guy calmed them down, saying that he wouldn't do anything bad to them. But why did they climb so high? How could they escape from him? Connections with nobles would not lead to anything good. They needed to behave like children. That was their plan. They assured him that they had simply climbed up there to look at the imperial palace. But suddenly he changed dramatically, asking their names again. But why did he need such information? Should they answer him? Arian didn't think he was a bad person. He was just curious. After thinking, they decided that they would tell him anyway. They introduced themselves to him. The guy smiled. Taking off his jacket, he threw it over the kids. It was a very cold night outside. It was very generous of him. Such a noble act. They thanked him. On such a night, children walk around in just shirt sleeves. Arian had many questions and not a single answer. Who was this man? Why was he worried about them? And why did he seem so cold at first? They didn't know the language of this world well, they had never been taught it, so they said the most common phrase. But the guy said that it was time for him to go and he should leave them alone, and suddenly he flew away from the branch. How is this possible? He suddenly found himself at the bottom. Is he not a simple person? When they got home, they realized that this was the first time they had communicated with anyone other than each other. There were many decorations on the jacket. Argan did not understand how high his status was. Since he's not blonde, that means he's not a member of the imperial family. Arian suddenly screamed that he saw their hair. Aristocrats probably know that the emperor's direct heirs are blondes. Suddenly, loud screams were heard from the street, and Rurahel and several maids were visible from the window. When they went outside, the children realized that she had gone wild again today. She was being too wild. The woman waved the bottle. The maids asked her to calm down, but she did not listen to them. Suddenly, she tripped and flew straight into a pointed stick sticking out of the tree. Seeing this, Arian quickly closed her brother's eyes. He shouldn't see this. Rurahel is dead. What will happen to them now? Who would have known that a woman would die like this? The night has passed, but Rurachel's body still lies there. Arian couldn't sleep at night. Her head was spinning. Suddenly, her little brother came to her. How could she protect him by closing her eyes, but no one protected her? No one helped. Argan asked her to rest a little. He would close the curtains so that the light would not disturb her. But suddenly, he called his sister to look out the window. There was a whole army on the street. The Golden Guard. They are from the imperial court. No doubt they were sent personally by the emperor. The army entered the house. The maids were scared. Why did they come? How could they save themselves? The children hid behind the painting, but Arian was sick. She was very nauseous, all because of the shock. The worthless maids didn't even know where the prince and princess were. They suspected that they had come specifically for them. The emperor had not cared about them for 5 whole years, and now they did not think that they would die like this without even having time to live in this world. When the sun sets, they will run away from there. If they climb a tree, no one will find them. Late at night, they left the house. Argan took his sister by the hand, and they ran through the forest. Argan said that there was only a little time left, but suddenly they saw a light. It was the Golden Army. The boy quickly hid his little sister behind a tree. The knights wanted to cut the tall grass. Did they really get to them? Suddenly, Arian felt ill. She was weak. She hadn't even eaten. Suddenly, the knights approached them. They heard the sound after all. They found them. They were very surprised that the children were doing in such a place late at night. They looked for them for a long time. Did they really come to them to save them and not kill them? Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of Arian. The knights immediately bowed to him, calling him His Majesty the Emperor. Before them stood their father, the Emperor himself. Did he really remember them? But the girl could not stand all this. She was very weak. Arian fainted. She remembered nothing, only golden hair shining in the darkness, and beneath it the gaze of cold emerald eyes. The little girl was writhing in fever, lying on a soft bed, calling for her brother. When Arian woke up, she saw her brother lying next to her, holding her hand tightly. Jumping out of bed, she screamed, asking what happened yesterday and where they were. Looking around, she couldn't believe her eyes. The room was luxurious and very expensive. And Argan looked tired. He couldn't sleep, looking after his sister. He did not sleep a wink all night, fearing that the Emperor would do something to them. But suddenly the door to their room opened. They were very scared. A lot of maids came into the room and greeted the prince and princess. One of them introduced herself as Ishina, the head maid of the Civial Palace. Ishina said that the princess had lost consciousness, so they were unable to bathe her and change her into clean clothes. But the twins did not understand how this happened to such children of low origin. The maid asked to come to them and they would help them wash before breakfast. They prepared warm water, clean new towels. The maids took the children, placed them on the floor, and watched as warm water poured into bowls. Suddenly, one of them started to lift up Arian's sleeves, but she asked her not to do it. The maid was horrified by what she saw as soon as she removed the cloth from the princess's hands. These wounds cannot disappear even with the Emperor's power of regeneration. They were left by Rurahel on the children's bodies. Argan stepped forward and covered his little sister, not allowing anyone to touch her. The maids began to whisper among themselves about what kind of wounds these were and whether they had imperial power. Ishina didn't realize that they could have wounds on their bodies. She made sure that everyone kept their mouths shut. The maid asked the children not to tell the Emperor about this under any circumstances. If he finds out that they have such wounds on their bodies, their lives as family members will be over. They will be taught like all other children of the imperial family, and the teachers will be the best people. All this because, by the grace of His Majesty, it was decided to raise them as members of the imperial family. They must also quickly become accustomed to the imperial robes and repay the kindness of His Majesty, since he accepted them as his children. From the Emperor, who didn't even pay attention to them for 5 whole years, why such a sudden change? Suddenly a man entered their room saying that he had a message from the Emperor. Ishina ordered the maids to prepare the best clothes after breakfast. The children did not understand anything. She explained that His Majesty had invited them to dine with him, and they were shocked. After breakfast, Arian was beautifully dressed in a pink dress and yellow shoes. Her hair was beautifully styled. Sitting in the hall, Arian understood what discomfort was. Even though they were given a great breakfast, after the shocking announcement they could not enjoy the food. Servants stood over them while they ate, this excessive attention so burdensome. And all because His Majesty the Emperor ordered that a menu and servants be prepared for them. But why is he doing this? Why is he trying to become a real father after so many years? Since birth, he had given them only one thing, and that was names, Arian still thought. All they did was simply breathe, lying in luxurious but cold cradles. But one day he took them in his arms, and they felt the most cherished warmth from his hands. All they saw was his blonde hair shining in the sun, their first memories. Why exactly are her memories so sentimental? Yesterday she saw him only for the second time in her life. Just thinking about having to wear such clothes just to eat, Aryan suddenly appeared in an equally beautiful robe. He thought that they were simply forced to wear such clothes just to eat. They thought the same thing. Will they be kicked out if they make a mistake in front of the Emperor? Or maybe they will be killed. The butler arrived, took the children and led them along the large corridor leading to the hall. Suddenly, Ishina asked if they were tired of walking because the journey was long for them. Argan suggested looking around because it's not so tiring. All the sculptures and precious jewelry there are so rare and expensive. It is truly a place for a ruler. He is the most powerful man who can easily fill his palace with treasures. Compared to everything around them, their tired legs are just a small thing. But suddenly the butler announced that they had come to a hall. In front of them were huge doors. Behind the door is the Emperor. The servants opened the doors and rays of light poured onto the children. In front of them was a huge, luxurious hall, in the middle of which sat the Emperor himself. This man is the very Emperor that everyone is talking about, with golden hair and green eyes. Ishina told them that they should greet the Emperor. The children approached him and greeted him, but the girl hesitated a little in her expression. The Emperor said nothing, but merely invited them to sit at the table with him. The children held hands, and the Emperor ordered the servants to push the chairs together so that they could sit next to each other. The children sat down at the table, and the servants began to place food on the table. Everything looked very tasty. Even when the dishes were put out one after another, the girl could not try it because the Emperor was silent. The emperor thought that they didn't like something, but they could say what they wanted and they would be brought any food. No matter what the food was, Arian felt very uncomfortable, but she felt like something bad would happen if she didn't start eating. While eating, Arian asked her brother if he liked the food, but he just chewed and swallowed without tasting it thoroughly. When Argan took the glass to drink the juice, his sleeve fell and his arm was exposed. The emperor asked what happened. Arian noticed Argan's wounds and quickly covered them with her hand, not wanting to show or tell anything to the emperor. Those scars from the vase that the maid threw when Argan was 3, no one paid attention to them, so they relied only on the imperial power. Small wounds can heal quickly, but before their strength was weak, once Argan had a strong fever and he had to endure it. How could he ask what happened? She had to protect Argan, and suddenly she would spoil the emperor's mood. Suddenly the emperor put down his cup of tea, asking if that woman Rurahel had done this to them. The children became scared, the same green eyes as last night. A frightening aura surrounded him. Why did he bring them there to treat them like that? Arian asked him not to look there. The emperor was surprised at how the girl sternly ordered him not to look at them. They seemed to see the pain hidden in their hearts when they look at their wounded bodies. But Arian especially didn't want the emperor to look at them. There was no need for that. Because of him they are in this world and he left them in this hell. Nothing can be changed. Suddenly, Arian screamed, saying that he had no right to ask them such things and shouldn't. Small drops of tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She was very afraid. But suddenly Arian lost consciousness due to intense fear, falling right on top of her brother. Rurahel is a woman full of undisguised greed. She was not going to leave her children alive because of a secret. But the emperor, looking at the children, could not kill them, and simply exiled them with the woman. They are the descendants of the emperor with the same golden hair, so small and light. If he can't kill them, then it's better to just hide them forever. Because of this, Rurahel took the children and hid in the old palace. 5 years later, the emperor learned that the woman was dead, and he met the children again when they were already 5 years old. They were so small, it seemed like they would break if he held them incorrectly. The emperor asked himself if he was doing everything right, and he took Arian in his arms. In the middle of the night, Arian woke up. She didn't understand what had happened. She didn't remember how she ended up in bed. And again, in this bedroom, Argan was nearby. Was it really night already? What should she do? She started to wake up her brother. He was sleeping soundly and did not understand why his sister was waking him up. The girl whined, asking if the emperor would kill her later because she had screamed. Argan reassured her that everything was fine, and the emperor simply sent them back. But what was she thinking when she did this in front of the emperor at the table? The boy forgave her, hugging her tightly. She should not do this to him again. To challenge the emperor to do such a thing right in front of him and stay alive. The children spent the morning lying in bed. The girl was bored. What could they do there? Suddenly, one of the maids said that they could go to the backyard and walk there. Arriving there, they were delighted. They had never seen such a garden. This is definitely not paradise, thought Arian. There were so many beautiful plants there that they had never seen before. The Rurahel garden was nothing compared to it. Argan suggested that his sister make a crown out of flowers. After all, they are a prince and princess. Sitting on the grass, they began to make crowns, which flower Argan liked best. In her mind, Arian wondered if the servants had left. Argan replied that they weren't even moving. Since they let them roam outside, why can't they leave them alone? They won't escape from there. Suddenly someone asked what they were doing there, and the children thought he looked familiar. They thought it was that aristocrat, but the hair was golden. Who was it then? This is the second prince of the Urian Empire, Alexander Eugene Urian, he introduced himself. Suddenly, one of the maids asked how he could kneel before illegitimate children. The prince ordered them to stay away from the children. They were disturbing their play. Sitting down, he took the crown in his hands, saying that they had done well. Suddenly, Argan said that the prince is 10 years old, but how is this possible? It is all thanks to the imperial power. Now Arian was thinking about that, and they told them that they were really small for their age. The prince asked if they liked the garden. But they are still illegitimate children. It would be normal for the prince to ignore them. It could be simple curiosity. He is interested in looking at the twins, little strangers who suddenly appeared. The prince asked them to call him Alex because they were a family, and there was no need for such formalities. Suddenly, Alex asked what the children's nicknames were, and they fell silent. Arian said that there weren't any. It was because they already had beautiful names, the prince said. What difference did it make who named them? If they were a family, he wouldn't have left them with a woman for 5 years. Arian squeezed the wreath with anger. There was a rose in it. Pain pierced her hand. But the prince said that the girl was bitten by one of the insects sitting in the flowers. Taking the princess's hand, the guy did not understand where so many wounds on her hand came from. Suddenly, the prince grabbed Arian's hand and pulled her up hard, asking what it was. But why is he doing this? The emperor is now the second prince. Why are they grabbing and wondering? Why do they act like this? As soon as they see their wounds, they immediately go crazy. Suddenly, Argan asked the prince for forgiveness, and he was surprised why this happened. They kept repeating these words to Rurahel when she beat them, but they kept saying the same after her death. The prince let Arian go, covering his face. He said that they had done nothing. Sitting on the grass, Arian covered her hand. It itched painfully. They did not understand the prince. He said that he was simply worried about them because they were not purebred and their regeneration powers were weaker. The word purebred stuck in Arian's head. She didn't understand its meaning because everyone said that to them. The imperial family is called blessed by God, Rurahel told them so. Incredible magic and physical strength, golden hair and beautiful appearance, strong regenerative ability. They were called so because of their abilities. Since they are illegitimate, their powers are weaker. Manifestation, this word for some reason shocked Arian. She seemed to understand. That's why the second prince looks like an adult even though he's only 10 years old. Until adolescence, members of the imperial family will go through what is called the manifestation stage, after which they will have adult bodies. This process stops completely at the age of 30, which is why the imperial family is called that. Then they will live in such children's bodies for several years, like ordinary people. The prince asked Arian for forgiveness for causing pain, asking her to heal her. He asked the princess for forgiveness while reciting a spell, and his hand lit up with light. The guy said that everything was ready and the hand shouldn't hurt anymore. Arian was surprised. She thought he would treat her with medicine and bandages, but he used magic. But still, the prince decided to ask who made such wounds on her body. It was very cruel. The girl did not hide anything, saying that it was Rurahel and her servants who did it. He didn't know that they were so small, and their bodies were already covered in wounds. When members of the imperial family turned 5, they were already teenagers. They didn't want to be in these little bodies, but they also didn't want to be members of the imperial family. The palace is very luxurious, but behind its walls, everything is not so good. When the father accepted them as members of the family, they also became the owners of this building. A great burden is placed on their shoulders, but with it comes comfort and wealth. He hoped that they would live there and enjoy new things they had not seen before. Taking Arian's hand, Alex did a strange thing, imprisoning some kind of power in the children's bodies. He also asked for Argan's hand to do the same for him. They did not understand what he was doing to them, but Alex said it was just a small gift from his older brother. This is how he shows his interest. He said that he wasn't interested before, but now everything is different. The members of the imperial family shouldn't run like that. They came quickly to Ashina, but they still weren't scolded. If he hadn't shown up, no one would have paid attention to them. He didn't think they would live to be 5. While escorting them to the palace, Ishina asked the children what they had talked about with the second prince. Arian decided that they could share this with the maid and began to speak. But Ishina interrupted her, saying that they shouldn't tell everyone what they talked about with family members. Suddenly, knights appeared before them, saying that they were ready to accompany them. The children did not understand what was happening and why they were being carried in their arms and where they were going. Ishina didn't understand why they were surprised, since all children were usually carried in their arms. She personally carried all the children before them, but they are special children, not like everyone else. Their powers are not fully stabilized, and they are also growing slowly compared to the others. From now on, Ishina will be responsible for the improvement of their lives and will carefully take care of everything from their education to their personal life. Ishina kept her word, daily needs and endless hours of training. It's good, of course, that the emperor doesn't call them to him, but how many subjects do they study every day? They learned 12 new subjects. Even when he was a high school student from his past life, he didn't learn that much. It's hard to study more than a high school student in the body of a 5-year-old. It seems like her hand is going to break from writing. They told Ishina that they were tired, but she said that the second and first princes already knew all this at the age of 4. Why is the imperial family so boastful? They also have problems with language. Ishina scared them by asking them to refrain from vulgar words. They were scared because they didn't know she was standing there. When they eat, the woman constantly scolds them for breaking the rules of etiquette. She even scolded them for the fact that the children do not play properly. It was nice to be able to eat, dress, sleep, but it all didn't seem so much fun, life in a birdcage. Everyone said that these were the duties of the nobility, but in reality people in high society behave differently. The woman said that they were not purebred, and there was no point in training them, they didn't know anything. In the imperial language lesson, the teacher said that they were making ridiculous mistakes, but the first prince did not allow that. In economics class, they were also compared to princes, saying that they were stupid. They were constantly scolded and compared, but why do they treat them like that? They finally lay down to rest. They didn't understand why they had such a complicated program. They praised them because they were the children of the emperor, but then immediately scolded them. Argan suggested that his sister play outside, but she just sighed. They wouldn't even be able to play normally. They begged for half the servants to be removed, but their number had been reduced from 6 to 4, and it was uncomfortable to have a crowd of people following them. While they were given a minute of free time, she would like to relax with Argan. But they probably won't be able to do it. Someone will come and force them to study. Suddenly, Argan asked where all the servants had gone. They had simply all left. Instead of finding them, they ran to walk in the garden, because freedom makes you happy. They sprawled out on the green grass, having more fun than ever before. When they were in the castle, they always ran away to hide. It was cozy there, and they also found fruits to eat. It didn't last long, but it seemed like she could be calm for at least a minute. Arian ran and said that she could finally climb a tree and no one would stop them. It had been a long time since they had last climbed a tree. The clothes and shoes were uncomfortable. Arian stumbled and quickly began to fall. Suddenly, someone picked her up right in their arms. She didn't fall to the ground. Opening her eyes, she saw a handsome guy with red hair. But who was he? He said that she was causing a lot of trouble. The girl asked who he was that saved her. Getting up, he said that he wanted to meet them today, and here they are all together. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the butler and the maid running up to them saying that they had been looking for a long time. They said that the children seemed to have disappeared, but weren't the servants the ones who left their room? Lying in bed, Arian thought, what a strange man this is. They met for the first time. How does he know their names? Late at night, Arian was touched by a hand. It was her brother. What happened? Why isn't he sleeping? Standing up, she decided to ask what had happened to him and why he was waking her up. Sitting down, he asked if they needed to go back to where they met the guy yesterday. Having dressed, they got out of bed. Perhaps they really should go. The servants and knights must keep an eye on this place to see if they can escape unnoticed. It was easy for the twins to escape, that's great. But why is security so bad? Suddenly they heard someone coming. Hiding behind a tree, they saw the nobility in the yard. They were indignant because they had been given an appointment very early in the morning, and suddenly someone said that the budget for the palace had increased, apparently in order to clothe and feed the illegitimate children. They didn't understand why they accepted this lowly, stray little thing. The illegitimate child of the emperor, the shame of the entire empire. They weren't even purebred. Neighboring countries say that the emperor should be ashamed. Even low-ranking nobility carefully hide their illegitimate children, but the emperor decided to do otherwise. The children didn't want to listen to all this, because they weren't born because they wanted to be, but suddenly they fell silent. His Highness the Crown Prince stood before them, and they immediately began to greet him. He heard everything, all those curses directed at the prince and princess. The twins heard everything and did not understand what was going on there. They stood up for them. He decided to ask right away. They had just slandered the imperial family. The prince ordered them to be taken away and punished for insulting the imperial family. The children wanted to leave, but the crown prince found them. Argan was afraid for his little sister. Did the crown prince know all this time that the twins were behind the tree? They realized that this was their older brother, but why wasn't he talking to them? Suddenly, Argan started to say whether the crown prince thought it was pleasant to hear all this or not. It was all just because they were born that way. If they were not members of the imperial family, they would not have come to this house. Will he really be born? This is their big mistake. How can they say this to children? Arian could understand Argan, although she felt the same way too. What's wrong with being an illegitimate child? All they did was just live. Suddenly they realized that the crown prince's expression had changed, and it seemed like it was time for them to go. They really just screwed up in front of the crown prince. How come? Argan said everything he shouldn't have said right in front of the emperor's successor. Suddenly, Argan ran very fast, but Arian did not understand where he was running to. The children ran into the room, closed the doors, and sat down on the floor because they were very tired. But the prince did not follow them. They screwed up and cursed the imperial family. Argan asked his sister for forgiveness. He flared up and put her in danger. But Arian didn't scold him. He just got angry and said everything he wanted. Arian said that they did nothing wrong, they just sat there. Suddenly someone asked in a cold voice what they had done wrong. She said that the prince and princess were supposed to be resting in their room, but they were not there. Ishina asked how they were able to escape, but there was no one at the exit, they just walked out. The senior maid ordered the girls to prepare water for the children. The woman said that this was the second time that they simply disappeared without a trace. They made sure that the children were asleep and that the servants were waiting for them opposite the bedroom, but they simply disappeared. The children didn't understand what they were talking about. They checked everything, but there was no one there. Ishina asked them not to hide anything and to tell her everything. They did not hide anything. If they don't want to confess, then nothing can be done. But for a member of the imperial family to lie is humiliating. The maid said that they would soon have an ethics lesson, but suddenly someone said that it was too early for classes. The crown prince stood right next to them. Ishina greeted him. They insulted the imperial family right in front of the future emperor, so it would be fair if they were punished. But the prince only knelt down and gave the princess her shawl, and she was surprised. But why is he doing this? Arian asked. Arjun claimed that this was a warm-up before he cuts off their heads. The crown prince turned to Ishina, ordering her to bring the children's class schedule. A couple of minutes later, the prince had a scroll in his hands, but what did he want to do with it? Unfolding the document, he began to read it carefully, but suddenly he began to get angry. He didn't understand why the children had such an overload, a terrible number of classes. The children did not hear anything. Apparently, this power is passed down through generations. He ordered the number of classes to be cut in half, but she could not follow his instructions. It was His Majesty who ordered her to take care of her studies. She cannot disobey. She can't follow his orders because of her father's, so there is no other choice. If they need anything, they should let him know. They can also come to his palace. During class, Ashina said that a knife is used to cut an egg into small pieces. Arian and Arjun didn't understand why they were doing this, since they could eat it anyway. When using a fork and knife, keep your elbows a short distance from the edge of the table and avoid scraping the knife across the plate. While they eat, she will tell them about the imperial family, which will help them in the next lesson. They were always scolded for their strange gait, and even when they stood incorrectly, they were still scolded. High intelligence is another trait of the imperial family. While ordinary people try to learn one thing, members of the imperial family can learn everything much faster. The children didn't pay attention at all, talking among themselves and discussing how they were being scolded. There are 3 things that characterize a member of the imperial family lineage: manifestation, guard. Bloodline is the blood of the family. Manifestation is a special growth. Guardian is a creature born to protect the imperial family. When a member of the imperial family is born, a guard also appears, but in the form of an animal, and he is connected to his master. He will not be injured, will not get sick until his master dies. He will protect his master at any cost. The children read the book. Each of the guards is written in the book. There is a guard of the current emperor. The emperor has a green snake, the crown prince has a black leopard, the second prince has a white wolf, and the third has a green hawk. Arian was having fun. It's good that all this is written down in books. Everything can be read. The guards are proof of the creator's love for the imperial family. Argan never envied the family, but now. Arian became sad. Argan was upset and envious that they had guards. This meant that there would always be someone on their side, and who would be on their side? Walking down the corridor, Arian asked about the third prince. They hadn't seen him yet. The emperor, the crown prince, the second prince, they are all calm. Maybe he will be the same. Ishina approached the children, saying that their lesson was cancelled by the emperor and he gave them a gift. But why so unexpectedly they came to the emperor? He was drinking tea. He heard that they had too many classes. She tried to improve their skills. But the emperor was not going to repeat it. She should know that very well. She will improve. To be so calm in front of the emperor is admirable. Ishina asked the children to sit down on a chair next to her, and they thanked her for it. The emperor just heard his children talking formally with the chief servant. What should he do? Shouldn't they talk to her formally? Why did she lie? It's a problem for her, she apologized, but even if she is a servant, she is too old and smart for them to address her like that. She must look after them just like the rest of the imperial family. The emperor ordered her to change her behavior. He would not give her another chance. The children sat down at the table to drink tea. The emperor said that he would send AG. But who is it? Arian asked her brother to ask the emperor who it was, but he did not dare. Then Ashina explained to them that AG was the name of the third prince, AG Nolbe Urian. The children were delighted, and Ashina also asked them to stop talking to her formally. As the chief servant, she could not tell them about the prince. Permission was required for that. The third prince is quite cruel. They must obey and follow all his orders. He is also called the emperor's mad dog. He is merciless to everyone he considers an enemy. The twins think they are being sent there to change their behavior. The butler came, telling the fourth prince and first princess that he had a message from the third prince. He invited them to his palace tomorrow. They must be there without delay. Ag is the third prince of the empire. His symbol is a green hawk, showing his cruel nature to everyone. He is so cruel that the emperor took him to the battlefield from his childhood. And so they arrived at the entrance. They were told to just go in, and all the servants disappeared. His Highness asked that they both go in. Arjun suggested that they go since they had to go down, but Aryan saw something. These are probably children of aristocrats. There are no servants, that's why they walk around all alone. Suddenly they approached them asking if they were the fourth prince and first princess. They didn't understand what was happening, but they had a bad feeling, these 8-year-old children. They are the same dirty, illegitimate children of the imperial family. The boy said that they are a disgrace to the emperor. It started again, insults and humiliation from the nobility and aristocrats. Arjun didn't want to listen to this, suggesting that Aryan leave quickly. The children laughed that they were running away. It's good that they know their place, but suddenly a boot appeared behind the boy. The boy was pinned to the ground with his foot, and someone asked if they were crazy. How dare they even wag their tongues near them? The children were shocked. A beautiful face, clean, luxurious golden hair, they could tell who it was. No matter how you looked at it, it was the third prince, Ag. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Someone was quickly running towards the prince, calling the young master. They didn't understand what was happening. They were servants of these children. They had sweets in their hands, which meant they were doing something. Upon seeing the third prince, they immediately knelt down in high esteem. But suddenly the prince turned to them, asking if they could see only him. Can't they see Aryan and Argan in all the time they've been there? This is the first time they've been called so simply. The servants also greeted the fourth prince and the first princess. The prince, saying that they irritated him, drove everyone away, ordering them to take the children away. If they approach Arjun and Aryan again, they will die. Children need to hear only good things. His eyes screamed that he had done the right thing, but those he had thrown out were also children. He suddenly asked them if their family was from the Montblé estate. He was right. From now on, he should come to the estate more often to play. Now they understood why Ishina had told them to be careful with him. The people ran away in tears. This senseless aggression of his is something to be wary of. If they ruin his mood, they will have problems. The prince practiced saying their names when greeting them, but it turned out that he accidentally said them too early. A few minutes later, they came to a huge greenhouse decorated with a dozen flowers. They can make themselves comfortable. The prince asked if they liked sweets. The children answered that they loved them very much. Sitting down on the sofa, the prince knocked on it, asking the children to sit down. Suddenly the prince said Aryan's name and she became frightened, asking what his majesty needed. The prince asked not to speak to him formally and to simply call him Big Brother. Argan can also call him Big Brother. The children found this strange. The servants came and said that they had brought all the sweets that he had asked for to the table. On the table there were various cakes, cookies, sweets, and a huge pudding. Taking a spoonful of pudding, the prince asked Aryan to tell him to give it to her. They call him the emperor's mad dog, so why does he act so childish? Aryan tried to say this phrase. The fourth prince pushed her. Aryan asked Argan to help her, but he said she couldn't escape it. The third prince seems to be friendly with them now, but if they were to fool around, he would be cruel too. Therefore, there is no need to spoil his mood. Once again, he is someone to be wary of. They were just helpless 5-year-olds. Aryan still put on a sweet face and asked for some pudding. The prince was happy, saying that he would save this moment in a magic stone and then show it to all his brothers. Suddenly the prince turned to Argan as well, asking if he would like some pudding too. Agi was on cloud 9, talking sweetly to the children while feeding them pudding. Then they got on the horse, Aryan riding a horse for the first time considering her past life. He had long planned to take them back on the guard, but they were still small, so he would wait until they grew up. The children asked if the green hawk was his guard. The prince was surprised that they knew everything. Actually, he wanted to surprise them, so he flew in on a guard, but then he saw those kids. That's why he punished them. That's why he appeared on the opposite side of the palace. Argan looked forward to the day when they could look at the sky in peace with someone they trusted completely. Argan is always calmer and more rational than her. He desires more. He didn't want to say goodbye to them so quickly, but they were children and they needed to go to bed soon. The prince was forced to say goodbye to Arjun and Aryan, saying that they would meet again. The maids said that they had prepared delicious tea. They should follow them. But all this was strange. Ishina was not there. No one was meeting them. And now they were asking them to go to the tea room. Aryan decided to ask the girl where the senior maid Ishina had gone. The children decided to find out everything and went into the room. Opening the door slightly, they saw the emperor. But what's going on? Why is the room in such a state? The beds are torn. Was she sure there was enough security? The emperor said the safety of the children was paramount. If the children had not gone out for a walk, what would have happened to them? The emperor would have been furious. Ishana was on her knees, begging His Highness to punish her properly. The emperor swung his sword at Ishina, and the children saw everything and were horrified. Suddenly, Arian made a sound. What will happen to them now? They will also be punished. The emperor noticed them. He froze, looking at the door behind which his children were standing. The father did not do anything with the senior maid. He only calmed down and put away his sword. He only asked the maid to let the others collect the children's things from the room. The children exhaled, but suddenly their father called them, asking how long they would stand there. They didn't understand why their room was in such a state and why he was scolding Ishina. The emperor could no longer allow them to stay there. They would move to another palace. But where? The man answered, to the place that only the emperor can use. From now on, they will live in his personal room in the palace. The children were surprised. The solemn colors and expensive decorations speak of the importance of this place without a doubt. This was the emperor's room. The emperor ordered them to stay in his room. They didn't like it. Something was happening. But what happened to Ishina, even though she was angry with them, she didn't mock them like other people did. They really had to spend time in the emperor's room. They felt uneasy. The prince and princess can relax and eat a lot of sweets, but what appetite in such a situation? Suddenly, the door opened and the emperor entered the room. He just looked at them. Passing by, he only wished them a good rest and that they would settle in there. Arian asked what happened, but the emperor only repeated that they would live there and that was it. He couldn't let them stay in that room after everything that happened. The emperor explained that his room was the safest place in the palace. But suddenly Argan felt ill, a common reaction to extreme stress. The emperor ordered to help the prince calm down and take a bath. The servants only bowed. One of the maids approached the children, calling Argan to come with her so she could help him. Arian asked her brother not to worry about her. Everything was fine. She would wait for him. I wish her brother would come back soon. Arian felt uncomfortable being alone with the emperor. The emperor insistently asked her not to call him formally, since they were his children. Sitting down, the father asked the princess to sit down next to him. Apparently, they would talk. He heard that children her age grow faster if they eat more. Ishina didn't feed them enough. It's probably because she didn't eat before. She'll grow up soon, the girl said. A few minutes later, the children were changed and were sitting on the sofa sleepily. After Argan, Arian took a bath, and the emperor also took a bath after them. After a few hours of waiting, the father returned in a white terry robe. His Majesty approached the servants and sent them all off to their business. But what will they do there? Suddenly, they were torn away from the sofa by magic. A moment later, they found themselves in bed, covered with a blanket, just as it happened. This was the emperor's bed. The blanket was very soft, but the mattress seemed to be sinking in. Nothing will happen to them if they just get some sleep. The children fell asleep. Then the children were frightened not because of the mess in the room, but because of him. Was the bed always so big, or was it just that the children were small? Once upon a time, the princes were the same age. They are so small despite the fact that they are of imperial blood, and these bodies are covered with wounds. They have no one to rely on except each other, so when you approach them, they become afraid. The emperor was at a loss as to how to care for such young children as the twins. Suddenly, someone asked if after so many years the emperor really felt guilty towards them. The emperor ordered him not to appear in the palace without his knowledge, and Jason stood before him. Does he really think the guy will listen to him? He sat down on the bed. He brought them there. They were scared that Argan even got sick. There are people spying on children. Anti-emperor faction. Even though he does this, will the children consider him as their family? The pangs of conscience will haunt him for the rest of his days. He couldn't, but that doesn't mean he had to fail, too. If it weren't for the contract with Rurahel, he wouldn't waste time talking to someone who abandoned his children. The emperor could not believe that his children's guard was such a wolf. How unlucky they were. He's just a good red wolf who loves his owners. He was very late, but he's here now. The emperor didn't like this. He pushed the guard away, saying that the distance was 2 meters. Suddenly, early in the morning, Arian woke up, did not understand what was happening and why she was sleeping. Seeing the servants opposite the bed, she realized that they were in the emperor's room. The servants bowed, wishing the princess good morning. Those maids served the emperor himself. While washing herself, Arian was wondering what time it was. Looking at her watch, she was horrified. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If Ishina had been there, she would have woken them up early to have some time before classes. The servants brought the table into the room and began serving breakfast. The children were surprised. The maid asked the prince and princess not to speak to them formally. They should tell the girl if they need anything to eat or drink. Ishina's menu already looked luxurious. Arian didn't think she had ever seen a more luxurious portion of food than this. Arian ate, but noticed that Argan looked bad and was not smiling at all. He seems to be unwell for now. He claimed that everything would be fine soon. Arian was very worried about him. He usually ate a lot, but now he didn't eat anything. His Majesty likes these dishes. If they do too, they will serve them more often. Would they really stay there forever? What was in the Emperor's head that Arian couldn't understand? The servants came saying that the Emperor had sent them gifts, a huge castle. From now on, they can play as much as they want. Toys will be provided to them. But what about their daily activities and walks in the garden? How will they miss it all? While they are there, they cannot leave the room without His Majesty's permission, but they will provide them with everything they need to say. How can he do this, lock them in a room, and try to pretend that he loves them? After some time, the picture with 3,000 parts was assembled. The children tried their best. The maid brought them drinks, saying that they had done a good job, that putting the painting together was a great achievement. Everything was very different. If Ishina were there, they would have been scolded immediately. It felt like Arian was the main one there. The servants can bring whatever they want. Arian said they don't need anything. The maids were glad to finally have some rest. They would take them to the Emperor. Why did they suddenly start talking about the Emperor? There were knights with horses in the courtyard. The knights brought the children. They saw the Emperor and all their brothers. The third prince was happy to see the little ones and ran to hug them. But the second prince stopped him, and the first asked Alex to beat the third one harder. They were late. The knights were waiting for their highnesses to finish playing. So many people, and even members of the imperial family, were waiting for them to play. They had to warn them. The Emperor asked the children to come to him, but what did he want to tell them? The third prince offered the children to sit on his lap, but the Emperor turned angrily. The Emperor, realizing that children could not walk quickly, slowed his pace. Approaching the horses, the Emperor asked to choose one of them. The children were not ready for this. Eiji told him that they liked the horses and could have them all if they wanted. The third prince was worried. The children were silent. Was everything okay with them? The first prince said that it was too dangerous, that their hearts might not be able to withstand the presence of so many people. But the Emperor dispelled all rumors. Members of the imperial family do not die like that. The little children watched the conversation between their father and brother from below. They were clearly surprised. Or maybe they can. The third prince asked them not to die so quickly. Because they are so tiny, even if they just fall, they can break their bones. Children are very sensitive. They should be given only the best. Positive emotions contribute to their growth. The second prince didn't know about this. As expected of his elder brother, he couldn't compare to him. Are they really mocking them knowing the truth, but why do they do it? The first prince was furious that Ishina could make such a schedule for the children. Suddenly, Arian screamed, saying that they wanted to see Ishina right now. They didn't know what happened in the palace. Ishina is not the only one who can tell them everything. The Emperor asked if they liked Ishina. The children said that they had gotten used to her. The Emperor agreed with them, saying that he would send Ishina to them. This was the first time they asked him for something. But what to do with the horses? Arian said that they don't need them. They should let everyone go. The second prince noticed that Argan didn't look very well. Was everything okay with him? But suddenly Argan fell to the ground. The third prince managed to catch him. The boy could have hit the ground. The Emperor took his son in his arms. The sons began to shout for doctors to come. Argan did not answer them what happened. He had the feeling that his head was about to split in half. The Emperor seemed to understand what it was. But suddenly little Arian fainted. What was happening to them? She was so scared. It seemed like her head would split into two parts, but why so suddenly? She was very scared. Waking up, the girl smelled the scent of flowers. This was the Emperor's bedroom. Maybe someone sprayed perfume. The aroma was strong. She noticed beautiful golden curls next to her. There were a lot of them. When she stood up, she did not understand what was happening. It was their hair. Approaching the large mirror, Arian did not understand what had happened to them. Her hair was longer and she had grown a little. All the wounds on her arms and legs had disappeared, as if she had been reborn. The little prince also woke up and asked what was wrong with Arian's appearance. She looked completely different. Arian approached and said that he looked exactly the same as she did now. The boy couldn't believe it, but he also smelled perfume. But suddenly the Emperor entered their room with his servants, and Ishina followed him. He kept his promise. The Emperor asked how much time had passed, and Ishina answered that exactly a week had passed, just like the second prince. But what are they all talking about, servants? They were amazed at something. Why was everyone looking at them like that? The emperor ordered them to be put in order and taken down, said what he wanted and left. First, they decided to cut their hair. Ishina congratulated them, combing their long golden hair. All the servants were at work. Arian decided to ask what was going on and what they were congratulating them on. A week ago, the two of them came to the demonstration that happens to each member of the imperial family. As it is a manifestation, but they have grown only 10 centimeters, which is very little for this. After the manifestation, a member of the imperial family will immediately look like an adult, but they are not like that. They must know that their mother is a commoner, so their manifestation was not entirely perfect. Now they understood why the servants were surprised. Two illegitimate children had gone through a manifestation that only purebloods could do. Even if it wasn't completely, it still surprised them. The wounds they received in the past have disappeared, but the scars on their souls will remain forever. While dressing the children, Ishina decided to ask the children just one question. They listened to her attentively. But why did they decide to bring her back? She was so strict with them and not soft like everyone else. She needs to know that they didn't bring her back just out of affection. They don't care if she cared about them. They need her with her knowledge of the imperial family. If they want to survive in this palace, they need information. They don't want to risk anything, especially when they don't know anything. So she has to tell them everything she knows, which is why they lied and asked for her back. Ishina thought they were ordinary children, but their gaze said something completely different. She understood their order. The children were dressed, and Ishina and the servants went to escort them to the emperor, but someone was talking to him. The man, what did His Highness ask for? It's strange that he made an appointment with them right now. The emperor ordered not to ask him to repeat it. Today, the emperor is in a bad mood. The count turned away. Walking down the corridor, he noticed the prince and princess. They were standing nearby so as not to disturb their father. As he approached, he greeted the prince and princess. A cold feeling emanated from him. He bowed with difficulty and immediately left. And so the emperor approached the children. They were surprised because a minute ago he was angry, and now like an angel he looked down on them. They came to the great hall, where 3 princes were already sitting at the table, greeting their father and the twins. The third prince congratulated Argan, asking what to give him. Argan asked not to give him anything, and why he was seated next to him. She had hardly grown up, the first prince noticed. It was very bad. But why this silence? Maybe he wants to share his growth. The second prince intervened, saying that their little sister was the cutest. How could an older brother say such a thing? Maybe he did it on purpose. He was glad of their manifestation. It proved the power of the imperial blood in their body. It was a real miracle. As Alex said, since they have golden hair and were able to pass the manifestation, there is no longer any reason not to consider them family members. Everyone shouted, "Hooray!" They decided to arrange a debut ball for them in honor of the demonstration. The third prince understood from their faces that the children did not like this idea. How could he refuse them now? The debut ball is the worst thing that can happen to them now, because everyone they met said the same thing. Since they are silent, it means they don't like it, but the first prince interrupted him, asking him not to express himself so harshly. He must understand that they are so young, and his tone and manner of speech only frighten them at the table. Argan said that he didn't want to see any of the aristocrats. They scared him, and in general, he didn't like crowded places. In the end, the emperor decided to postpone the ball. They expected a frightening look, but in the end, they received a sad answer. Is he really not indifferent to their feelings? The count was outraged that the emperor wanted to hold a ball for children, which meant the rumors were true. He loves his children. When they entered the room, they were surprised to see a huge soft carpet there, and their feet sank into it. As His Majesty ordered, they laid down a carpet for their safety. This is because of the prince's crown. Lying in bed, Arian asked if the emperor was really worried about them. He didn't know the answer. The emperor was sitting in a chair reading a book. Was he really not going to sleep now? The children were being gathered for a walk. Weren't they told that they couldn't go out without permission? His Majesty allowed them to go out. He allowed the prince and princess to walk freely in the garden every day for 3 to 4 hours, and assigned servants to accompany them, but to remain at a distance. They remembered that Argan had said then that he did not like crowded places. The emperor had fully listened to their opinion. It was strange, this feeling that the emperor really cared about them, even though he didn't show it. But that doesn't mean they forgave him, so it all became even more confusing. What is he even thinking about while sitting in his office? But suddenly, on the way they met a man, the princess tripped and fell right in front of him. He asked the princess for forgiveness. She was so scared because she was thinking about the emperor. They didn't know who it was. The man asked them to be extremely careful next time. He introduced himself as the head of the Rosia ducal family, with his son standing next to him. The boy knelt down to greet the first princess and the fourth prince. Ishina approached them, asking if everything was okay with them, and if she was hurt. The twins replied that everything was fine. Duke Rosia is now behaving extremely rudely with the children. He asked the head maid for forgiveness. He did not keep an eye on himself. Apparently, she was assigned to look after the prince and princess, but why is he saying this to Ishina? For the head maid to look after a member of the imperial family again, it seems the emperor is taking full care of his children. Rumor has it that the emperor values them highly, and it's understandable why. They are charming. The children were surprised. They had never met such a polite nobleman. If possible, he would like them to become friends with his son, since he is about their age. They should get along. Arian didn't immediately notice the duke's son. Argan understood why his sister was looking at the boy like that. He is very handsome, with pale skin that is whiter than lily petals, and black hair the color of a suitable resin. Argan realized that they needed to leave, telling the duke that they wanted to get back to their walk. He took up too much of their time, asking the children to enjoy their walk. Next time, he should be more polite. As Arian walked away, she asked Argan what happened and why, and he hurried to leave, all because she was looking at the boy. But nearby, on a tree, someone stood, holding in his hands a huge, destructive energy. The children walked through the garden and fooled around, sticking their tongues out at each other. Argan teased his little sister. Suddenly, this force headed straight towards them. The maids screamed at the top of their lungs. Ishina hurried to the children, but before she could cover them with herself, the force overtook her. They didn't know what it was, but they were sure that they would die if it touched them. But suddenly all the darkness dissipated, this light, this magic of the second prince, which he showed them then when they met. The children were sitting on the path. Ishina was asking in fear if the children were okay. Knights arrived very quickly and began to search the entire area. Since they felt uncomfortable in crowded places, the emperor ordered them to guard them from the side. Everything happened suddenly, and the commander-in-chief was ashamed that he did not have time. Argan asked to find out what happened. It was similar to blood magic. With its help, the magician can control people, as well as send curses. Few are capable of this. Ishina decided to tell them that there were people in the imperial palace who wanted to get rid of the prince and princess. They never planned to stay in the imperial palace, and planned to escape at any cost. But if they run away now, the chances of being killed will increase significantly. But why is someone trying to kill them? Suddenly, the emperor burst into their room and quickly ran to the bed to make sure the children were safe. He left an important meeting. The emperor ordered everything to be postponed until tomorrow. People were unhappy. 3 princes also burst into the room at great speed, shouting, asking if everything was okay. Sitting down next to the bed, they questioned them, asking them to take a closer look. If they ever find them, they will kill them immediately, and without batting an eye. The second prince didn't think that his spell would be useful so soon, so it was he who saved them from death after all. This spell will protect them from blood magic. Since healing and protection are his specialty, he will cast an even stronger spell on them. Arian remembered his words about how the palace was undoubtedly beautiful, but many dangers lurked behind its walls. Did the second prince know that there were people in this castle who wanted to kill them? Suddenly Alex felt sick and dizzy, but he said everything was fine. There are not many people in the world whose magic can overcome blood magic. He swore on his honor that he would find the traitor. The emperor wanted everyone to make the safety of the children the top priority of this castle. Are they really that important to these people that they go so far to protect them? But why? It's strange. They suddenly took them in after 5 years of neglect. It felt like they were truly family to them. The duke shouted at his subordinate. He shouldn't have tried to do something if he didn't know how. Now there were even more guards. Suddenly this man said that he never expected success or victory. Since the second prince used his magic to protect the children, they can't harm them with a magical attack yet. But due to the failure, he obviously cast a spell on them that was stronger than the previous one. Due to the lack of mana, the prince will be on the verge of death. They will slowly but surely fall into their traps. The weakness of children will become a noose around their necks. At the bottom of the reservoir, there lay a guy, only pronouncing the names of the twins. What happened to him? Despite being tired from playing all day, the twins decided to get back to studying. And although there were some restrictions at first due to the dangerous situation they were in, they managed to get permission from the emperor. The Baron's magic lesson, he welcomed them to his lesson, but suddenly he was surprised. Ishina said it was disrespectful. He was delighted when he felt the magic of the second prince from them. It's all because the second prince used magic on them. Others can see it. Amazing. a unique white mana, a protective magic that can resist anything in the world. Since the spell is so strong, it means the second prince is extremely determined. At their first lesson, he will explain everything in simple words. They were happy with their first lesson in magic. He showed the book. It was a primitive movement spell. He cast it on the book so that it would continue to use magic to float. If he puts it on the table, his mana will return, finishing the spell. Then the magic cast on them can also be returned. The magic cast on them was a high-ranking protective spell. Only a person with imperial blood in their veins could do such a thing. Since he used it on the twins, that means the second prince lost quite a lot of mana. The mana they possess is also extremely interesting. Even though they are twins, the mana is different. While the princess has a huge amount of mana that can rival even the third prince's mana, the prince's mana is only half of the princess's. Arian was surprised that they had anything at all, but why such a huge difference? But unfortunately, even the guy didn't know the reason for the princess's large amount of mana. The prince and princess were congratulated on completing their first magic lesson by bringing them some sweets. Suddenly their peace was disturbed by the third prince, who came to them saying that he had a present. But they asked not to give anything. Why so suddenly? Argan was not delighted. Did he really find out something about that incident in the garden? But he was too cheerful. It was a pink rabbit. The third prince brought it to them as a gift. Ariane was delighted. This is the favorite pet of the princess of another kingdom. The third prince initially wanted to make a cage for him. But Arian said that it was not necessary. The rabbit had a caring owner. She thought it would be right to return him. To be transported to another place far from home against one's will is too cruel. The princes looked at Arian with sad eyes. She had just felt sorry for the rabbit. The third prince immediately hugged them, saying what a kind little sister his was. So be it, he will return the rabbit safe and sound. But what do they want from him in return? If there was any clue as to the identity of those who had attacked them then, they would like to know everything. But the prince said that he had found out nothing. Even if he found out something, he would prefer never to tell them about it. He recently met the first prince, but he also didn't find out anything, and things were also unclear with his older brother Alex. The third prince suggested that the children go to the second prince and visit him, and he also suggested that they go horseback riding. Standing on the roof of the castle, the guard watched the twins. Their happy faces made him stronger. He sent a small leaf on a stream of wind straight towards the twins. The leaf landed on Argan's head. The third prince was driving them to visit Alex. Arriving at the chambers of his elder brother, the third prince began to knock on his door and call him. Is this even allowed, despite the fact that he is the younger brother? Suddenly, the door opened. Alex asked his brother to be quiet. His head was hurting from his screams throughout the corridor. He knew that Alex was not sleeping at this hour. The second prince was very different from what they had seen before. Just think that he can look like that with his disheveled hair and tired appearance. He just wanted to get some sleep, but since Eiji decided to visit him, he was very happy to see them all. What's done is done, so they could all have some tea. But suddenly a message came. The presence of the third prince was required. Didn't he see that he was about to drink tea, but the knight whispered something to him? There was nothing to be done. The twins were surprised he just gave up. Hugging the children, the prince said that he had urgent business and needed to leave, but he would definitely play with them. What was that? Arian felt a strange atmosphere around them. They were hiding something. Now that they've gotten rid of Eiji, it's time to have some tea with sweets and play. But what could it be? Knowing the third prince, he would have told everyone everything long ago. But they did not know how to get the second prince to talk and make him tell them everything. The prince asked for forgiveness, asking if they could play alone and then return to the castle. He would order the knights to accompany them. He thinks she needs to rest a little, the servants asked him, but he let them all go. Did they really come in vain? They never heard answers to their questions from anyone. They couldn't just leave. The servants asked if everything was okay with them. The twins complained that the sweets tasted terrible and they would not eat them. The taste is much worse than the ones they ate in the emperor's palace. Do they really look down on them if they are so small? Arian said that she would go to her elder brother and ask others, but the maid asked her not to do this. They would bring everything. They will stand in the way of the prince and princess. The maid resigned herself. When they went inside, they heard not the voice of the second prince, but of another guy. Next to the sleeping Alex, there was a guy. He was very handsome, but who was he? He created a little light, asking if they were the same twins. They really are cute, as rumor has it, said the guy in the white robe. He was pleased to meet you and introduced himself as Nivi, Alex's guard. The guard asked what they needed from Alex. He was resting. Arian didn't know what to answer him. Arian looked at Argan, expecting an answer, but the boy simply remained silent. The guard asked for forgiveness, but Alex needed to rest. Arian decided to ask if it was because he cast a spell on them. The guard confirmed this, but usually when he was so devastated, he would simply quickly recover. But now he's trying very hard to concentrate his mana on the spell, and he needs to keep an eye on it. After all, he always behaves like this. It's not surprising that he is tired anyway. The guard asked for a little peace for the owner, asking the prince and princess to leave. Alex's guard was handsome and smart, but Arian and Arjun felt guilty. They were never able to find out what the second prince knew. The twins were taken to the palace of Civiola. They also noticed that the guard was very similar to the second prince in appearance and character. While riding the horses, Arian noticed that Arjun was somehow busy. Something was bothering him. And finally, they arrived at the emperor's palace. The knights lowered the children onto the path. But suddenly Duke Rosia appeared before them. It was an honor for him to meet the prince and princess. Also, his son was with him, also greeting them, but what do they need now? Suddenly, his son said that he would like to become their friend, so that he could play with them. In the dungeon, the third prince tied the guy with ropes and he asked for mercy. The third prince flew there because he was told that an accomplice to this crime had been caught. Just think that it turned out to be such a brat as this guy. The prince was very disappointed. Nearby, near the wall, the prince was being watched by his guard, Killua, who asked him to calm his ardor and leave the poor fellow alone. This is not an ordinary kind of magic. If you compare it to medicine, it will be comparable to a drug. Using magic in the palace, it means the instigator is someone who is equal to or higher in status than a nobleman. But the third prince knew all this. He only asked why he brought this brat to him. He said that this man is a black market grimoire seller, but where does he think he was caught? From the back exit of the count's territory, he was often seen near his estates in the past month. He obviously sold him a considerable amount. A month. Exactly how long it had been since the twins moved into the palace, the third prince was furious. But the guard didn't think that the count was the only one behind all this, so they had to figure everything out sensibly. In any case, hunting wasn't his thing. The children, standing in front of the man and his son, were surprised by such proposals. Asks to be friends with such an indifferent expression. After reincarnation, they didn't even think about friends. Suddenly, the father was heard from behind. It seems he saw them arrive and decided to meet them. The count and his son immediately greeted the emperor, but the children did not understand why he had come to them. He said that Rosia was one of the most distinguished, noble families in this country. This child, the heir to the Duchy of Rosia, showed excellent skills for his age, and His Majesty flattered him. But why did he suddenly appear and start praising these people? The children were confused. Therefore, since he was one of the children of the Rosia family, the emperor thought that he would be a good friend to the twins. Was it really because of those words of Arjun that they were troubling him? The emperor had prepared a place where they would hold the place. Ishina came to them saying that she would take them to the play area prepared by their father. Suddenly the emperor looked questioningly at Arian, but she quickly turned away, embarrassed. His Majesty values the twins, said Duke Rosia, and the emperor watched the children go by. Now that things are settled, they can return home and finish their unfinished business. The children were brought into the room. The boy studied the books on the shelves. Arian was interested in the toys. Arjun went to bed. Even though they were told to play, but what should they do? They did not want to entertain the little boy. Suddenly the boy said that there were a lot of interesting books there. He suggested reading one. This is a children's book on the history of a modern empire, although it will be too simple for them. The children saw a beautiful girl. Even though it was just a portrait, they felt her grace. She looks like the second prince. The guy said that this is Her Majesty the Empress who died 7 years ago. She was a noble and kind woman, and His Majesty the Emperor valued and loved her like no one else. If she had just stood next to the Emperor, it would have looked like a work of art. The Empress died 7 years ago, and Rurahel was a disgusting person, the complete opposite of the Empress. Besides, if he really loved her, then why did he send her to a place like Delornan Castle? Arian remembered the death of Rurahel. The boys sitting next to her, looking at her, realized that something was wrong. Bringing home children from a woman you never loved simply because they are of the same blood, especially in a country where having children out of wedlock is a crime. Suddenly, Arian asked the young master to tell them everything he knew about the Empress. They are one. If he kills her, he will die too. He will never be saved from her. The Emperor woke up and had a dream about the past. Somehow strangely, nightmares again. At breakfast, the third prince suggested that the children hunt sparrows and ride horses. The first prince wanted to play chess with them, but the third prince said that only old people were interested in that. but the twins said that they had completely different plans and they would meet with young Master Rosia. The emperor, putting down his mug, asked if they really enjoyed playing with him. The gentleman agreed to tell them everything, saying that later he would bring a book in which everything was written. The emperor was probably tired of ruling the empire and decided to get a couple of beautiful animals. What was the reason why he took care of them, although he himself abandoned them after they were born to an unloved woman? But before drawing conclusions, they needed to know more. They met a young gentleman. Aryan turned to the servants and asked everyone to leave. They wanted to play alone. Guards protect them outside. They will call if they need anything. This is a history book about the imperial family up until last year. It lists the birthdays, coronations, and achievements of the imperial family. Where should they start? The young gentleman asked if they were interested in the guards. The only member of the imperial family who does not have a guard, His Majesty the current emperor. Alex's father came to his chambers. He didn't find him at breakfast. Was everything okay with him? He was just tired. Arjun and Aryan are different from them. It's a real miracle that they survived. Alex was glad to try. He will do everything in his power to ensure that no harm comes to the twins. The children were surprised that the emperor did not have a guard, but isn't his presence a symbol and distinctive feature of the imperial family? The imperial calendar is the very day when the emperor handed over his guard to the empress. She is the new owner. But is it even possible to do this? It can only be done once and with a chosen person. And after that, as soon as the empress died, the guard disappeared along with his mistress. Since the emperor was known to be in love with her, everyone was shocked to learn of the existence of twins. He believed that their mother was also a worthy and noble woman. But the book didn't say a word about Aryan or Arjun. But what did they expect? This book only mentions pure-blooded members of the imperial family. Any record of half-bloods is obviously a shame for the emperor. Suddenly, the prince and princess ran out of the room, telling Ashina that they needed to get some fresh air in the yard. Neither Rurahel nor they deserved to exist. How stupid it was to expect anything more from his game of family. They just wanted to escape. The knights came running to Ishina, reporting that the prince and princess had suddenly disappeared again. The children ran to a green meadow. They just lay peacefully in the shade of a tree. They were just notes, but they made her so unbearably sad. She knew she couldn't expect anything. Suddenly, someone asked them why the twins looked so sad. The children were surprised. Recently, there has been more guard in the capital after someone attempted to assassinate members of the imperial family, and security was strengthened. The guy didn't know about the assassination attempt on the imperial family. It was those same twins. So to strengthen the guard only because of illegitimate children, there were cases when some aristocrats were put in prison for such expressions. The taxes they pay go towards maintaining the protection of these half-breeds. The imperial family no longer cares about honor. Aryan remembered this guy. They had met him before. He always appeared out of nowhere. Arjun greeted him politely. Aryan was surprised because the guy was cheerful. They looked depressed and sad. Could something have happened to the sweet children? If they don't mind pouring out to the wanderer what's on their souls, he's ready to listen to them. They didn't know who he was, but even the stranger-sensitive Argan was fine. Suddenly, Argan said that he was tired of following all the whims of the emperor. The guy sat down and asked what kind of whims exactly. Aryan also listened to her brother attentively. First he was with Rurahel, and then he allowed them to be born. Aryan was shocked why he was saying this. They were 5 years old. He had children with her, and then abandoned them for 5 years in a place where there was nothing but pain. And despite this, he still ordered them to be brought to the palace. Arjun spoke very badly about the emperor in front of a stranger, but the boy agreed that the emperor was annoying. He always acts serious, but he looks like he can't be trusted, always has his head in the clouds, and is truly the worst emperor. And when these children are in unbearable pain, he never helps, no matter what the reason. The guy was talking about what was happening now. It was hard for them at this moment, but he was nowhere to be seen. But be that as it may, they should not hate the emperor. He has his own reasons for that. The children were shocked and did not understand what was happening. The guy said that defending the emperor was annoying, but he hoped that these children would remain as kind and would not hate anyone. Their hearts will not be filled with hatred and malice. He would like warmth to reign in their hearts. But suddenly, the conversation between the children and the guy was interrupted by the angry Ishina she was standing behind. Security guards ran up to the children, asking if everything was okay with them and if they were hurt. They both suddenly disappeared again. Turning around, they looked for the guy, but he was no longer there. He left. He knew their names even though they didn't tell him. He carelessly says everything about the emperor. He appears and disappears by chance. It didn't look like he was lying to them. As they walked, Aryan thought about everything. Through a large window, a guard watched the children as they were scolded for disobeying and running away. He couldn't hold on for even a couple of minutes, but he wanted to spend more time with the twins, talk, play. If the guys close themselves off from everyone even more, he will disappear. The emperor would do better to work hard. If the children's hearts are filled with hatred because of him, the boy will not hold back. In a bright room, the emperor dined with his eldest son, and they talked about important matters. The first prince spoke about the behavior of the aristocrats. They will not stop going against children. The emperor decided to introduce them to the child of the most influential person. He was sure that this would help improve the relationship with the aristocrats. But there was something that worried the first prince, what the emperor would do when the boy imposed some indecent thoughts on their little Aryan. The emperor fell silent, but then continued that if such a thing ever happened, he would immediately order him to disappear from this country. It sounded good now he was calm. Just like Alex said, the emperor, was he worried too. AG probably feels the same way. These kids are his dear brother and sister. Doesn't he condemn the emperor for conceiving children with another woman and not with his mother? AG didn't know, but he and Alex understood that the emperor hadn't slept with Rurahel, and he was no longer so young to say such things. Everything, as he said, if it weren't for the contract with Rurahel, this wouldn't have happened. If this contract had not threatened his life, he would not have allowed Rurahel to give birth to them. He would have killed them before they were born. Aryan believed what that guy said, that the emperor had his reasons for this. Sometime later, the children asked to see the emperor. His Majesty was resting in the tea room. Arjun asked not to follow them because the room was next door, but Ishina insisted. The children walked slowly down the corridor, and when they got there, they saw that the door was slightly open, and the emperor's voice was coming from there. As they approached the door, they leaned against it by chance, hearing these terrible words from the lips of their father. They just heard it. Their bodies instantly froze, as if they had been hit by a cold. But what is this contract and reason? The emperor had no choice but to let them be born. His life depended on it. But he didn't want them to be born. Interrupting the conversation, the second prince noticed movement behind the door. He decided to go and check who was there. Leaving the tea room, he saw children. They were leaving. The crown prince thought that they were now playing with the duke's son, and he also invited them to have tea, but they refused. In a sad, devastated voice, they said that the emperor was now resting and they should not disturb him. The second prince was surprised when he entered the room, and the emperor said that he heard children's voices. He said that nothing special, however, they were very sad. The second prince suddenly asked if this was the same. The saddened children came to their room, but suddenly the doors opened, and the emperor came into them. Sitting down next to them, he really saw that they looked bad, but what happened to them? The emperor wanted to touch Aryan, but she abruptly recoiled from his hand. The emperor understood that the children could not be touched, yet he only asked them to rest a little. The man spoke in a raised voice. He had not seen the black market grimoire seller for several days. This had never happened before. He heard that after the assassination attempt, the third prince began to sniff around, and the man in black asked how many black magicians were left. Not a single magician needed to attack so openly. How useless they all are. It's too risky to look for another business partner. The crown prince's guard is now patrolling inside, and the third prince's guard is walking outside. It would be good if the twins left the palace, but why would they leave the palace? They receive enormous benefits. But the man said that this was not entirely true. These twins were not as snobs as he was. But this is where their naivety lies. These children are so easily led by any provocation. There is a complication, though. They needed a clear way to separate the twins and the emperor, but the merchant disappeared. Suddenly a man burst into the room saying that it was breaking news. The emperor and the second prince stood before the servants in beautiful attire. The man could not believe that the emperor would so suddenly visit his humble abode. He told Duke Rosia that there seemed to be a small problem between his son and the prince and princess. Lying in bed, the children lay on the bed holding hands. Argan was right, it was a simple whim. Aryan looked at each other and suggested that her brother run away. Tonight was a real escape. Suddenly Argan stood up in surprise, asking his sister if she was serious. Suddenly the boy jumped out of bed and walked up to the table, taking a small cupcake. He didn't think it was that bad to live there. Aryan shouted that he was crazy. Ishina was surprised, and the boy asked everyone to leave so he could talk to his sister alone. They had to leave the room and not come back until they were called. Everyone immediately left. But suddenly they disappear again. Argan promised that this would not happen, although it does not depend on them. Earlier, he said that he didn't like being at the emperor's beck and call, but does it matter that it's so much better than it was with Rurahel? They are dressed in the best quality clothes. He, of course, hates the imperial family. But if all he has to do is put up with them every day so they don't get beaten up and hungry, what's the point of giving up his comfortable life? Arian was about to object to him, but the boy interrupted her, asking if she agreed to see him in torment. She's so stupid, Argan wouldn't say that, just for his own good. How could she allow herself to suffer again? His exhausted eyes and face full of horror, he was so beaten and wounded, she didn't want that anymore. If they leave this palace now, they will simply end up in the forest and die there. As long as Arian is safe and comfortable, able to live and satisfy the imperial family, he can tolerate these hypocrites. Eat and sleep as much as they want until they grow up and gain strength. As soon as they become stronger, he will follow her. And they will run away from this place together, he suggested to be patient until that time. Argan always supported his little sister, telling her things she never thought of. She agreed that it would be better for them to stay there than to make Argan suffer. But they will never forgive the Emperor so easily. This resentment has settled deep in their hearts, pretending to do everything for their good when he was the one who wanted to kill them before they were even born. The Emperor and the Duke sat down at the same table to discuss all the issues regarding his son. The man didn't know all the details, but after meeting the boy, the children started to behave strangely. Maybe he would tell them something. Even though he is a young and fragile child, he will be punished if he does not explain himself properly. The boy said that he was simply answering their questions about the late Empress. The Emperor asked him to tell everything in detail, and in the evening he came to the twins. He asked the children to get ready. It turns out he wants to return them to the previous room. The Duke could not believe that it was possible to separate the Emperor's children so quickly. It turns out that they both missed their old life and mother. The second prince and the Emperor could not believe it. His Majesty handed over his protector to the late Empress, and their mother was expelled from the palace. They were upset by such injustice. What had happened that Her Majesty and their mother were treated differently? They persistently questioned him. And then suddenly, they discovered that there was no record of their birth and mother in the book. They were offended by it. Duke Rosia was pleased with the work his son had done, and soon His Majesty would understand the pain of losing someone close. But they were already satisfied with everything. Why was he returning them back? But suddenly he said that the Delornan castle was being reconstructed, and they would soon return to it. He wants to take them back to the place where they suffered so much, and right now, if they leave now, they will be in great danger. And so, after walking through several corridors, they arrived and were asked to enter their room. The carpet was even softer than the last one. The furniture looked better too, even the bed linen. The Emperor, having made sure that the children in the room had turned around, asked them to rest as he went out. The children did not understand him at all. He became cold towards them. What happened? They couldn't even figure out how to understand his actions. It really was just a whim. Suddenly, walking through the garden first, the prince met the Count Clone. He asked if he had met with the Duke of Rosia yesterday. The man said he just dropped by to say hello to the Duke, but how did he know? The second prince, leaving the Duke, noticed the Count. It seems he was very angry about the guy next to him. He had no servants with him, and he came to the Duke's estate with such a suspicious man. The Count was horrified. Why did the first prince ask him this? He definitely saw it. The children were already in class early in the morning. The teacher explained to them how the beginning of the language of the empire was proclaimed, but they could not concentrate on anything except the thought that they would soon be kicked out of the palace, and then there would be nothing to do. But suddenly the second prince appeared at the door. He looked much better. It had been quite some time since their last meeting, and he said that he missed them. But the children turned away sharply. What difference did it make to them? In any case, they were no longer connected in any way to the imperial family. The second prince said that they had enough lessons for today, suggesting that they take a little walk. He said it was a great loss to waste this wonderful day studying. They could tell him everything that was troubling them. The servants were far away, but they were still family. But the children understood that they were no longer a family. They would soon leave this place. But the second prince did not understand what they were talking about. It was dangerous to leave, but he could ask everything from his father. The one who told them to return to Delornan Castle was His Majesty the Emperor. He thought that his father couldn't do that. It seemed like there was a misunderstanding, but they heard it personally. The second prince asked to listen to him. Their father and the rest of the brothers really love them and value them as family members. But he didn't understand why his father said that, but suddenly Argan interrupted him. He asked why there was no mention of their birth anywhere, and why their mother was exiled after birth. Everyone says they are a family, but then why were they abandoned? Because they are illegitimate? That is the only answer that comes to mind. The second prince was shocked, stuttering that they had got it all wrong. Aryan and Arjun were about to leave. They didn't want to hear about the imperial family anymore. Alex felt sick. His guard carried him like a princess, saying he was problematic. The guard said everything was fine, but the children's disappointment was becoming a problem. The first prince thought that Count Clon's reaction was too suspicious. Walking down the corridor, he met his brother. He was just looking for him to talk to. He told Elijah that it was related to Count Clon. It seems the prince was interested. In the past, the second prince met the fifth guard of the family, which meant that the children were alive. The guard asked the second prince for one request. The second prince was shocked. Its owners were drowning in pain and hatred for the imperial blood that flowed in their veins. The life force of the guards depends on the happiness of their owners, as well as the pride and honor of their stately family. It was difficult for the guard to speak and remain visible. That evening, the second prince met them. That cold night, they were dressed only in light pajamas. His brother and sister, looking at him, froze in horror. The second prince came to his father, not understanding how he could allow the children to be sent. He wanted to live with them in the imperial palace. He asked if all this was true. He needed to know how dangerous it was now. The emperor said that he would order the magicians and knights to take care of security, and would also order a barrier to be erected. For just a moment, they began to open their hearts to why he had decided to do this. But suddenly, the emperor said that the children did not like living with them, and they missed their mother, and they hated him. He didn't want these children to be unhappy. He just wanted to let them live the way they wanted. Walking down the corridor, Alex called out to his guard, saying that he would have only one request. In the Duchy of Rosia, the Count asked to be heard, because the first prince had seen them. The Duke asked what he wanted him to do, and he doubted that the prince had seen Riolu. If he had really seen it, he would have asked who the man in the hood was next to him. The Duke ordered the Count to go and find that black market merchant. They heard the news that the children were being sent back to the castle. Early in the morning, the children were dressed in luxurious outfits, tidying up Aryan's hair. Everyone said how beautiful and cute they were, but why put in so much effort? They'll be thrown out soon anyway. Aryan turned to Ashina, asking if she had heard that they would soon be leaving the palace. They're going to be thrown out of there soon, so why is she still serving them? But why did they decide that this was an expulsion? His Majesty the Emperor never said anything about their expulsion. But what difference does it make if he changes their place of residence at his command? Ishina explained that the Emperor was not one to make hasty and ill-considered decisions. It turns out that Madame had been serving him since he was a child. The children were shocked. While she can't fully accept the reasons behind every decision he makes, she has guaranteed that there is something they didn't think quite right. Ishina is the type of person who speaks the truth even if it hurts. And then Aryan asked her another question, whether the Emperor wanted them to be born. He didn't want to, however. As soon as they were born, he valued them as his real children, valued them so much that he himself gave them names. The second prince told them something like that. Is the fact that the emperor himself gave them names really that surprising? Never before had any of the children received a name from the emperor himself, except for the two of them. Why then would someone who cared so much about them leave them to rot in that place for 5 years? Suddenly the second prince came into the room, saying that he had his reasons for this. The children did not understand why he was there again, but what was the reason why the emperor abandoned them? Rurichel had made a contract with their father, which meant that the imperial family had no right to even approach them. The children were of course shocked. They remembered the emperor's words that day. But Rurichel had no power, but the second prince said that she had the power to kill him. The count, as he was ordered, went to look for the merchant, but suddenly someone attacked him. Before him stood the third prince and his guard. But how did they find him? Ishina bowed and said that she would go. She couldn't hear such things. But how could Rurahel kill a member of the imperial family and even the emperor? She was just a helpless alcoholic who beat children. 6 years ago she appeared before him, her eyes shining with greed. She said that she had the power of healing. The girl said that she would heal any wound. If she was next to him, it would only bring benefit. Suddenly the emperor cut his hand and blood began to flow from the wound. He wanted her to prove it, and if he knew her true identity, he would never have done such a thing. There was one power that allows you to gain control over a person's body by drinking his blood. Thanks to this, you can kill your target. Then why did she decide to live in Delornan Castle? Wouldn't it have been more profitable to become empress? Father could not allow this. There was only one person in his life whom he would accept as an empress. No one knew what they said to each other, but Rurahel did not claim the throne and went to the castle. The only thing she did was ask for money and intimidate them that she would kill them if the emperor ever tried to see them, but the father always sent twice as much money as the woman asked for. Raising children costs a lot of money. If she still asks for them, it means the children are alive. But as time passed, letters asking for money came less and less frequently, and there was no news from her for a whole year. He secretly watched the castle several times, but never saw the children. He didn't see them because they were constantly hiding from the woman and making secret passages. The prince asked if this would be an answer to their question about the reason why they had not contacted them for 5 years. But the children still had questions that they could not figure out. How could someone who swore eternal love to the empress do such a thing, and he rules a country where there are illegitimate children? He is simply a nobody. The second prince was shocked that the child knew all this. Argan asked not to embarrass him. No matter how they try to wrap it in beautiful words, the fact that they are unwanted children remains. So he asked the prince to stop forcing them to understand the emperor and his situation. How long will it take them to understand why they were abandoned back then? Arian wanted to believe in the warmth they felt, but she was afraid that their trust would be betrayed again. Argan felt the same as she did because it was better not to trust again than to be thrown out. Arian asked the second prince to leave them. They need to prepare everything for the move. But suddenly Ishina came in saying that the Duke asked to speak with the prince and princess. The Duke greeted them and also noticed the second prince, Alex. Alex was about to object, but the children asked the Duke to enter the room. The second prince did not understand what was wrong with them, but Argan asked him to leave. In fact, Arian still wanted to ask the prince about a lot of things about the blood curse. That phrase she repeated every time. They thought she was saying it because the emperor threw her out of the palace. Although she is already dead anyway, and there is no particular point in finding out, they are interested because she is their mother. As soon as Rurashal touched the emperor's wound, she disappeared. But she did not ask for much at first, a small castle not far from the palace. She couldn't get the castle just for such tricks. The emperor put her in her place. The third prince, tying up the count, could not understand why everyone was so weak. He had no idea that the new information about the spell book was the work of the third prince. Suddenly, they brought that same salesman and he told them everything as best he could. So the prince asked the count to tell everything and how he learned about the forbidden book of spells. And why did he start looking for grimoires from the moment Arjun and Arian moved into the palace? The count said that they had misunderstood everything, but the third prince would not pity him. The guard asked if the count thought that his master was mistaken and was telling a lie. The third prince asked Killua not to scare him so much. He was already stuttering. They knew that he wasn't the only one who planned all this. He was too cowardly. So he must tell why he was looking for all this. Who is behind him? If he tells everything honestly, then he will definitely not have any problems, and he will stay alive. But if he doesn't tell, he won't be able to guarantee him protection and a return home. The Duke came to them to ask forgiveness for his son. He made a mistake and insulted them. He said he would be a friend, but in the end he only mocked them. The Duke asked for forgiveness for such insolence. He promised to pay special attention to his upbringing. People cannot be judged only by their status. The children were shocked, but Duke Rosia is one of the most influential aristocrats. The children were understanding, and he also heard that they would soon be returning to the castle. As an apology, he would like to provide them with his servant. They won't mind. Arian was surprised, but Argan didn't care about the new servants. There were already too many of them. The Duke asked him to enter, and a tall guy with green hair appeared in front of them. He seemed to surprise the children a little. He was from the slums and had no opportunity to enter the imperial castle. But suddenly the Duke said that in fact he too was an illegitimate child. They have never met anyone like them. Many people hide this. The Duke secretly seeks out and helps such people. The guy thought that he really was choosing the right words. Not all his words were lies. He really got out of the slums only thanks to the Duke. However, the true nature of Duke Rosia is not at all different from that of aristocrats who despise illegitimate children. The Duke asked what they thought about it and whether they would take this guy with them. The children wanted to get to know this guy better because he was in the same situation as them, but they had not seen him before. But Ishina said that it was impossible to hire a servant without checking, asking for an interview first. Rules are rules, and His Majesty's permission is the most important part of everything. The first prince spoke of a guy with a scar on his face who was with Count Klon. He said that there was a scar on his face, and the guy himself was dressed in a suspicious robe with a hood. He also asked to make sure that he did not approach Arian and Argan. The third prince asked him not to worry. He would carefully monitor this. He also decided to ask whether the Count had confessed to anything during the interrogation. Suddenly, the third prince became sad. The eldest had already thought that something serious was going on. He said it was Ishina. There was no way that lady would do something like that. She swore allegiance to the family when the emperor was still a child, and this remained inevitable after the birth of the princes. But there is a possibility that the Count clone lied to them. He is too self-confident. We should teach him a lesson, said the prince. It is dangerous to go too far. If it becomes known that the Count is being held illegally in such conditions, the entire nobility will rise up in rebellion. It is important that he does not misuse his status as a member of the imperial family, otherwise there will be problems. The guard apologized for interrupting the conversation, but wasn't Duke Rosia under suspicion. He said that some man was with the Count in the Duchy of Rosia. Maybe the Duke is part of this plan. It was hard to suspect him. The Duke was on good terms not only with the Emperor, but also with the Empress. Even when the Empress was dying, he was with her until the very end, although he did not remember that moment well. If he was thirsty for power, he would try to hurt other princes, but he would live his life peacefully doing charity work. So neither Ishina nor the Duke were under suspicion. The guard was confused. But isn't it natural for people to betray their loved ones? The guy said. It's extremely hard to suspect Ishina and Duke Rosia, but Killua was right. The twins watched the Duke's expression to see if he had anything against Ishina. The Duke stood up and said that the maid was right, and then he would reschedule the meeting for a later date. The man and the boy were leaving the chambers. Ishina wished him a smooth journey. Ishina apologized for crossing the line, but she wanted to tell them something important. She asked not to trust the Duke. He is not as devoted to the imperial family as it might seem. The twins were confused. It was the first time they had seen Ishina have such mixed emotions when she spoke about something like this. Her words seemed too harsh, but she was only expressing her opinion that they should always be more careful. The guard of the second prince came to the lake. He finally found the guard as Alex expected. Jason was almost dying, lying unconscious at the bottom of a deep lake. The guy asked to call him Nevi. He helped Jason come to his senses for a while. But there is no need to thank him. He came at Alex's request, hoping that he understood what he was talking about. What a pain it is to be a protector. Their strength depends on their master's faith in their imperial family and their happiness. There is no master who would be worse than these twins. They only curse their family. And that is how the scarlet wolf that should be free is chained more tightly, but he asked not to speak like that about his masters. The third prince asked the Count where he had been all day, and he replied that he had been in the library and working. If he spills the beans, he'll pass on information about how he was searching for grimoires for the aristocracy. The Count headed to the estate, not understanding what to do since the prince would now follow him. He walked along the path and didn't notice how Riolu appeared in front of him. He got scared. What kind of outfit is that, and where did his hood go? He visited the castle with the Duke today. But why didn't he tell him anything? He was not at the estate all day. The guy wanted to tell him about his shoulder, but he said that he would tell him everything later, and now he needed to take a bath. Before going to bed, the children chatted, saying that the Duke and Ishina didn't seem to be getting along very well. That guy, if they tell Ishina to take him with them, will Ishina be mad at them? But what difference does it make if they say to take him? It seems Argan wants to take him. They decided to ask the Emperor's permission so that Ishina would not be able to say anything against it. They saw him only for a moment, but they kept thinking about him. He was like those twins from the castle. Nevi passed. Waking Alex up, he really does sleep soundly while he carries out his assignments. As he suspected, Jason passed out, so he took some measures and came back. Maybe he should use a stronger spell, but the guard was categorically against it. He is his guard and will not allow him to suffer like this for the sake of other people. In any case, there are only 3 people involved in this, the twins and the Emperor. If their relationship does not improve, efforts will not help. Nevi is right. In any case, these are the problems of the father and the twins. He only hoped that they would make peace. The Emperor was sitting early in the morning doing important things when suddenly someone knocked on the door. Ishina, entering the office, reported that the construction of the castle was completed. The prince and princess did not have many things, so everything was ready. She thought it would be a good idea to tell the Emperor what had happened to that servant. It cannot be that the Duke did this just out of the kindness of his heart if he is still the same as he was before. Suddenly, the twins entered the office and the Emperor put aside his business to listen to them. It had been quite a few days since he had last seen them. The children would have laughed. He had not even visited them since that day. They greeted him. They had a request for him. They would like to take a servant to the Delornan castle. Ishina wanted to return, but the Emperor allowed them to do so. The children were happy with this news and were allowed to take the guy with them. Ishina saw the joy on the children's faces. The emperor asked what she wanted to say, but the lady said that there was nothing left. The children wanted to leave, but the emperor asked them to come if they needed anything. The children were embarrassed by the emperor's beauty and went to the door to leave. But Ishina delayed them, asking them to follow her. She had important news. Ishina warned them that the nobility should not respond so politely to servants. She advised them to be more careful, but they liked the servant the Duke brought. Arian said that she liked him, but not at all because of Duke Rosia. He is good. However, she had one request when they went to the castle. She was to take her with them. Is it possible for the headmaid to leave the castle? She said that she was very old and it was time for her to leave this place. But that wasn't their problem. Ishina knew she had to be there if the Duke was up to something. The guy told the Duke that she couldn't come because she wasn't feeling well. Yesterday he didn't see him at all. He definitely can't not come today because of his health. Suddenly, a servant entered the room, saying that the Duke had received an important letter. After reading the letter, it said that the twins accepted him as a servant. It was just awesome. Just because they looked alike, the kids let their guard down. It was very easy to deceive them, the Duke said. The guy will undergo training and then go with them. The children have snow-white skin on which there is no trace of suffering. How can they be similar? Late at night, Arian woke up from screams. It seemed like Argan was having a terrible dream. Sitting closer, she took his hand, saying that everything was okay, and he immediately woke up. He had a dream about that castle, where Yahello was mocking them again. Arian immediately hugged her brother, tenderly saying that everything was fine and that Yahello was no longer there. Heji said that the children today look incredibly beautiful, charming. It saddened her to think that in only 3 days they would move to another place. The moment when they would return to the castle would come in 3 days. These memories were terrible. These moral traumas cannot be healed, but everything will be okay. They are not what they were before. Suddenly their new servant entered their room and greeted the prince and princess. They immediately became happier. Why are they so happy to see the guy? They asked what they would be doing today. Argan asked to make tea and cookies for 3. Yesterday they read a book. Maybe today they will chat. The guy was confused. Ishina wanted to object that the guy needed to prepare and not play, but Arjun thought differently. He can learn later, but now they want to play together. That was an order. The guy didn't understand why these twins were so friendly to him. Arian wanted to sit on the sofa. He started working 3 days ago, but instead of preparing, they called him to play every day. At first, it seemed to him that it was just ordinary curiosity. They were getting to know him. Just because the 3 of them are illegitimate children, they think that they can touch the servant, forgetting about their status. Even aristocrats do not touch them, and children of imperial blood, he did not understand this. The children were eating cake. Ishina asked the prince to eat more carefully because his whole face was covered in cake. The prince and princess are supposed to sit up straight. For some reason, these 2 only act like children around this servant. Arian admitted that they didn't know the etiquette very well, since they had only been in the castle for a couple of months. The girls spoke frankly that this was a place where they did not want to return. When they lived there, they were constantly in pain and were always hungry. The guy was shocked that all this happened to the emperor's children, but now they have him. But it's only been a short time since their last meeting. How can they love him so much? The boy didn't understand why the children were looking at him like that, even though they didn't know him at all. The Duke said that he and his children were in a similar situation, but he had a terrible feeling. Suddenly Arjun came up to them saying that Heijin gave it to him and they could play. A knight came to the first prince, saying that Ishina wanted to go with the children and take care of them personally. Also, nothing suspicious was observed. The Duke also had no contact with Count Clan. But one thing seemed very strange to him. The prince immediately became interested. The Marquises of Dion and Pilsen, the Count of Montbly and the Countess of Tenon very often visited the Duke's estate. Marquis Dion, he did not want to accept any laws proposed by the imperial family. He is very greedy and stubborn when laws concern the nobility. The Marquis is a deceiver who was punished for embezzling money, the Countess, and the Balach constantly expressed her dissatisfaction with the imperial family. All these people are not on the best terms with the imperial family. They will be ready to go even against the emperor if it will benefit them. The third prince spoke to his guard as he died. Several days had passed since he last saw the twins. He was so eager to squeeze their cute and soft cheeks, but he could just visit them. During his absence, annoying midges might have stuck to them, and if so, he would have to swat them right away. The guard said that he would go and finish his business, and the prince should improve his relationship with the twins. Arian and Arjun were sitting next to the guy. Suddenly they heard the sounds of someone calling them. The third prince immediately flew into the room, saying that he had come to visit them and play. But he saw that same guy with a scar on his face. He was also next to the children. His hair was golden, so he was one of the princes. But why did he have such a fierce look? How can he just sit peacefully and play with his little sister and brother? And what kind of strange makeup is that on his face? The imperial palace is a joke to him. Suddenly, Arian stood up for the guy. She said that she just put a little makeup on him. The maid gave them some cosmetics, so they just played with their new servant. The makeup they did was called strange and ugly, and the prince immediately took his words back. The guy immediately became embarrassed, although these things about him being handsome were not said to him. In this case, the guy decided to leave the prince and princess with the third prince alone. Arian asked him not to get lost because the castle was huge. Riolu listened to them. They all went out into the street together. In 4 days they would move into the castle. He heard this from his brother. He felt very bad because he really enjoyed playing with the twins. They don't like the castle they'll be moving to, but it might even be better since they won't have to see their brothers. But the third prince said that he would visit them often. He was very happy. But what would they play there? He had never been there before, and the twins were surprised. Suddenly, the third prince asked what kind of castle this was, what was located there. After all, they grew up there. They said that he would not learn anything good about this place. For them, it was the worst place in the world. They turned around saying that it was time for class and they needed to go. Returning, they saw Riolu. Was he really meeting them from a walk? The guy said that he would have to go to a servant's class, since he had missed the previous ones. The children felt guilty because it was because of them that he missed everything. He didn't understand why they were apologizing, because he was just a servant, and they were members of the imperial family. Arian pinched Riolu's cheek to get at least a little blush there. It turns out that the Duke was watching them, saying that it was a touching scene. These twins were crazy about him. The guy was surprised, but where did Duke Rosia come from in the palace? Was he really watching them? Suddenly, aristocrats appeared before him. How dare he not express his respect? They were aristocrats of the highest status. He immediately apologized to them. The Duke had a job for the boy. He pulled out a letter and asked him to deliver it to the Count. The letter contained an invitation, but the Count said that he could not go because of illness. The letter said that the time had come, and if he had changed his mind, then he should prepare himself because his head would fly off his shoulders. He was simply furious, threw the letter into the wall and said that he was going to the Duke. Late at night, they came out from behind the gate with a guy, dressed in a robe, holding 2 horses. The third prince's guard was sitting on a tree nearby, and the Count was finally caught. In the duchy, Duke Rosia met Count Klon, but he arrived after all. Standing in front of him, the Count greeted him. He was confused. Lately, it had become increasingly difficult to meet with him. The Count did not know what to answer. Suddenly, a melody began to sound in the hall. The Duke's son was playing the violin, and people began to admire it. The Duke thought that it would be a pity for him to enjoy such a performance alone. Riolu had already seen these people. They seem to really think that this meeting is one of the performances. But what is the real motive? The third prince's guard sat near the window in the living room. For an aristocrat, he was quite talented. Only second-class nobles had gathered there, and he was sure that they had not come there just to perform. The Duke thanked people for dedicating the evening to his son and his talent. He had prepared treats in another room, so he invited the guests into the next room. In this situation, he won't be able to find out anything. Eiji will be disappointed. Maybe there is another entrance. But suddenly the curtains were pulled back and the Duke's son appeared before him. But he didn't pay any attention to it, he just lowered the curtain. The man gathered everyone in the room saying that the time had come. They would witness the end of the reign of the imperial family and their dictatorship. The sign came to them in the form of those dirty, illegitimate children. They are proof of the tainted imperial line. Riolu thought that his words were meaningless. Did he really have any grudges against the imperial family? But what will Duke Rosia do next, being the holder of the highest status in these lands? But he only said that no one had to know his plan, because he was the only one who would face all the dangers. As they thought, the Duke was different from everyone else. They trusted him completely. His act was noble. Did they really believe his speech? All aristocrats are so stupid. The children sneezed loudly before going to bed. Ishina noticed this and asked if they were feeling well. Arian thought there was too much dust in the room, so she brought them warm milk and a thick blanket. The children immediately began to devour the delicious milk prepared by Ishina. At this time, Ishina began to change the twins' blankets, and they suddenly asked why she was taking care of them. At first, Arian thought that she didn't like them and spoke badly of them. She hated their mother. She was a selfish lady who liked to do whatever she wanted. That's the kind of person she was. In any case, she would not bow to her, just as the emperor recognized only one empress. The children listened to her in surprise. She must have loved the former empress very much. She was a graceful and extremely kind person, just like the two of them. Arian was shocked. The children were surprised that Ishina was talking about their elegance and grace. There are many things she wanted to know because she never thought she would become an empress, and that is why she wanted to learn about people and government. She couldn't fall behind everyone because of her shortcomings. She wanted Ishina to teach her. The children also admitted all their mistakes and treated those of lower status with respect. Humanity and tenderness live in their souls from the very birth. That's what she felt for them. But of course, the two of them still have a long way to go to become empresses. This phrase captivated the children. The children finished their milk and brushed their teeth again and lay down on their warm beds. They met many good people in this castle: Ishina, Duke Rosia, and even Riolu. After this night, there will still be a couple of days left before they move to Delornan Castle. The guard came to the prince with news, but for some reason he was not very happy. They came to the first prince, saying that Duke Rosia was an accomplice, but they were not entirely sure. Count Klon was very afraid of their surveillance and always stayed at home. If he had not been an accomplice, he would have had no reason to visit the Duke at night. But he also didn't understand the young master's true motives. All the aristocrats gathered there were extremely suspicious. The Marquises of Dion and Pilsen, the Count of Montbly, and the Countess of Tenon are all from families that do not get along with the emperor. After Arjun and Arian moved into the castle, the aristocrats began to openly protest and humiliate the illegitimate children. It can't be, so that's why the prince disliked the children of the aristocrat Montbly. But the one who gathered them all, Duke Rosia, is on good terms with the imperial family. Not only has there been no suspicious activity on his part over all these years, but he is also a distant relative of the empress. And yet he is the main instigator of the meeting of all those protesting against the imperial family. At this time, Duke Rosia was finishing his speech on the plan. And now the time had come to prove their trust in each other. The count did not understand anything. Next to him lay a document they all had to sign to officially become members against the emperor. Now they have evidence of treason, so they should not dare to betray him. The third prince figured him out pretty quickly, so it's likely that they'll catch the duke, and that will be the end of it. Suddenly, the duke approached the count, asking if he would sign the document. He became frightened and said that he would sign it. There were 2 days left before moving to the castle. The weather was warm, and the children went out into the garden. The children asked Riolu something, but he remained silent, seemingly thinking about the future. Arian asked him if everything was okay because he was worried and confused. The guy immediately apologized for not answering the prince and princess, but they understood. If something is bothering him, he can tell them. The guy was surprised. He decided to ask why they were so kind to him. Arian asked to consider it friendship. He was like a brother to them. Brother in misfortune, she understood that it was stupid to make such statements, but still, these illegitimate imperial children are surrounded by nothing but misfortune throughout their lives. But they were simply born, and they have the right to live and be happy. They and Argan decided for themselves that they would survive in the palace by any means necessary, and when they grew up, they would travel together. Riolu was shocked that the children were so eager to dream of a happy future. Riolu didn't laugh at all, but Arian thought that a smile would suit him. If they viewed the castle as a place where Riolu could smile, then they would be able to survive there despite their own trauma. That's why he is so important to them, why treating him well is considered very strange. Late at night, the first prince arrived at the Duchy of Rosia, and when the duke opened the door, he saw armed forces. He told the duke that he was accused of plotting against the ruling family. The duke was placed in prison, and at night the emperor and crown prince came to him. The emperor asked him to drop formalities and asked him directly whether he was involved in the group that was threatening his children. The duke immediately denied how he could threaten the imperial family. They had evidence that the magic that attacked the children and the cellar also had a count who was involved in it. When Agi caught him and imprisoned him, the count fell into a trap while looking for the cellar. After a few days of calm, the first place the count clone went was his estate. The duke said that he did not know about the disagreement between the emperor and those aristocrats. He only invited a couple of friends to the performance. Surely they would subject the upper-class aristocrats to this just because they accepted his invitation. The emperor asked to answer him for the sake of the deceased empress whether he had betrayed the imperial family. The first prince did not understand what was happening to his father. He began to mention their mother. The duke solemnly swore that he would never change. The emperor liked the people around him so much. If it weren't for him, the empress would be happy. The prince would not tolerate this, saying something he dare not say about his mother. The Duke asked if the Emperor felt guilty for the Empress's death. The Emperor only said that from tomorrow onwards he must take care of the children's safety until they reach the castle. At the meeting, all the people were talking about the arrest of the Duke, a betrayal against the imperial family. As expected, the imperial family was watching them, their document could soon be found, and then the count would be finished. After some time, the count clone came to the prince and princess for a walk, but the maids did not let him in. Suddenly, Riolu called him father. The children heard it and did not understand anything. Arion asked Ishina to let him into them, and she immediately obeyed. The count ran up to Riolu asking him to give him a minute of his time. This was very important. Argan was furious at how he dared to address another without greeting members of the imperial family. The third prince could still keep an eye on him, so he immediately apologized to the prince. Argan was saying something incredibly rude and slow. He couldn't believe that he was greeting them only now. Arion immediately asked what he wanted from Riolu. The count said that they needed to talk. The children allowed Riolu to go and talk to the man. He called him father. Left completely alone, the count began to ask the guy if he knew where the document was. The document he signed? The guy communicates with the Duke? Maybe he knows something. The count will be finished if this document is found. Duke Rosia is arrested for conspiracy. Suddenly, the guy said that the documents would not be found, and the count immediately recoiled. Riolu said that there would be no obstacles to their plan from the very beginning. Duke Rosia won't give up so easily. Riolu was sad when he remembered the children and their dreams. Riolu communicates with the Duke. Even there is something that he knows the count will gladly listen to him. He remembered Arion's words that the boy should also find happiness. In the second prince's castle, Jason sat while the second prince tried to make him look good. Anyway, the guard asked Alex not to overwork himself. He was a sneak. Finally, Jason will now be able to see his owners and nothing will stop him. The next day, Riolu came to the dungeon and the guards immediately stopped him. He said that His Majesty gave the prisoner some food. They decided to see what was inside. There was a meat pie. They missed it. As he walked inside, Riolu told the Duke that the pie was very hot and that he should eat it more carefully. The children lay in bed and realized that this was the very day they would move into the castle. Early in the morning, they were packed for the journey. Ishina said that everything was ready and it was time to leave. His Majesty the Crown Prince and the third are waiting near the entrance. But where is the second prince? Ishina said that it would be difficult for him to come, but what happened to him that he felt bad again. Everything should be fine. Ishina asked the children to go to the exit. Everything is ready and the things are loaded. Everyone was standing at the entrance as promised. Eiji immediately rushed to the children, saying that he did not want to let them go. His Majesty still hasn't said a word. Maybe he has nothing to say. They are saying goodbye. The third prince volunteered to be their protector on the way to the castle. He will protect them. No one knows what might happen. It will be safer to go with him and Killua. The first prince would also like to go, but he cannot leave his post, thinking that the third prince will be enough. They were acting too protective, all because they had recently been almost killed. The children had nothing more to say. They said that they would go. The third prince was worried. But suddenly the Emperor's voice was heard, asking them to be careful. But then he didn't even look at them, turned around and walked back. The third prince asked his guard to stay above the carriage, and he himself would stay behind. He has eagle eyesight, so he can easily spot any obstacle in their path. The third prince noticed Riolu. He should be near the children. The prince wanted to ask him about the one who ran away. Sitting in the carriage, Arion asked if Riolu was definitely following them. He should be with the rest of the servants, Ishina said. Killua followed the carriage. The children would like to be near the guy in the castle. How stupid for the guy to actually think he could run away from a member of the imperial family. He is the one that Arion and Argan treasure so much. Shouldn't he follow them? Riolu was sure that the poison wouldn't work on a member of the imperial family. But what about something that could put even a dragon to sleep? The third prince must regard this as just a small joke from an inferior person. Sitting in the carriage, the children suddenly heard a sharp and loud cry of a bird. What happened? As soon as Killua disappeared from behind the trees, the Duke's accomplices began to emerge. Suddenly, a black fog began to envelop the knights. They became weak and immediately fell unconscious. While sitting in the carriage, the children heard a crash, as if something had fallen outside. Ishina also found it strange, first the cry of the bird, and now the carriage suddenly stopped. The woman would have already wanted to go out to see what was there, but someone burst in on them. They grabbed the children. Ishina ran out after them. The robbers said that it was too easy, but Ishina did not give in, saying that this was insolence and that they should let them go immediately. The woman was pushed to the ground. Arion couldn't stand it and started making noise. We need to respect our elders. What kind of bandits are they? How low there is no honor at all, Arian said. Ishina asked the children not to say such bad words. The men were very irritated by these children. They were too talkative. They asked the children to keep their mouths shut. The twins were in a lot of pain. But suddenly Jason appeared out of nowhere and took the children. Arian saw red hair. The guard apologized for arriving so late. The men did not understand who he was, ordering them to immediately return the children to their place. Do people like them really think they can stand up to him? The children were shocked. The second prince was resting after he released Jason, but someone continued to knock on the window. The guard carried the third prince in his arms, begging Alex to help him. Alex didn't understand what could have happened. He needed to be taken to his room quickly. Eiji lay unconscious near the palace, feeling as if he had been poisoned. Alex's guard thought he needed to call someone else for help. But Alex asked not to call anyone. This could not be made public. The injury of a member of the imperial family. He would say such things, and then faint in front of others. Alex claimed that it was something completely different. But this applies to his father and Eiji, so he himself will heal his brother without prying eyes. The men did not understand who he was. He dispersed the fog with one wind. Jason turned to the madam, saying that they needed to take the children back to the castle. But how can they leave? Everyone is unconscious. Jason said that he could easily move them. Is he really going to carry them all on his back all the way to the emperor's castle? Jason immediately laughed. It was really cute. How dare he laugh at the princess? He said it would be difficult to carry them all away, so what would they do? Arian asked. Jason wanted to finish speaking, but he couldn't because a sharp blade pierced him from behind. Ishina and the children could not understand why all this was happening. The guy could not die. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice from behind telling them not to worry. Behind them stood Duke Rosia, who said that he would protect them from those who tried to kidnap them. Arian said that the guy was protecting them, and those men attacked them and tried to kidnap them. The Duke did not tell them about the difficulties. Rosia apologized to them. He did not expect this. Ishina knew that the Duke was plotting something against the Emperor's family, but he kicked her. Ishina always stood in his way, even when Ilona was alive. She was an obstacle. This happened because he desired the previous Empress. He is a shameless man. The Empress asked not to insult her husband, especially if he truly loved her. She slapped him. The Duke did not understand how she could do that. Suddenly, the Empress felt ill, and Ishina immediately ran to her to help. He said that women are all the same, and see him as a villain as soon as he gives him a fierce look. Isn't he ashamed of his actions in front of the Empress? He just has an inferiority complex. The Duke suddenly drew his sword, but Arian stood in front of Ishina, asking the Duke not to do it. He showed the two of them a rather ugly image of his character. It's all going to be pretty troublesome if this drags on for another minute. The kids have been captured. The knights searched the entire house of Duke Rosia, but were unable to find evidence of treason. The chances of proving the Duke's guilt are disappearing. They need solid evidence that he committed treason against the Empire. Suddenly, a servant entered the room conveying a message from the second prince, calling the crown prince to come to him quickly. Alex met his brother. He didn't look very healthy compared to the one he saw. He had used up all the remaining magic in him, and he and the guard were exhausted. Suddenly, he saw a guard from behind. He said that Eiji had lost consciousness. Alex completely restored him. They used a pretty strong poison. If he wasn't a member of the imperial family, he would have died long ago. The first prince was confused. Killua had to tell him all the details. Eiji said that he was deceived by someone with a scar on his face. After these words, he lost consciousness. This is the man he saw at Duke Roshia's estate. Eiji was deceived by him. Besides him and Eiji, they brought 10 more knights. It won't be easy to deal with them. This is someone who can get hold of a poison strong enough to knock out a member of the imperial family. They probably prepared something for the knights. Killua had no excuse, but if he left Eiji, it would have been a bigger disaster. The prince asked Killua to go back and check the location of the children, and he will call the knights and find the man who poisoned Eiji. Then he will meet with Duke Rosia. Alex was ordered to rest. He is the best healer in the palace, and it is unclear when his help will be needed. The crown prince asked Alex if he had sent a message to his father, but his father was now outside the palace, checking the guards. Since they are not completely sure, they should not distract their father from his duties. The emperor stood on the roof of the palace. A light wind was blowing, and it smelled of wolves. In their sleep, the children felt the cold floor, and when they woke up, they were scared. Arian started screaming, asking if Argan was okay and what happened to the others. Suddenly, Duke Rosia began to cautiously emerge from the darkness, saying that they were very calm. He thought they would cry non-stop, maybe because they were members of the imperial family. The children asked what happened to Ishina and the red-haired boy. But isn't it obvious that he killed them both right there in the clearing near the carriage? Since they are the only ones he needs, why doesn't he just kill them? I shouldn't have gotten close to them. They shouldn't have dated anyone at all. It's all because of them. She believed that the Duke was a good man, so why kill innocent people? He gives such simple, illegitimate children an opportunity, he can't be bad. Pointing his sword, the Duke said that the two of them could help the Empire with their deaths. The first prince came to the dungeon, but the Duke was not there. The knights said that they deserved to be punished. They only stepped away for a minute. There was a teleportation scroll in the pie. The prince immediately asked who delivered the pie to the Duke. They replied that it was an order from His Majesty and that it was brought by a guy with a scar on his face. The Duke of Rosia escaped from prison. This is a clear violation of the law. The prince immediately ordered to search everything. The children were shocked how this was their death. Why should they die? He told them that he would kill them, but suddenly he asked if the children were in the square in the morning. They were not there. They were always kept in the Delornan castle or the palace. Even in the morning, life is in full swing there. People start their working day at the trading points, carts filled with goods from all corners of the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that all the townspeople visited the square at this time of day, but what is he trying to say? The Duke thought to display their bodies there, still warm and completely covered in blood. He will tell the people the truth that the Emperor of Uriana has fathered illegitimate children. Their belief that no wounds, illnesses, or even death itself are terrible for members of the imperial family will be immediately destroyed. How good it is that they have golden hair, how symbolic it is. If rumors spread that the power of the imperial blood was an illusion, it would lead to a loss of authority. Whose family has ruled for generations since the founding of the state, what other benefit could the empire have from them? This is such a noble death, the Duke said. Isn't this what the Emperor's illegitimate children deserve? The Duke wanted to see the Emperor's face when he took his children away. The man had gone completely mad. This will be his best revenge, because the Emperor loves the twins too much. The children did not understand what kind of nonsense this crazy man was talking about, what kind of love. The knights came to the roof saying that it was time for them to return to the palace. All business was finished. But suddenly something fell right in front of them. The knights became frightened and moved away. Jason was sitting in front of the Emperor, and in his arms was the wounded Ishina. What happened? But the Emperor asked only one thing: where were his children, and whether they were alive at all. Jason didn't know where the children were. Someone hit him in the back and he lost consciousness. He desperately tried to recover. But when he woke up, there was no one there except this racing girl on the verge of death. Jason decided it would be better to tell the Emperor directly. Shouldn't he be protecting the children? At the moment, the guard of the twins is slightly stronger than an ordinary magician. His owners did not feel happiness or a drop of pride for their family. The Emperor asked if he knew who was behind all this. 2 grown men. They both used bloodlust magic, but he couldn't see their faces. But Ishina was able to say 2 words: Duke Rosia. The Emperor understood everything, asking the guard for forgiveness. The Emperor could have saved them on his own. The only one to blame for everything is himself. Jackson couldn't believe he just realized this. The knights were shocked that he said this to the Emperor. But he still has a chance to become a good father for them. He is still alive, and his heart is proof that the children are alive. It is extremely painful for Jackson to give up the role of the children's savior to the Emperor, but now his strength is running out. The guard begged His Majesty to save the children from death, and the Emperor rushed off on horseback. Suddenly the children told the Duke that the Emperor would not save them. It was useless. These kids really don't understand anything, but soon everything will become true. The Duke said he had business to attend to, so he would be away for a while, a chance to escape. They thought they could escape, but they were assigned the same people who attacked them. They were very irritated by the fact that they were sitting in the same room with these creatures. Arian said that people like them always say the same thing. Apparently they don't have enough brains to be original. Now it's clear why someone like them blindly follow the Duke. Some nobles began to turn hostile against the imperial family when it was time for Ilona to take the throne as empress. It seems that the nobles have begun to forget who is in front of them, and the Emperor will not repeat the words twice. Then everything died down. After the children arrived, the number of crimes increased. The first prince had been at the Duke's estate for a long time, questioning his son. But suddenly the Emperor appeared on the threshold. The first prince did not expect to see him so soon. Duke Rosia escaped from prison. He and his knights occupied the estate and are interrogating the young master. The Emperor asked the boy to tell him where his children were or where they might be. He doesn't have much time. If he doesn't tell now, the Emperor will wipe out all traces of the Rosia family from the face of the earth. The boy asked for forgiveness for his rudeness, but he wanted to make a deal with His Majesty. If he helps the Emperor save the prince and princess, the Emperor will spare his family. The Emperor listened carefully to the young boy. The boy was confident that he could save them. In a dark room sat children and men who threatened them with magic. Coming closer, he asked them how many broken bones they wanted. But the second guy asked him to stop, because if they got hurt, the Duke wouldn't like it. Arian called Argan, saying that she would rather die than become their puppet. She thought that Duke Rosia was good, but he was a hypocrite and a real villain. If that's the case, then Riolu was too. Little Arian immediately became sad. How could they screw up so badly? Was he really in cahoots with the Duke? The only people who could be trusted were Ishina and the red-haired guy, but now they are gone and it is too late. But the man did not stop trying to annoy the little children. Argan asked the guy to shut up finally. Did he really think that they would worship him? Arian also did not remain silent, saying that they would not surrender to people like them. Previously, the man just wanted to scare them, but the jokes ended and he got tired of them. Now he really wanted to kill them. He gathered all his strength and directed it at the children. But as soon as the magic hit the children, the protective barrier worked and nothing harmed them. A huge surge of magic pierced the sky with its glow. It was strong magic. Alex immediately felt his energy from this flow. These are definitely children. The protective magic he cast on them made the guard even more worried. The third prince's guard in the forest also saw Alex's energy. The magic came from a place outside the city. The Duke was in the city. Next to a merchant, she asked for payment for everything first. A powerful scroll of black magic. Using this, he can break the mind of anyone. But suddenly the Duke also noticed a surge of energy, healing and protection. This magic of the second prince, and it came from where the twins were. The Duke immediately quickly mounted his horse, realizing that something had gone wrong. The Emperor and the first prince realized that it was Alex, and that only he could create such a spell. Most likely this is the magic that he used on children in case of an emergency, which means someone attacked the children. The Emperor wanted to take the fastest horses, but suddenly Killua appeared in front of them. He asked to fly on it. It is faster than any transport on the continent. The children were surprised, but it looked like the magic of the second prince, the one he had cast on them then. They definitely decided that they couldn't stay there and needed to escape as quickly as possible. These guys were blinded by the light. This is their chance. If they run in the direction they came from, they will find a way out. The children were about to run away, but Argan was grabbed by one of the guys. It seems they were not going to let them go. He held Arjun by her clothes, and Arian grabbed her by the ponytail in which her hair was gathered. The man was furious, calling the children vile creatures and threatening that they would not be spared. He talked about how he would break their fingers, one by one. But suddenly there was a strange sound. The man let go of the children and he and his partner fell to the floor. And then they heard a familiar voice saying that he was glad that the twins were safe. When the children turned around, they were very surprised because it was Riolu, and he just stood there silently, looking at the twins. It was he who hit the kidnappers so hard that they were rendered unconscious. The children were surprised by his appearance, but Riolu was in no hurry to answer questions, but began to untie them. After the twins were untied, Argan angrily asked if he had come to make sure they were dead. He angrily asked to answer whether Riolu was working for the Duke. To this, the guy quietly said that he could not answer this question yet. Arian looked at Riolu in disappointment, and her brother clenched his fists in anger. The guy sadly added that he sincerely hoped that they both would be safe. The twins looked at Riolu and didn't understand what kind of expression was on his face. Suddenly, they heard voices behind them. Their kidnappers had woken up. They asked Riolu why he attacked them, since he was one of the Duke's servants. The guy, looking at the men who had come to their senses, noticed that they were strong. One of the kidnappers realized that he had betrayed them, and the other offered to capture him too in order to get more money. Standing in front of the children, Riolu asked them to hide behind him. And then he added that the magic of bloodthirstiness strongly affects the body of the magician, and therefore they will not be able to cast a lot of spells. Riolu asked the children to run away while he distracted the men, but Argan angrily shouted that they couldn't trust him. The guy, without turning around, only said that if he did not save them, his father would be in danger. And he added whether they could believe it, which puzzled the twins. At this time, the remaining conspirators met, and one of them told the news that the Duke of Rosia had escaped from prison. They discussed that the Crown Prince himself was looking for him, and they didn't think that everything would be so serious. The Marchioness doubted that the Duke was of sound mind, because he assured them that everything would go smoothly. He also didn't tell anyone his plan because he wanted to be the only one facing danger. Everyone except Count Klon grinned and couldn't believe it. Only he stood there with a serious look and understood that this was entirely possible. Count Clone remembered the conversation with Riolu, where he asked him to tell him something about the plan. But he only answered calmly so that the Count would not worry. After all, if the Duke's plans fail, Riolu will protect him in any case. With these words, he greatly surprised the aristocrats, because he did not understand what he needed to be protected from. And then it dawned on the Count that Riolu had said that the Duke's plans would fail, and he looked at the guy in shock. But Riolu didn't answer and simply left silently. That's why the Count had a bad feeling about this situation, but the guy promised to protect him. So, this small group of conspirators continued to discuss the Duke and the current situation. Meanwhile, the twins were looking at Riolu's back and wondering which father they were talking about, and if Count Klon was also involved. Here, Riolu added that the son of Duke Rosia promised that he would help free his father if he saved them. These words surprised Argan and Arian very much. They did not understand why he needed this. Riolu suddenly asked if they were going to run away. Hearing this, the kidnappers said that they would not allow them to do so. The men rushed to the attack, saying that if the twins escaped, the Duke would not pay them. Riolu responded by punching the first attacker in the face, but then the second one also attacked and hit the guy. The children watched in fear as Riolu fell, and the men prepared to beat him until he got up. The twins watched in shock as the kidnappers beat the boy and asked them to stop. Putting his foot in a boot on the head of the beaten Riolu, one of the men said that this is how this world works. And then he moved menacingly towards the twins, who were sitting on the cold floor, holding hands. The kidnapper slammed his fist into the palm of his hand, looking forward to beating up all three of them. Looking in horror at the approaching man, the children wondered why they were so weak. After all, they couldn't do anything in this situation and just watched as Riolu was beaten. And at this time, the kidnapper extended his hand towards the twins, intending to break each of their fingers. In fear, Arjun and Arian huddled together and closed their eyes. But then there was a loud sound, and a crack appeared on the wall, from which a bright light appeared. The kidnappers turned around. They looked around and tried to understand what was happening. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, and the part of the wall where the crack was simply broke. The children fell to the floor, covering their eyes from the bright light and covering their faces with their hands from the small stones flying from the wall. The kidnappers, however, could not believe that the wall was destroyed because it was impossible. Footsteps were heard, and a man stepped into the opening in the wall. It was a golden-haired man, and he was furious that someone would do something like this. The children, hearing a familiar voice, opened their eyes in amazement. The emperor himself entered the dungeon through a hole. The kidnappers, however, could not believe that he could come here, and the emperor was so furious that he decided that the price for the fact that they dared to touch his children would be carved on their bones. The kidnappers were very scared because no one warned them that something like this could happen. They could not believe that the emperor himself had appeared to save the illegitimate children. The twins couldn't believe it either. They looked at him in surprise. And they also remembered how he had just called them his children. His Majesty responded to the kidnappers' words by saying that they had not kidnapped illegitimate children, but the prince and princess of this empire. He also added that they were his children, whom he adopted. The twins looked at the emperor with wide eyes in surprise. The kidnappers thought that this was the end for them. They were very scared. And then one of the men turned around and saw children behind him, and a great idea came into his head. He turned sharply and grabbed the children by their little hands with his own. And then, smiling nastily, he turned to His Majesty and said that they too wanted to live. One of the kidnappers held the children tightly, pressing them to himself, and the other suggested that the emperor think again because the lives of his children were in their hands. His Majesty, looking at all this, noticed that they were disgusting creatures. The kidnappers, still grinning vilely, said that they would not give the children to the emperor just like that. But they forgot about Riolu, who was behind and spat at one of the men who was threatening the children with magic. He was all beaten up, but he didn't give up and came to help. The second kidnapper decided to hit him with magic, still holding the children tightly to himself. But at that moment, the voice of the emperor was heard, who said that now he would show them real magic. Suddenly, the children were enveloped in a green hemisphere, and they smoothly rose into the air, surprising the kidnappers. The twins flew up to the emperor and found themselves pressed tightly to his chest. Looking at his children with concern, he asked if they were hurt. Looking at the emperor with surprised eyes, they replied that everything was fine. And then His Majesty said that he would close their eyes for a while. A dark sphere appeared around their heads, preventing the children from seeing what was happening. They were very curious about what was going on there, but they couldn't see it. The emperor decided not to hold back and released his magic. Seeing the power of His Majesty's magic, the kidnappers fell to their knees and lowered their heads, asking for mercy. They tried to convince the emperor that they were following orders and did not want to harm the children. Hearing this, the twins thought that this was a lie. But the emperor did not listen to them. He was very angry that they dared to touch his children and simply ordered them to shut up. And then he struck the kidnappers with his magic with all his might. As a result, part of the wall simply evaporated. Such was the power of the emperor's magic. The third prince's guard and the crown prince were surprised, as it had been a very long time since they had seen the emperor's magic. The crown prince noted that his father had always avoided using it because it was so powerful, but this must be a special case, he decided. Killua didn't understand something and decided to ask Lloyd about it. He asked the crown prince why the duke had chosen this particular place, since it was not quite suitable for keeping children there. He also noticed that not long ago, a flower garden had been used here. To this, Lloyd replied that it was his mother's old castle, and it was her favorite place. But the third prince's guard still couldn't understand why the duke hid the children in a place well known to the emperor. Lloyd also did not understand why, having kidnapped the members of the imperial family, he left them in a place without protection. He, too, did not understand what Duke Rozio was thinking at that moment. And then, under the tree, he saw a horse grazing peacefully. Killua looked at the horse and noticed that it wasn't there before. Meanwhile, the bodies of the kidnappers dissolved under the influence of the emperor's magic. The twins wondered if it was all over yet, since they hadn't seen anything. At this time, the emperor decided that it was time to open the children's eyes. Looking at the place where the kidnappers had been, the twins saw that only ashes were left of them. Looking at the emperor, they thought that they knew his power was great. And then the emperor saw another man who stood behind the kidnappers. The twins, hearing the emperor's words, turned around in surprise. After all, Riolu was standing there, but while the emperor was dealing with the kidnappers, they managed to forget about him. Argan replied to the emperor that this man was one of the duke's subordinates. Hearing this, His Majesty was enveloped in magic again, and his eyes became angry. Riolu, hearing this, turned pale but was ready to accept his fate. Arian looked at him with pity and turned to the emperor. She lowered her head and said that this man was trying to save them and he was not bad at all. Riolu was very surprised that the girl stood up for him. But then suddenly a voice was heard that said that the only bad person here was the emperor. His Majesty frowned and looked angrily at the man who appeared behind Riolu. After all, the man who started all this appeared there, Duke Rosia. And then he turned to His Highness and said that he did not expect him to come before him. At this time, the emperor activated his magic, and under its influence, the duke fell to his knees. His Majesty said that he would grant the duke's life because he was a friend of the empress. The duke responded to this that if it were not for the emperor, Her Majesty would be alive. The twins sitting on the hand thought that the duke had a grudge against the late empress. To these words, the emperor replied that Ilona was ill and initially had no more than 3 years to live. He also added that he gave her his protector to slow down the progression of the disease. And only thanks to the powers of his protector, the empress was able to live for a few more years. The emperor sadly continued that he could not save her from death and blamed himself for his inability to protect his wife. He remembered how Ilona, lying on the bed, held his hand and asked him not to blame himself. After all, she didn't regret anything, and their marriage brought her a lot of happiness. And then, the emperor decisively added that he would consider the words about his wife dying because of him as an insult to her memory. The twins looked in surprise at the sad, but at the same time so determined emperor they felt sorry for him. But the duke did not agree. He believed that His Majesty, from the very beginning, had a sad motive. After all, she was the 4th daughter of the lowest nobleman, and the emperor deliberately chose her so that she could not become a threat to his power. To these words, the emperor replied that Ilona was not a thing, and when he proposed to her, she chose him herself. In response, the duke shouted that he had chosen her first, and she was to become his woman. In their minds, the twins decided that the nonsense that the duke was talking was disgusting to them. They realized that he considered people his property. The duke, meanwhile, kept shouting and accusing the emperor that everything that happened to Ilona was his fault. The children were shocked. They did not understand how the duke could speak like that about his loved one. They thought that the inferiority complex in comparison with the emperor had driven the duke completely crazy. His Majesty, meanwhile, increased the pressure with his force. He replied to the duke that he had no idea what he was talking about, and he forbade anyone to pronounce his wife's name with his vile mouth. The Duke replied that the Emperor had no right to say such a thing and advised him to look at what he was holding in his hands. Looking at the twins, he accused the Emperor of creating these vile monsters. He also added that in words, His Majesty is the epitome of innocence, but he was with another woman, to which he replied in the negative, and then added that he had never betrayed his wife. Hearing this, the twins turned around because it felt like it was true, but they didn't understand how this could happen. And at the same time, they understood that they were born somehow, so the words of the Emperor could not be true. And then their father added that if Duke Rosia said such words again, he would turn his body into dust. His Majesty replied that these children were his, and they were members of the imperial family, which he served. The twins were shocked because he again said that they were his children. Riolu looked at the Duke and then suddenly he called his name. The Duke took something out of the inside pocket of his coat and threw the paper at the servant. The guy was surprised. He didn't understand what it was, but the Duke ordered to use it quickly because this scroll was very difficult to get. And then the Duke added that since it had come to this, he would simply destroy the Emperor. Riolu felt the compressed magic and realized that it was a dangerous scroll, covered in many curses. The Emperor, looking at this, decided that it was even funny to use an illegal scroll. At this time, the Duke ordered Riolu to get rid of the Emperor. The boy noticed that using this scroll was dangerous, but the Duke didn't care, and he ordered it to be used now. And then he added that the life of Riolu's father was in his hands, and therefore he had to sacrifice himself. Hearing this, Riolu only agreed with the Duke's words. The twins were shocked to hear about the guy's father. They didn't think it was that serious. Riolu activated the scroll. A dark sphere appeared around him. Seeing this, the Emperor put up a shield of his magic so that the children and himself would not be harmed. He looked at the children with warmth and asked them not to be afraid. The twins, in response, only looked at their father in silence and surprise. The Duke laughed madly, and also said that this scroll cost a huge amount of money and that even the Emperor could not stop it. The twins, looking at what was happening through the shield, thought that the Duke was too self-confident. Finally, the scroll was fully activated and Riolu said that it was ready. At that moment, the Duke laughed evilly and said that His Majesty should die. But something went wrong, because Riolu directed this ball of dark magic not at the Emperor, but at the Duke. The Duke did not understand why and for what reason the boy threw the ball with curses at him. In impotent rage, he screamed at Riolu about how he dared to betray him. The guy calmly replied that it was time to pay them back for their sins. Riolu watched as the Duke clutched his head in the dark purple haze. The Duke, after wild screams, simply fell to the floor, unconscious. The Emperor explained that this magic destroys the human mind. When the haze cleared, everyone saw that the Duke had turned gray and was drooling, and they realized that he would live the rest of his life as an invalid. Suddenly, Riolu bent over and started coughing violently. He was in a lot of pain. The twins did not understand what was happening to him because along with the cough, blood appeared from his mouth. They asked the Emperor to let them go and ran up to him because they were worried about him. His Majesty explained that this was a side effect of using bloodlust magic. He also added that the scroll was made by an underground organization, so anyone who curses another person must be prepared to experience severe pain themselves. The twins looked at each other. They didn't understand what to do now. The Emperor, folding his arms across his chest and closing his eyes, called the Crown Prince. Everyone was very surprised to see Lloyd and Killua there, but as soon as they saw the horse, they hurried towards them and stood in the shadows. The twins looked at the Crown Prince with wide eyes and wondered when he had appeared, but he only asked them if they were okay. The Emperor asked his son to take the young man and the Duke back to the palace and have them examined by a physician upon arrival. Suddenly, Lloyd asked the guy with the scar on his face to say his name. Riolu introduced himself without looking up. He knew that they knew about him. Killua was furious because it was he who dared to attack Eiji. The Crown Prince, at that moment, said that for the fact that Riolu dared to injure his brother, the third prince, he would have to be punished. The twins were very surprised to hear this, and the guy said that he would accept any punishment. And then he looked at the Emperor and said that he had a request for him. With his head bowed, Riolu begged His Majesty not to destroy the entire Rosia duchy. Arjun and Arian looked at him with questions in their eyes and confusion, hearing this strange request. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince's guard also could not understand why he was asking for something other than himself, and only the Emperor at that moment remembered something. Namely, how the young Lord Rosia asked him to save his family if he helped find the prince and princess. The Emperor looked closely at Riolu and asked if he was talking about the Duke's son, and then His Majesty gave his promise even though they had to suffer severe punishment. He also added that since Riolu sacrificed himself to protect his children, he would soften him up. With a sigh of relief, Riolu thanked the emperor with all his heart. The children turned around and looked closely at the boy. They did not understand how this decision could suit him. Then Riolu turned to the prince and princess, causing Aryan to smile. The boy bowed his head, closed his eyes, and asked both children for forgiveness, and he added that he apologized for putting them in danger and despising them. He explained that he was very envious of the way they lived. Riolu thought that all illegitimate children should suffer. At this time, he remembered his childhood and said that endless misfortunes were commonplace for him, and he never thought about happiness. Looking at the children, he said that he was very pathetic because he thought so narrowly, although he was much older than them. To these words, Argan replied that Riolu was still young and there were no good people around him. After these words, everyone looked at the children in surprise because they were the youngest here. Aryan took Riolu's hand and smiled warmly at him, saying that he could still become happy. The boy looked at the twins with wide eyes in surprise, and the children just looked at him with kind eyes and a smile on their daughter's face. Lowering his head, Riolu noticed that the two of them didn't look like children at all. And then they watched as the crown prince and the third guard took away the duke and his servant. The green-haired guy suddenly became a hawk and flew away with 3 people on his back. Seeing this, the twins stood up with their eyes and mouths wide open. And then they too left the tower in which they were locked. The children stood outside, and the wind blew their hair. They watched the setting sun and thought that now they were finally safe. While the twins were watching the sunset, the emperor approached them. Calling them by name, he asked where they would like to go now. The children looked at their father in surprise, because for a moment it seemed to them that he had read their thoughts. Looking at each other and becoming sad, they thought that they could not understand where their place was in this world now. They thought that the one who gave them life did not want to see them near him. But at this time, the emperor said that if it was very painful for them to be near him, then he would take them there and would help them in every way. The children looked at the emperor in surprise, and he added that they could live wherever they wanted. Looking at them, the emperor added that they were his children, and he would never give them to anyone else. The children watched and listened to the emperor with wide eyes and surprise. They thought he was weird, and they couldn't figure out if he loved them or not. The children remembered that the emperor was the one who abandoned them, and he did not deserve forgiveness at all. But his words were so warm that tears began to roll from the children's eyes. The emperor, seeing this, simply walked up to his children, dropped to one knee, and hugged them tightly. Aryan thought that they felt warmth for the first time in this world, and her tears flowed without stopping. Argan, wiping tears from his eyes, pushed away the emperor's hand and asked him to let him go. And then the father, looking at his children, said that he would listen to any of their wishes. When he said that if they didn't like living in the imperial palace, they could live in Delornan Castle, Aryan exclaimed in denial. She added, crying, that she hated this castle and that it could send them anywhere but there. The girl cried bitterly and said that she would do anything just to avoid going to that castle. She felt very sorry for herself, but she couldn't stop. Aryan looked at the emperor and begged him not to send them to this place. The emperor's hand clenched into a fist. He didn't think that this place had brought his children so much pain. And then, looking at the twins, the emperor asked for forgiveness for not understanding them both well. Argan responded to this by saying that he had brought them here of his own free will and then thrown them out of his own free will, and there was no need to say such words now. Crying, he added that their father, from the very beginning, had been indifferent to their suffering. The children did not understand why exactly now and why all this was happening. They cried bitterly. Suddenly, Aryan hugged Arjun tightly, because he was her other half. She hugged him and thought that her brother was sometimes cold, but in fact he was very open and reflected her true feelings like a mirror. The girl thought that he could behave very steadfastly and well-mannered, but sometimes his cup of patience overflowed and he broke down. Looking at Argan's tears and the slight trembling in his hands, she realized something, namely that after 5 years of hiding their emotions, their hearts finally thaw because of this man. Argan cried and screamed that he never tried to save them when they were terribly ill and in pain. And then he added that the emperor didn't even want them to be born. The boy asked his father why he had barged into their lives, because he would then throw them out when he got tired of them. The emperor closed his eyes at these words. The children cried in his arms and said that if he was going to abandon them again, then he shouldn't be so kind to them. His Majesty bowed his head and held his children close to him, realizing that he had done nothing to ease their pain. The words came out of the emperor's mouth with difficulty, and the children could even feel a slight tremor as he hugged them. He asked for forgiveness for being a bad father and hurting them, because he knows so little about them, although he wanted to give what he could not give before. He also apologized for not being able to pick them up earlier and for not being with them during difficult times. And at that moment, when the emperor apologized, the children realized that for the first time in their lives, they heard such a sincere apology. After all, just one drop of warmth is enough to melt frozen hearts. The emperor let the children go and, looking at them, said that there was so much he could not do for them. And then, looking warmly at the twins, he asked them to stay with him. After these words, the children, with their eyes wide open and tears flowing, looked at the emperor. They did not expect that he would ask them about this. The twins cried so much that it seemed like their eyes were melting. They didn't really remember what happened after all those tears. The last thing they saw was themselves falling asleep in the arms of the emperor. The emperor took the children to his room and put them to bed while they were sleeping. Standing next to the bed, he looked at how small and defenseless they were, sleeping in his bed. He remembered how pregnant Rurahel screamed that these children were his. And looking at the peacefully sleeping twins, he realized that she was right. At this time, at the Rosia estate, the young lord met the crown prince. Lloyd, along with the guards, brought Duke Rosia. All the servants were shocked by his appearance. The crown prince said that since the duke was now mentally and physically paralyzed, he would be under permanent house arrest. He also added that, in addition to the estate, all other privileges owned by the Rosia family would be confiscated. And also, young Rosia will be exiled for 10 years. Bowing, the young lord agreed to this. When the crown prince asked the young man why he was not surprised, he replied that he was grateful that his estate had not been destroyed, despite the injuries inflicted by members of the imperial family. Lloyd asked if he was surprised that his father was in such a state, to which the young man replied in the negative, because he had been waiting for something like this for several years. And he added that since Her Majesty died, his father was unable to make adequate decisions. The young lord said that the feeling of inferiority and obsession with the emperor had driven his father completely mad. He said that his father started recruiting people from the slums who were capable of killing and started investing money in illegal scrolls, and also, he did not fulfill his duties as a duke. The young man added that when his father decided to kidnap and kill members of the imperial family, he realized what fate was in store for him. Hearing this, the crown prince wondered if this was really why he had betrayed the duke and came up with a plan to retreat. To this, the young lord replied that for him, the estate was much more important than the family, and he is very glad that he remained alive, even though the duchy is just a decoration. Looking at the kneeling servants and the young lord, Lloyd made a decision that from that moment on, the estate would be under the protection of the Knights of the Empire, and anyone who wanted to could freely leave it. At this time, the young lord thought that the punishment for treason was somehow too lenient. Remembering his father's servant, he assumed that this punishment was because of that guy. Morning came, Arian woke up and opened her eyes. At that moment, she realized that she was in the emperor's bed. She heard voices that said that the young Lord Rosia had been exiled for 10 years. Turning her head, the girl looked in surprise at the emperor, who was talking to the crown prince. At that moment, she remembered how they cried in his arms. And then, suddenly, Argan's voice was heard, saying that everything hurt. The emperor and his son, hearing this, turned around and looked at the bed. They saw Arian trying to wake up her brother, who was hugging her tightly. Pinching his cheeks, she told him that the emperor and the crown prince were also in the room. Finally, she managed to wake Argan up and he opened his eyes. Looking, the boy saw the emperor standing by the bed and the crown prince who was trying to hold back his laughter. His Majesty, looking at the children, smiled and asked if they were awake. The children were very surprised and blushed deeply from the kind way he asked this. They were very embarrassed and covered their faces with their hands, which worried the emperor, and he asked if they were in any pain. The twins, hearing this, sat up on the bed, folded their hands on their knees, and answered the question in the negative. The emperor, however, asked them not to speak to him so formally, and the children were simply ashamed. And then he added that there were still a couple of things that needed to be taken care of today, so the two of them would also be busy today. Argan mentally assumed that there would be a lot of trouble because of the kidnapping. Arian became sad, lowered her head, and mentally agreed with her brother. And then she remembered about Ishan and the red-headed guy who probably died. These thoughts and the fact that they felt sorry for the two who were trying to protect them made them feel sad. The emperor at that moment approached the bed and placed his hands on the children's heads, which made the crown prince envy him. After holding his hands on the children's heads for a while, His Majesty told them to rest and that he would order breakfast to be prepared for them. As he was leaving, the emperor turned around and added that once the twins were finished, they should go to the second prince's palace because there was someone there with whom they were obliged to meet. The crown prince looked at the children, surprised by their father's actions, and then, saying goodbye, said that they would see each other again. The maids bowed as they opened the door, and the emperor and the crown prince left the room. The twins, left alone, wondered for a long time who they were supposed to see. Near the palace of the second prince, the emperor met them, but the children still did not understand who they would see. Hearing a familiar voice that greeted the prince and princess, they turned around. Ishina emerged from the palace gates, accompanied by the second prince, leaning on a cane. When the children saw her, they rushed towards her with tears in their eyes, and she knelt down to catch them. Alex also hoped that the twins would greet him the same way, but at that moment they only saw the headmaid. The twins cried, hugging the woman tightly, and Alex quietly envied her. Ishina, in response, also hugged the children tightly, but they could not stop because they thought that she had died. After some time, the headmaid released the prince and princess and remarked that members of the imperial family should not cry so loudly. Arian, at that moment, thought that she didn't know that her eyes were still capable of crying. The maids standing next to the emperor and watching this scene were also almost in tears. The twins rushed into Ishina's arms again. They were grateful and very happy that she was alive. Then the children were told that the red-haired guy saved Ishina when the duke took them away, and then Alex cured them both. They then added that as soon as the headmaid came to her senses, the red-haired guy disappeared. Arian was very grateful to this kind and mysterious man with scarlet hair. She mentally asked her brother if they could meet him again, to which Argan replied that he felt that their paths would cross again. The girl smiled happily because she knew that if her brother said so, then so it would be. The emperor said that Ishina was returning to her hometown to recover, and he would pay her so much that she would not be able to spend it in her entire life. With these words, he surprised the twins. Suddenly, Ishina turned to the prince and princess and, pressing her hand to her chest, apologized for her rudeness at their first meeting. The children were surprised by her words and believed that they did not remember anything about it. Still holding her hand on her chest, the headmaid thanked them for their kindness and said that they were both wonderful members of the imperial family. Ishina also asked the twins to live together with the emperor and princes, to live as a friendly and united family. She added that she believed that their rightful place was in the emperor's palace, and then, looking warmly at Arian and Argan, she wished them happiness. Hearing this, the children bowed their heads and thanked Ishina. At this time, the third prince's guard was watching what was happening at the gate from the window. He looked at Eiji, who was sitting in the corner of the room, and asked if he wanted to see the twins. But he was depressed. He considered himself pathetic, because he, the prince of the empire, lost to an ordinary person and had no right to see them. And then he added that he was most angry at himself for being so careless. Killua walked up to the prince, sat down next to him and lightly hit him on the head with his hand, saying that he shouldn't blame himself. And then he added that what was important was what was ahead and stroked Eiji on the head. After these words and actions of his guard, the third prince blushed slightly. He decided that he would become stronger and be able to protect Arian and Argan. After parting with Ishina, her words continued to echo in the twins' heads, words about them living together with the emperor and princes. So the prince and princess turned around at the same time and looked at their father, and His Majesty, with only a slight smile, watched them all this time. While the children were wondering what to do next, the emperor addressed them by name. And then the children felt a green sphere envelop them, and lifting off the ground, they took off. Once in the emperor's arms, the children heard that he had prepared the best black tea and delicacies. The twins did not expect that the emperor himself would carry them in his arms and blushed deeply from embarrassment. And His Majesty, still walking, continued to talk about how he had heard that they loved pasta and suggested having tea together. Suddenly, they heard Alex turn to his father, saying that it was probably too hard for him to carry two people at once, and offering to carry one of them. Without turning around, the emperor replied that it was easy for a member of the imperial family. Already walking down the corridor, Alex noticed that he was also a member of this family, to which his father replied that he was a prince, and he had to fulfill his duties. Sitting at the table, on which there were many delicacies, the children thought about what the emperor said, that they had many important things to do, and whether they could waste their time like this. At this time, their father approached them, saying that there were several flaws for them to remain in the imperial palace. He ordered the servant to make a play area for the children and a place where they could dine alone. The twins, hearing this, were surprised by such flaws. He also ordered to make a glass ceiling and a place in the garden, and also ordered to bring there everything they might need. Arjun frowned and thought that their father was going to lock them in here completely, and Aryan turned to him and said that there was no need to go so far, they could play outside. Taking a sip of tea from his cup, the emperor noticed that her address, Your Majesty, sounded cold. The twins' eyes widened in surprise. They didn't understand what just happened. And the emperor added that if they wanted something, they should call him father, like the other princes, to which the children unanimously said no. And they added that then let everything be at his discretion. His Majesty at that moment thought that they would not soon fulfill the dream, Ishin. The prince and princess looked at their father carefully, not knowing what else to expect from him. The emperor, turning to the servant, ordered the magicians to immediately transform the room into something appropriate. In their minds, the brother and sister discussed how the magicians would remodel the room, and they were very curious. They would like to see how this would happen, but they did not dare ask the emperor about it, because he could force them to call him Pope. With wide eyes, Aryan and Arjun looked attentively at his Majesty. And he, with a very serious expression on his face, looked at his children. Arjun assumed that the emperor wanted to tell them something, and his sister agreed. Addressing the twins by name and taking a mug of tea in his hands, he began to speak, but suddenly fell silent. And then he changed his mind about saying anything and just started drinking tea. The twins looked at the emperor with suspicion, because it seemed to them that he was simply hiding behind this mug. Frowning, Arjun decided to ask his Majesty directly if he wanted to tell them something. But the emperor only remained silent in response. Arjun did not understand why he was silent, and this silence was killing him. The maid standing nearby watched as the boy tried to get his father to tell him what he wanted to tell them. With a smile on her face, she thought about how the prince and princess had changed. The maid remembered how they used to be very worried when they were in the same room with His Majesty. The girl noticed that now the children communicate more freely with their father. Ignoring all of Arjun's attempts to get him to talk, the emperor invited the children to go for a walk with him. Soon they reached the place where the magicians were performing their magic, changing the children's room. The twins were absolutely delighted, only now did they understand what it meant to change something with magic. Seeing how his children were surprised and delighted by the work of the magicians, the emperor asked whether it was really so amazing, to which he received a positive answer. Aryan added that she didn't even know that this was possible with magic, and Arjun was surprised that they did it quickly. The emperor replied that the room could be changed in a day if the magicians tried, which surprised the twins even more. Aryan exclaimed to this that the magic was simply amazing, and her brother agreed. The emperor suddenly said quietly that the castle of Delornan had also been rebuilt for them. Hearing this, the children looked at each other with concern and then began to wait for what else their father would tell them. He sighed sadly and looked at the twins, admitting that he wanted to tell them something. The emperor invited the children to go and see the castle of Delornan. When they entered the castle gates, His Majesty ordered the knights to keep watch outside. The twins, standing in front of the castle, thought that it had become completely different. They noticed that it had changed a lot since they had lived in it. Remembering what the castle looked like then, they thought that now it was like a different place. Aryan remembered that this garden had dried up trees that no one cared for, and all the statues were cracked. And the girl also remembered how Rurahel died, falling onto a dry tree branch. These memories even made her hug herself and close her eyes. The emperor, seeing this, asked if they were okay, to which the children answered positively. The twins looked at the emperor and asked why he wanted to bring them here. His Majesty lowered his head, his gaze grew sad, and he fell silent for a while. And then, the emperor finally answered that he wanted to destroy this castle in front of them. The children looked at their father with confusion and asked again how to destroy the castle. And the emperor said that Rurahel's first wish was a castle from which his palace could be clearly seen. She also said that she would raise them as aristocrats and return them to him. These words greatly surprised the children. They remembered that this woman not only treated them inappropriately, but also humiliated them and poured out endless tears on them. At that moment, the emperor remembered how she came to his bedroom and decided to tell them about their mother. Then he simply threw Rurachel off of himself, but she only laughed. And then, sitting on the floor, she asked how he could be so rude to the one who was carrying his children. At that moment, the emperor did not believe that these children were his. Rurahel started talking about how the doctor had confirmed that twins would be born and they were undoubtedly his. The emperor was angry at these words because this was impossible, because he had never spent a single night with her. At these words, the woman only laughed madly and said that he had forgotten something. Rurahel, still laughing with a crazy look, admitted that she was not human, and then she added that she was a Hybe, a forest spirit, who once received the blessing of a dragon. Rurahel recalled that at their first meeting, the Emperor asked her to prove her healing abilities and cut her hand. During the treatment, she tried to keep His Majesty's blood in her body. And then, laughing again, she said that Hybe can get pregnant with only the blood of another person, and it was very difficult to combine human blood and hers. When the Emperor heard this, his eyes flashed with anger. His body was enveloped in magic, and he wanted to kill Rurahel, but then she said that if he killed her, he would die too. And then she added that Hybe is a beautiful but poisonous flower, and they can connect their hearts with others only once in a lifetime, and it is a curse. Looking at the man, she said that because he was the Emperor, she did not regret using this curse, and now her life and his were one. Laughing, Rurahel said that from the moment he gave her his blood, his life was in her hands. The children were surprised by their father's story about the blood curse to get pregnant. They remembered how the second prince had told them about the curse, and at the same time could not believe that Rurahel had become pregnant only from the blood of His Majesty. The children found this hard to believe and asked why he kept it all a secret if it was true. To this, the Emperor replied that he hoped that the two of them would never find out about it, and even if they did, they would consider it absurd. His Majesty continued that if he had told them that their mother belonged to a race of beings who had long since become extinct, they would not have believed him. And then Arjun asked that if his life and Rurahel's life were connected, then shouldn't he have died? The Emperor responded to this by saying that he had expected such an outcome, but that their mother had not taken something into account. When she once broke a vase and the cut started bleeding, at first she didn't understand why it happened. Looking back, she saw her children standing huddled in the corner of the room and understood everything. Rurahel looked at her children and thought that this couldn't be happening. She realized that her healing powers had disappeared because she had combined her blood with the completely opposite blood of a member of the imperial family. The Emperor explained to the children that as soon as Rurahel gave them life, she lost her powers of the Hybe spirit. And then the children understood what their mother meant when she said that she had lost her powers because of them. The Emperor explained that the reason Rurahel refused to deal with him was because she was afraid that he would discover that her powers were lost and he would get rid of her. Arian thought that their mother was a pathetic person. She was so afraid of death, but ended up dying, drunk and miserable. At this point, His Majesty said that there was one more fact that they were sure of. He explained that children of mixed blood do not live longer than 5 years, which greatly surprised the twins. And so, when Rurahel stopped contacting him, he assumed the children were dead. The twins remembered that the second prince also said that they thought they were dead. The Emperor explained that this was precisely why he did not visit them. He thought he couldn't bear the sight of their graves. His Majesty remembered how Rurahel said that if he killed her, he would also die, along with the children. The woman then laughed madly and asked if he still wanted to kill her. The Emperor looked at her and thought, her eyes are exactly the same as they were described in the legends about the spirits of Hybe. When the Emperor asked what she wanted, she replied that she wanted the position of Empress, but the Emperor refused, despite the fact that his life was in her hands. And then he added that his wife's place belonged to only one person, and even if it cost him his life, he would not submit. The Emperor said that if there was anything else she needed, he would have it prepared, which surprised the woman. Rurahel became angry and replied that she did not need the position of Empress, but the children she bore would be hers alone. And then she added that he should agree to any of her wishes regarding children, to which the Emperor responded positively. She also wanted him to give her the castle of Delornan and make it so that no one could enter it, including His Majesty, to which he also agreed. Rurahel was very angry. She asked if he wasn't afraid that he would never see his children. To this, His Majesty merely exclaimed that if she had finished her chatter, then let her go away. Looking at the back of the departing Emperor, Rurahel angrily shouted that the children were only hers and that he should not dare to appear near them. And then she added that the Emperor would regret it. But His Majesty thought that he would never regret it, because these children were destined to die anyway, since they were of mixed blood. That's what he thought at that moment, but he realized his mistake when he saw the children. When they were born, the Emperor saw them once and took them in his arms. They had incredible small, light bodies and soft, light hair. The Emperor did not notice how his lips moved by themselves. It was at that moment that he gave names to his children Wheelbarrow. The man was afraid that they would not live longer than 5 years, since their blood was a mixture of human and spirit. He was afraid that he would have to go through all the horrors of losing a member of his family again. One day, a maid from the Delornan castle came to the imperial palace. She reported that Rurahel was dead and the prince and princess were in the castle. The emperor was very surprised to hear this, and then absolutely everything changed. After all, the curse disappeared and his children were alive, and these two facts turned everything upside down. And also, His Majesty knew for sure that he would accept them into the family and make their life happy. At that moment, he remembered how the children cried after being released from captivity and told him that he did not want them to be born. The emperor got down on one knee and said that he had been very careless and asked to forgive him. The children looked at their father with wide eyes and remained silent. They saw a slight tremor run across the emperor's shoulders, and now, remembering the past, they remembered that then their father, too, trembled slightly. The twins looked at the emperor and thought that the most powerful man on this continent was kneeling before them. Suddenly, Argan admitted that he still doesn't know if he can forgive the emperor. His Majesty replied sadly that he had expected such an answer. But the boy did not let his father finish and asked him to smash the castle to pieces, as he had promised. The children watched the emperor carefully and wondered what he would do after these words of Argan. The guard and those who remained outside to guard were wondering when His Majesty would return. But suddenly, there was a terrible roar, and the guards looked in confusion in the direction from which the sound came. What happened was that on that day, the Delornan castle, the place that had always haunted children in their nightmares, disappeared. Looking at the ruined castle, the children decided that even if they built a new castle here, it would no longer be the Delornan castle. They realized that there was no longer either the castle or Rurahel. Having mentally said goodbye to him and his mother, they returned to the emperor's palace. There they were met by the joyfully smiling second prince, Alex. But he was not alone. All the princes were here, even the third prince came. They were very happy that Arian and Arjun returned. When the princes invited the children to look at their room, which was already ready, the butler came and said that someone was asking for an audience with the fourth prince and princess. Looking at him, the children were very surprised. They did not understand who could ask for an audience with them. And then the butler clarified that young Rosia and a commoner named Riolu wanted to see them. Hearing this, the children agreed to meet them, and the butler offered to accompany them. The emperor and the princes asked the twins if they could also go with them. The children walked quickly behind the butler, and finally they reached the meeting place. There they saw a young Rosia and a smiling Riolu, who greeted them. The children were very surprised that the boy cut his hair. To this, Riolu asked if he really looked strange now, but the twins believed him, that it actually suited him. The guy was very happy because he wanted to see them one more time before he left. Here they heard the voice of young Rosia, who also greeted them, turning to him. Argan said that he had already forgotten that he was also here. Surprised, Arian asked why he wanted to meet them, and her brother added, "Was it because of guilt?" At this time, the second prince smiled and said how amazing it was that he dared to abandon the audience with you. Bowing, Riolu and young Rosia greeted the approaching princes. And then the children remembered that Riolu had attacked the third prince and hoped that he was not going to take revenge on him. At this time, the boy fell to his knees and turned to the third prince. Riolu said that for daring to harm a member of the imperial family, and if Ag wanted him dead, he would accept it. The third prince was very surprised that the guy did this. The twins were very scared because they thought that Ag might kill him. But he responded that he lost because he was weak and was not going to take his anger out on him for it. And then he added that the fact that he saved Arian and Argan was already enough, which surprised the twins very much. They did not know that he had a good side. And Ag also added that he simply has to become stronger, and he doesn't have any attitude towards it. Riolu thanked him for his mercy, to which the second prince noted that he must have been glad that his opponent was Ag, and he added that if his opponent was him, his face would be under his boot, which also surprised the twins, because they did not know that he had a dark side. They were walking through the park, and the kids asked if he would be in exile, to which the boy replied that not really, and he added that he would travel around small towns near the border and write reports on his assignment. The children looked at him questioningly, and he just smiled and said that in time they would find out everything. Stopping, Riolu turned to the crown prince with words of gratitude for giving him a chance to atone for his sins. Young Rosia added that no other empire would be so kind to someone who had wounded a member of the imperial family, to which Lloyd replied that it was because the two of them were still too young. At this time, the emperor said that children should not pay for the mistakes of their parents. He also added that thanks to Arian and Arjun becoming part of the family, he learned a lot of new things. The wind stirred the emperor's hair, and he, closing his eyes, said that their empire needed many changes. At this point, the crown prince said that Duke Rosia had already paid for his actions. He also added that other aristocrats who followed the duke would also be punished. And then, the children heard the crown prince asking young Rosia why the document he had given him did not include Count Klon's name. Eiji was very surprised because he bought grimoires for the duke, so why wasn't he on the list? To this, the young man replied that the count simply bought grimoires and knew nothing about it. At that moment, Arian remembered that Riolu had begged the emperor to save the Rosia dukedom, and then the girl assumed that the two had made a deal. After thinking for a moment, her brother agreed with her. Riolu, at that moment, thought that he should thank young Rosia. He remembered that on that very night, if he had not seen him take the document for himself, he would never have been able to save his father. The guy asked the young man if this was the document that the aristocrats had signed. In response, Lord Rosia replied that he did not wish to hear questions from a bastard, but he could be of use to him. And then he added that if he helped him, he would remove his father's name from the document. At this time, Riolu thought that he would pray for him to be able to live peacefully, since as his son, that was the most he could do for him. Eiji decided that there must be some special reason for everything. And smiling, he thought that he would punish him later, because he had done a lot of bad things. At this time, young Rosia said it was time to leave. Taking a couple of steps forward, he turned to the fourth prince and princess. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that he wanted to ask them for forgiveness. The children looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was apologizing for. The young man continued that even though everything was built by his father, he really wanted to become a friend for both of them. And at the same time, he thought to himself that when the 10 years of exile were over, he would already be an adult and he would have no one left. And if he wants to take back power when he returns, he needs to be on good terms with the emperor's family. Looking at the twins, the young man thought that it would be easiest to get closer to these short-sighted, illegitimate children, since the emperor paid a lot of attention to them. Young Rosia thought that he needed to apologize properly and also send letters for the next 10 years, so that they would become closer. At that moment, Arian turned to the young man and said that they would give him advice. She continued that even His Majesty the Emperor bowed before them when he apologized. After this phrase, all the other princes looked at their father. The girl continued that he was the son of the Duke who tried to kill them, and that he also helped him. Folding her arms across her chest, Arian said that if he wanted their forgiveness, he shouldn't at least fall to his knees and kiss their feet. Young Rosia was very surprised by these words, and the imperial family was proud of the twins. Riolu just smiled and thought to himself that his former lord still didn't understand anything, and he stood there clenching his teeth in anger because they dared to say such a thing to him. He overcame himself, fell to his knees, and turning to them formally, asked for forgiveness. Arian responded by saying that he didn't really want to apologize, and that his desire to be friends was also a lie. Young Rosia was angry. He thought the girl was making fun of him. And then she added that they will not forgive him, but they really hope that one day he will be able to be honest with someone. The young man looked at these children with surprise and did not understand how everything turned out this way. Arian added sadly that even though he lied, when they heard that he wanted to be their friend, they were very happy. Hearing this, young Rosia became embarrassed and blushed deeply. The emperor, having learned that the young man was lying about wanting to be a friend, became very angry. Clenching his fists in anger, he turned to him, which greatly surprised the twins. His Majesty said that, taking advantage of his status as emperor, he was changing the location of his exile. The emperor, with magic flashing in his eyes, added that he would be exiled to another country. And then he ordered the knights to take him away, and did not react in any way to the fact that he was calling him, because he still did not understand why he was being punished. The children decided to live in the emperor's palace, but new trials were already awaiting them. This test was the excessive care of the members of the imperial family, because as soon as they sneezed, one of the princes would appear. And this test was completely unexpected for children who were not accustomed to care. At first, nothing foreshadowed trouble. Eiji came to them and suggested that they take a walk in the new garden, because last time they couldn't go because of the asshole. The children were outraged by these words. After this, the third prince became upset. He thought that the twins hated him because he was weaker. And then, hiding behind the sofa, he asked them to wait until he became stronger. In the end, they still went to the garden. With the crown prince and Eiji, the children thought about how only 2 days had passed since they decided to live in the emperor's palace, and Ishina, Lord Rosia, and Riolu had all gone their separate ways. And then the twins found themselves in an incredibly awkward situation. Walking through the garden, they admired how beautiful it was and were amazed by the work of the magicians who built it in just one day. Arian thought about how huge the garden was and now understood what the emperor was capable of, and Arjun wondered where he himself was. Arian was also surprised why the emperor was not here, and also the second prince. Then the children decided to ask the crown prince where His Majesty and Alex were, to which he replied that their father would join them soon and that Alex was very busy. AG was very surprised why the twins still called their father His Majesty. And then he asked if they really wanted to address them so formally. Maybe they would call them brothers, and he really confused the children with this. The girl closed her eyes, sniffed the flowers, and noticed that the flowers exuded a delicate aroma. And then, having inhaled the pollen, she suddenly sneezed. Arjun mentally noted that she was now covered in snot, to which his sister replied that in her past life she had an allergy to pollen. And then, unexpectedly, the crown prince asked whether she had just sneezed, which surprised the twins. Eddie was also concerned about her sneezing, but the girl replied that she was just allergic to pollen. But the crown prince cried out in concern that a doctor must be called immediately. Or better yet, he would carry her himself. They didn't listen to the girl, but simply quickly carried her to the medical center. The doctor, after carefully examining Ariane, concluded that it was just an allergy to pollen. The crown prince asked the doctor if he was sure that a member of the imperial family could have an allergy to pollen, and asked that the girl be thoroughly examined. In her mind, Ariane told her brother to look at the prince's faces, because they were about to devour the doctor, and did members of the imperial family really not have allergies? And then suddenly the emperor himself flew into the medical center, saying what had happened to Ariane. The crown prince picked up the girl and handed her over to the emperor. His Majesty, holding the princess in his arms, asked with concern where it hurt. Ariane thought that even if she told him that he was allergic to pollen, he would not believe her, so she simply asked him to let her go. Ariane asked his brother to save her, but Arjun only wished her luck and added that if he started talking to the emperor, he would take him in his arms too. The crown prince reported to his father that the doctor had said that Ariane only had an allergy to pollen. At that moment, Lloyd felt someone tugging at his clothes and looked there. He saw an embarrassed Arjun, who asked to be picked up by him. He picked him up in his arms, and AG was very upset that the boy had asked to come to him. He ran around the crown prince and wanted to take him for himself, but he did not give him up, and Ariane decided that her brother simply chose the lesser of all evils. Confused, Lloyd repeated that the doctor claimed that Ariane was allergic to pollen. The emperor was surprised that members of the imperial family could be allergic to pollen and doubted that he had checked it thoroughly. When the doctor asked him to simply accept the truth, the emperor became angry, and he doubted that he was of any use, since he was unable to determine the princess's diagnosis. And then he ordered all the doctors to be called, and the servants quickly ran to carry out the emperor's orders. The girl was very surprised by this. She did not understand why all this was necessary. As a result, a lot of doctors came and started checking her. She didn't understand how this could happen because of an allergy. After all the examinations, the doctor collected a blood sample from Ariane. She had nothing against needles, but for some reason it hurt her. Arjun looked at his sister, and she thought that it was so unpleasant because this body was only 5 years old. As a result of the study, it turned out that she was, after all, allergic to flowering. The crown prince assumed that they were small and weak because they were of mixed blood. AG didn't understand what his older brother and father were talking about, and the emperor asked Lloyd to bring something. When the third prince asked, he said that they would talk about it later. The emperor, taking Arjun in his arms, said that they had prepared something special for them and asked them to wait a little. Later, Lloyd brought a fruit that would allow the children to strengthen their immunity. They also said that this fruit grows only in forbidden lands. It grows only on one kind of tree and is also very precious because the trees give one fruit every 50 years. These words of the emperor surprised the twins and the servants. AG realized what kind of fruit it was and said that it could heal even a decapitated person, and the twins watched as Lloyd cut it in a strange way. The children saw that the fruit was cut into the shape of bunnies on a plate, and then, taking a fork and asking the children to open their mouths, he himself put a slice into their mouths. He added that none of them needed this fruit and therefore they should eat it all. After eating this fruit, the children decided that it was delicious. And only later they learned that even dragons hunt for this fruit, once there were even wars for it, and they put such a precious fruit in an ordinary basket and cut it like ordinary apples. When the twins were sitting in class, Arjun suddenly turned to his sister. He asked her if the needle hurt when she collected the blood, to which she replied yes, and he remarked that it was strange. After all, they never suffered from ordinary wounds, and they never complained of pain when Rurahel beat them. Meanwhile, the teacher noticed that they were distracted and asked them to concentrate. And then suddenly they heard someone calling them by name. The voice was familiar, and they recognized it. It was the third prince who burst into the room where the children were studying. He invited the children to go play because he had something he wanted to tell them. And then Eiji smiled sweetly and asked if they would go with him. The twins looked at him and wondered where he wanted to take them this time. The teacher, hearing the third prince's proposal, tried to object, saying that they were currently having a lesson. Eiji, hearing this, looked at the teacher very unkindly. The woman, seeing this look, became frightened and said that they could do as they wish. And at that moment, the third prince, grabbing the twins under the armpits, ran to the window. The children noticed that the exit was on the other side. But he didn't pay attention to their words and kicked open the window. And then, with a scream, they flew. He jumped out of it. The children were afraid that they would fall. But this did not happen because they were caught by a green hawk. As they sat on his back, he greeted the twins and said that they met again. The children remembered that the last time they saw this green hawk, he told them that they would see each other again. At this, Eiji laughed and asked permission to introduce him to them. The third prince said that this green hawk is his guard, Killua, and then Eiji added that he promised them that he would give them a ride on his back when they grew up a little. Here Arian noticed that her brother was strangely silent. Argan was upset because he thought they didn't have a guard. At that moment he pressed his hand to his chest and bent over. Arian asked him what was wrong, to which he asked her if she didn't feel anything. Eiji, who was watching them, was worried. He asked the boy what hurt him, but he replied that he didn't understand anything, but his heart was beating so fast. And then Eiji asked his guard to fly quickly to the doctor, but Killua replied that he was not wounded. After this, the hawk briefly suggested that they land. After he turned into a human, Killua smiled and said that the twins weren't that similar. Arian didn't understand what he was talking about and asked what was wrong with Arjun. Killua asked Argan if he was filled with special emotions, and his heart began to beat faster every time he heard the word guard, to which the boy answered positively. And he added that this happened when he saw the second prince's guard. His heart began to beat very quickly. Killua looked at him with a smile and replied that it was his instincts. He added that the desire to have one's own guard is an instinct inherent in members of the imperial family. The guards protect their masters and guard them from any misfortunes. They exist to fulfill the wishes of their masters, and each member of the imperial family has a guard. Eiji asked why his father didn't have a guard, to which Killua replied that His Majesty was an exception, and he himself was incredibly strong, while the twins asked in surprise if they also had a guard. To their question, Killua answered that imperial blood flows in their veins, which means they have a protector. They realized that they too had a guard, and Argan wondered where he was then. And then he asked why he didn't want to see them and whether he was avoiding them because they were illegitimate. To this, Killua replied that they needed to find out for themselves, but fortunately his imperial blood was awakening quite quickly, and he just needed to trust his heart. Then Arian asked what about her, and the third guard answered that it was a little more difficult with her, because her awakening was slower. Hearing this, Eiji asked her not to worry, because he would always be there, and Killua said that he could give her a hint. Turning to the twins, the third guard said that the wind was swirling around them. And he added that this means that their guard will be like the wind, and also that all guards are like their masters. Hearing the word wind, the girl thought for a moment. For some reason, she immediately remembered a guy with scarlet hair and a kind smile. Killua continued that Eiji's desire is to become stronger, and therefore his guardian represents strength. If Eiji were to reject his power or stop believing in himself, it would mean that he was rejecting the guardian's very existence, and he would then be unable to appear before him, let alone use his power. The twins wondered what the wind that was swirling around them could mean, and Killua said that they need to figure out what they want. Arian thanked Killua for his advice, and Eiji asked Argan if he was okay now, to which he received a positive answer. And so they finally arrived at the second prince's palace. As he walked up the stairs, Eiji smiled and said that he really wanted to show them something. Before taking the twins into a room, he asked them to close their eyes. And when they went there, he said that they could open them. When the children saw the dark, starry sky, they realized that it was a planetarium, and Arian exclaimed that it was very beautiful. Eiji offered the girl to extend her hand. When she moved, the stars moved with her hand. And then she started waving both hands and was delighted that the stars were following them. Argan, meanwhile, with the help of the stars, wrote that Arian was a fool, which angered the girl. As she pinched her brother's cheeks to punish him, they suddenly heard Eiji apologize. He added that when they were going through a lot of terrible things, he was not there and could not help at all. The children understood that he was worried about this, and so they said that everything was fine now and they were safe. With his head down, Eiji added that he didn't know much about them. He doesn't know why they were so scared of Castle Delornan, or why Arian is allergic to pollen, or why they only came to them when they were 5 years old. And then he smiled and asked if he could come a little closer to them. The twins looked at the third prince with wide eyes and surprise. And he, kneeling down in front of them, added that he was not such a reliable brother, but he promised that he would definitely protect them both. The twins looked at the third prince, and he did not say another word, but they understood him perfectly. They felt that this man was sincere in his feelings and words. They remembered that the guard said that Eiji's wish was to become stronger, and that he therefore represented strength. At that moment, they realized that Eiji wanted power so that he could protect everyone he cared about. And they also understood that this is what it means to passionately desire something, and they wondered what their real desire was. The twins looked at Eiji seriously and thanked him. The third prince shouted, "How long will they treat him so respectfully, and will they really be so cold towards him?" He added that in other families, children call their older brothers little brothers and ask them to relax, to which they thought that he himself was speaking respectfully to the first and second princes. Then Eiji blushed and begged them to call him brother. And the children decided that since they were now living in the imperial palace, they would only do it once. They would say, "Brother." As Eiji waited for them to say this, the starry sky suddenly began to disappear, and then the room became light, and the planetarium disappeared. The second prince entered the room, saying that he had forgotten Eiji here. The children, seeing Alex, decided that he looked bad, although yesterday everything was fine with him, and he only told the third prince that his father was looking for him. The second prince told Eiji that he heard him interrupt Arian and Argan's lesson and drag them away from the classroom. To this, the third prince replied that he wanted to show them the room as soon as possible. Alex chuckled and said, "Does he really mean to say that he bragged to the twins about the room that he had been toiling over at night, and also violated his father's orders?" A sad Eiji said goodbye to the children and said that he would go. At this time, the twins thought that the second prince was truly a terrible opponent. Arian thought, looking at the second prince, that the other princes were saying that he couldn't come because he was busy. Looking at him, they decided that he looked exhausted and thought that he had overworked himself. Alex, smiling at the children, said that he would call the knights to escort them back, and apologizing, added that he would like to escort them himself, but was very busy. Turning to the butler, the second prince ordered that knights be brought for his brother and sister. Suddenly, Alex swayed unexpectedly, and Arian asked if he was okay. The second prince apologized and said that he needed to go away and asked to wait for the escort in this room. The twins watched Alex leave with concern, and he thought that he needed to go to bed. The children did not understand what was happening, but they were worried about the second prince. Sometime later, they were addressed by the butler, who entered the room and said that their knights had arrived. But when he looked towards the children, it turned out that they were not there. The children went out into the corridor and turned to the maid, whom they asked to take them to Alex's brother's room. When they reached the room, they quietly opened the door and looked inside. Quietly entering there, they thought that this was the second time they were coming to the room of the second prince. Alex was lying on his bed covered with a blanket, and it seemed his guard was not there. Approaching the bed, they decided to see how he was feeling. Looking at him, they realized that Alex had a high temperature. He was lying all red and sweat was running down his face. Arjun asked his sister if, despite the second prince's poor health, no one had called a doctor. Arian replied that he apparently didn't like to let servants near him. Then Arian saw a sink in the room and offered to wet a towel. Her brother was indignant. Why should they do this? To which the girl replied that they owed their lives to the second prince. The princess added that the emperor was only able to find them thanks to the second prince's protective magic. Trying to reach the sink, Arian said they didn't even properly thank him for it. But unfortunately, she realized that her hands did not reach the sink and she could not wet the towel. In the end, the two of them, along with his brother, tried to drag the chair to the sink. And so, finally, they dragged the chair to the sink, and Argan helped his sister climb onto it. After turning on the water, Arian tried to thoroughly wet the towel. Having poured water into a bowl, she gave it to her brother, but he accidentally splashed cold water on him. The boy couldn't stop her from doing this, and they spilled all the water. Arian began to collect the water with a towel and squeeze it into a bowl, but she didn't have enough strength. Then they took hold of the towel from both ends and wrung it out together. Having wrung out the towel, the children sat down on the floor. They were so tired from what seemed like such a trifle. Arian thought that in His Majesty's palace, the servants always helped them, and the furniture was perfect for their height. She realized that they really cared about them. Placing a cold towel on the second prince's forehead, she thought that this young man also cared about them. Looking at Alex lying there, the girl wiped the sweat from her forehead, and Argan said that they were finally finished. The boy asked his sister why the second prince was sick, since he was a member of the imperial family, to which she replied that she did not know, but last time it was because of the magic he cast on them. Watching Alex, the children realized that he was getting better. Sitting on the floor and leaning their backs on the bed, the children also decided to rest. Just when Arian was thinking that maybe this way they could at least repay him a little bit with kindness, she noticed that her brother had fallen asleep, leaning over her. She was very surprised by this because they only wet the towel. After some time, the girl also fell asleep, and the second prince's guard appeared in the room. Looking at the children, Nevi thought it was funny to watch them take care of Alex. And he also thought that it had been a long time since there had been anything here other than mountains of books. Watching the twins sleep, Nivi understood why Alex couldn't help himself because they were so cute. Sometime later, when the sun had already begun to set, the second prince woke up. Sitting up in bed, he felt the towel begin to fall from his forehead. Holding it in his hand and not understanding where it came from, Alex suddenly saw the heads of the twins, which were visible from behind the bed. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Nivi's voice was heard, asking what it was like to feel the care of the little ones, and he was also surprised where so much strength came from in such small hands. The second prince was very embarrassed when he learned that Arjun and Aryan were taking care of him. Nivi, noticing this, said that his face had become like a tomato and that he really loved his little ones so much. And then they turned their heads towards the door to the room behind which a noise was heard. Then the emperor entered the room and told his son that he had come to take the children. Holding the sleeping twins in his arms, His Majesty inquired about the well-being of the second prince, to which he replied that he was already fine. Alex also asked me to convey a huge thank you to the younger ones, because thanks to them, he is completely healthy. Looking at the towel, the young man added that he probably scared them by leaving so broken, and also Alex didn't expect that they would do something like that. The emperor, in response, suggested to the second prince that he treat the twins to something tasty later. The emperor's palace stood under the night sky, and only the light from the windows dispelled the darkness. Arian, lying in bed, opened one eye and began to wake up. When she sat on it, she saw that they were in the emperor's room, and she also felt that Argan had also woken up. Seeing this, His Majesty approached the bed with 2 glasses, and handing them to the children, asked them to drink what was poured into them. After thanking the emperor, the twins began to drink, and Arian thought that the water tasted like lemon. Folding his arms across his chest, the emperor asked why they had gone to Alex's room, to which the girl replied that the second prince looked unwell. Arjun apologized and asked why he was sick, since no one from the imperial family could get sick except them. The emperor suddenly looked seriously at the boy and told him not to say such words. They looked at him, their eyes wide with surprise and their glasses in their hands, and Argan promised not to say that again. His Majesty added that he did not want to scold him, and then offered to take their glasses from them if they had finished drinking. When he was taking the glasses away, the children wondered if it was normal for an emperor to do something like that, but he only answered the question asked earlier and said that Alex was not sick. After these words, the children thought that he looked sick, and His Majesty, putting the glasses on the table, said that the second prince was the best doctor in the whole world. External wounds, addictions, diseases, you name it, there is nothing Alex cannot heal, he explained to the children, which surprised them greatly. And then, His Majesty sadly added that unknown diseases and poisons continue to appear. The emperor explained that Alex consumes these poisons, and the powers allow him to develop antibodies and find a cure. After these words, the children were shocked. An unknown epidemic has spread to the territory under the control of the second prince, and 2 years ago, the blood of one of the patients was brought into the palace, and in order to find a cure, Alex deliberately became infected. Children, remember how Nivi told them last time that the second prince was always like this, and it's no wonder that he's always exhausted. That is why Alex often gets sick, although he is from the imperial family, the emperor said, and Argan asked if this was the guard's ability, to which he received a positive answer. His Majesty said that, apart from stamina, magic, and general health, all other abilities were from the guard, which made the boy think. Arian worriedly asked the Emperor if the second prince would be okay, to which he replied positively and asked her not to worry. And then, carefully sitting down on the bed, His Majesty addressed the children by name. Looking at them, he said that there was no need to call Alex the second prince. They don't want to force them, the Emperor added, but Alex most likely doesn't like that the children call him that. And then, closing his eyes, the man said that he, too, did not need to be called His Majesty. The children looked at the Emperor with wide eyes in bewilderment. The twins realized that this situation had happened again, in which His Majesty continued and suggested calling him Father. And then he thought that the word father seemed a bit formal, and it would be better to call him Daddy. The children blushed deeply after these words. They were not prepared for such unexpected turns. The Emperor, despite the twins, added that as family members, if they wanted something, they should just tell him. And then Argan asked his sister, because they had never been outside the palace walls, and His Majesty wanted them to call him Daddy, and she confirmed this. Suddenly, Arian realized what her brother wanted to do, and looked at him in surprise, and the boy suddenly, loudly said the word, Daddy. When the Emperor turned around from the unexpected address, Argan called him Daddy again. With her eyes and mouth wide open, Arian looked at her brother, thinking that the little bastard actually said that. And then she thought that the Emperor had done a lot for them, and they had decided to live here, so perhaps she too would be able to say such a simple phrase. And then, blushing, she decided that Argan's attitude was switching too quickly. And the boy, calling the Emperor Daddy once again, said that they wanted to take a walk outside the palace walls. Here Arian, looking at him with shining eyes, added that they really wanted to play there and also called the man Daddy. The Emperor, hearing this, thought for a moment and remained silent. The next morning, an inconspicuous carriage stood in the courtyard, and the children, together with their father, were getting ready for a journey. The princes who were seeing them off said that they wanted to go too. The children, looking at all this, were happy, because they really were leaving today. They remembered that the previous night, after a short silence, the Emperor had answered their request that they would leave tomorrow. The twins thought that he was really weak towards his children, and at this time, Ag begged his father to take him with him. He shouted that it was unfair and he couldn't monopolize Arian and Argan. Hearing this, the Emperor looked at him sternly and said that if he said another word, he would anger him. But His Majesty decided to forgive the third prince for interrupting the twins' activities, and he also plays with them often. Ag immediately fell silent, and the twins decided that the Emperor was not weak towards all children. When the maid said that everything was ready for the trip, the father turned to the crown prince and asked him to take care of the palace in his absence. Then all three princes wished them a boring and easy journey. They also asked the twins not to forget their older brothers, at which time their father called Argan and Arian to get into the carriage. The children answered the princes that they would not forget them and approached the Emperor. The father extended his hands to them to lift them up and said, "Let's go." So, in the Emperor's arms, they reached the carriage and got into it. When the carriage started moving, the children looked out the window and thought that they had finally gotten outside. At this time, the second prince's guard descended through the water to the bottom of the lake. There, covered by a dome, lay the guardian of the twins, in the form of a red wolf. Looking at him, Nivi decided that he was already much better. One could even say that he was doing very well, compared to what he had been doing in the past 5 years. And then he thought, going to Jason under the dome, that everything was still not so smooth because of his injury, which was inflicted by Duke Rosia. And leaving the wolf in his true form was a good idea, since it would take less time to recover. Then, asking Jason to be patient a little longer, since his owners had already decided to live in the palace, Nivi began to treat him. And already leaving, he added that very soon they would be able to meet. The city was bustling with ordinary life, and traders were selling their wares at the market. The troubadour played his instrument and sang songs, and the girls listened with delight. The children looked out the carriage window with curiosity, looking at all this, because it was something new and interesting. Suddenly, Argan saw the shashlik being prepared and exclaimed that it looked extremely delicious. The Emperor, hearing this, decided that there would be shashlik for dinner. Arian decided that it was very pleasant to watch people while they were behaving naturally. Her brother agreed with her, and added that he was very glad that they had hidden the carriage's identity. If people knew that the imperial carriage was coming, they would begin to fall to their knees at the sight of the luxurious transport and all its entourage. And the carriage looked ordinary because of the Emperor's magic, and people, seeing the escort, thought that an aristocrat was riding. The emperor explained to the children that the magic would work until they left the city, so they could look out the window without any worries. The twins, clinging to the window, watched the children running through the streets. They were talking to each other in their heads. They thought they were having fun, and they looked so free. Arjun and Aryan remembered how they always hid from Rurashel and could only escape into the forest because there was no one there. And these children, no matter who is looking at them, they are having carefree fun. Aryan suddenly wondered what their wish was. After all, when the emperor asked the children what they wanted, the first thing they thought about was to look at the world outside the palace walls. So the whole way, the children did not move away from the window and looked at the world that was behind the glass. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and the horses neighed loudly. The emperor, looking at the twins, said that they had arrived. And then he explained to the children that they were now on the territory of the Marquis of Bazen, and he added that they would have to travel some distance to their villa, so today they would stop here. And the twins, hearing this, thought, why was it necessary to travel so far? Looking out the window, they saw a lot of people, and their father explained that probably the entire Marquis's family had come out to greet them. And then, stretching out his hands to the children, he said that they might stumble while going down because the carriage was high. The twins understood that their father wanted to carry them and agreed with his words. Taking Aryan and Arjun in his arms, the emperor exited the carriage, where he and the children were greeted by the Marquis and his family. His Majesty, turning to the Marquis of Bazen, permitted him to omit the formalities. Aryan, sitting in her father's arms, thought that all this was very embarrassing to her. And also, the girl mentally told her brother that they do not know this family, but they know and most likely will not love them, to which he replied that it is best to show how the emperor loves them. And then the boy advised his sister to sit closer to her father, and seeing this, the entire family of the Marquis was surprised. The Marquis himself, with a smile and a bow, greeted the prince and princess and said that they were very beautiful. And then he began to introduce his family, his wife and 2 sons. His wife, smiling, invited them to make themselves at home. Aryan noticed that the woman had a very kind smile, which she mentally told her brother, but they decided that they still could not trust them because Duke Rosia was the same. And also, Argan suggested that his sister look at their youngest son, or rather at his face. Looking there, the girl told her brother that it seemed to her that he was not happy to see them at all. Walking along the corridor of the castle, the Marquis told the emperor that he had prepared a room for him and hoped that he would like it. A maid standing near one of the rooms suggested that His Majesty follow there to look at the children's room, to which the emperor did not agree. And he added that the twins would sleep in his room, to which the Marquis said that they would move the children's things there. The brother and sister looked at each other and decided that sleeping with the emperor wasn't so bad. He was warm and nothing bad would happen. And at this time, approaching one of the doors, the Marquis told His Majesty that this was his room. When they went there, the children saw how everything was sparkling clean, and they also noticed that it smelled very nice. Aryan added that it had a very pleasant, sweet smell, to which her brother responded that it had a refreshing, fruity smell, like lime or lemon. The girl was very surprised by what Argan said, because she smelled a sweet smell. The emperor, hearing this, explained that this is a special smell of elven flowers. They clear the mind and people feel their favorite aroma. When Aryan heard this, she asked her brother if he didn't like sweet smells, and Argan asked her sister if she didn't like refreshing smells. Their father, in response to this, noted that perhaps they had confused their favorite smells with each other's preferences. Aryan thought that in the world they were always alone and remained united, so she always thought that they liked and disliked the same things. The girl only now realized that since they had arrived at the palace, she had felt that they were becoming more different. Their father responded that it was good to learn things about each other, because that was part of growing up. And then, lifting the twins into his arms again, he added that it was time to go to dinner. When His Majesty said that he asked for shashlik, the children were surprised. The twins thought it was very good, but they did not think that their father would carry them in his arms all the time. Seeing this, the Marquis decided that the emperor loved children very much. There were many dishes on the table as well as shashlik. Having started eating, the Marquis inquired about the ages of His Majesty's children. And then he told me that his eldest son was 11 years old, and his youngest was 7. Suddenly the Marquis asked if the prince and princess could do his sons the honor of playing with them. Hearing this, the twins even stopped chewing, and the man suggested that they needed friends about their age. The emperor thought for a moment about the phrase about friends for children their age, and then I remembered how the twins watched the children in the city for a long time. In the end, His Majesty allowed the children to play with the Marquis's sons, to which Argan mentally exclaimed that they were doing well as they were. Argan stopped eating shashlik, became upset, and thought that it was very problematic. And if the eldest son was happy to play with them, the younger one was clearly dissatisfied. It was clearly visible on his face. When they arrived at the playroom, Wedlin sat down and looked at the children with a displeased expression, so Arian realized that he really didn't like them. Valdor suggested that the prince and princess play ball, and the girl decided that at least the eldest son was cute. And then the youngest son, in a displeased tone, said that he did not know what his parents wanted them to do with these illegitimate children. Wedline continued that people talk about how illegitimate children are cursed, and suddenly their curse will pass on to them while they are playing, which greatly surprised the older brother. The twins sat there looking puzzled, and Valdor shouted at his younger brother what he was saying. And then, looking towards the twins, he asked for forgiveness for the fact that his younger brother was rude, because he was still too small. At this time, Arian thought that at least the older brother was behaving decently. The girl thought to herself that it made no difference to them, because from tomorrow on they would never see them again, and therefore there was no point in creating problems, and she said that everything was fine. But Arjun, turning to his younger brother, said angrily, "How dare he voice such an offensive statement towards a member of the imperial family?" When he protested that he was just an illegitimate child, Valdor grabbed him by the shoulder and asked if he could shut up. At this time, Argan approached him and, taking hold of the top of his clothes, squeezed it in his fist. And then he added that they themselves were not eager to play with such a stupid cretin, and before reproaching them for being illegitimate children, he needed to learn manners of communication with members of the imperial family. Here Wedlin stood up and loomed over Argan menacingly, and so they stood angry at each other. Arian asked her brother what he was doing with the child, to which he replied that it didn't matter that he was a child, and did she really want to continue to sit and listen to the insults. The older brother also stood up and said that the younger brother needed to apologize quickly, or he was going to defame their family name. And then suddenly, Wedline broke free from Argan's hands and quickly ran out of the room. His older brother was very surprised by this act. He did not understand what had just happened. And then he looked at Argan, who stood there scowling and angry. And suddenly he also ran out of the room, saying that he would immediately return his brother. When they were alone in the room, the girl asked her brother if he had been too cruel, to which he replied to his sister that now they have a family. Arian looked at him in surprise, and her brother continued that they have a family that cares and worries about them. He also explained to the girl that to endure reproaches simply because of their birth was the same as insulting their family. Arjun firmly told Arian that from now on, he was not going to allow anyone to insult the blood that flowed through their veins. Here the girl remembered the words of the third prince's guard, that her brother's imperial blood awakens faster, and realized that this is exactly what he meant. Argan suddenly asked his sister why she wasn't angry, to which the girl responded in surprise that she didn't seem to get angry very often, but her brother objected that she only got angry when it was related to him. And then he added that they no longer had to live, eternally hiding and suppressing emotions. Then suddenly the emperor entered the room with the marquis and said that he had returned to take them because it was time to sleep. The marquis asked the twins where his children were, and then he saw how his eldest son brought the younger one into the room. He asked his sons how the two of them could leave the prince and princess alone. At this time, Argan pulled the emperor by the sleeve and addressed him with the words, "Dad." When the emperor looked at him, the boy asked his father whether it was bad to have illegitimate children. Hearing this question, the emperor was very surprised. And then he asked the Marquis of Bazin if he had anything to say. At this time, his sons stood very frightened. When the emperor turned away, the marquis fell on his knees and begged to be forgiven for the poor manner in which he had raised his children, and his children also asked forgiveness from his majesty. When Argan stuck his tongue out at the marquis's children while holding the emperor's hand, his sister thought he was a sly fox. Without turning around, the emperor told the marquis that this time he would forgive him for this offense, since they had known each other for a very long time. And then, turning around, he added that if they allowed themselves to insult his children again, he would not forgive them. Also kneeling, the marquis thanked his majesty for his generosity. The emperor picked up his children in his arms, and they went into the room. As they walked down the corridor, their father said he would not ask what the marquis's children had done to them. And he added that he was just very glad that they told him everything. and he asked to continue to always tell about people who are rude to them or about those who dare to harm them. And when the twins looked at him, he added that he would make sure that they never allowed themselves to do something like that again. He also said that the two of them are not alone anymore. They don't need to hide anything. The children looked at their father and wondered how he could say what they so wanted to hear. Cuddling close to their father, they thanked him sincerely. The next morning, the Marquis and his family saw off the Emperor, and at parting he said that he was in great debt to the Marquis. He replied that there was no debt and asked to come and visit again. Then Aryan saw the Marquis's sons approaching them. Valdor shouted at his younger brother to speak faster. He, gritting his teeth, bowed to the prince and princess, asked for forgiveness for having been rude to them, and asked them to forgive him. At this time, the twins thought that he had been punished well, and what kind of a child he was, because everything was visible on his face. Argan, turning away, replied that whatever happened, everything was fine, and he would think about it and waved his hand at him. At this time, his sister thought that she also did not want to tolerate insults addressed to her, simply because of her birth, because this is a very unpleasant feeling, as if they were ridiculing her very existence. Remembering Argan's words about them now having a family, she realized that she was angry for another reason. The girl finally realized that no matter what anyone says, they now have a family that accepts and values them, and that means they no longer have to hold back. And then she resolutely addressed the Marquis's youngest son by name. He was very surprised by this and did not understand what she wanted from him. And then the girl told him that he shouldn't get hung up on the phrase illegitimate children, and that he needed to open his eyes wider and look more closely at what kind of person was standing in front of him. Aryan continued that she was the daughter of the Emperor and was not at all ashamed of her family or the blood that flowed in her veins. And then she added that he too was the Marquis's precious son, and suggested that they no longer say words that could hurt each other. After these words, Vedline looked at the girl with embarrassment and blushed. And then the boy, just as embarrassed, bowed his head and sincerely apologized to her. The Emperor was also surprised by his daughter's actions and words. And then he just walked up to her, picked her up in his arms, and said it was time for them to go. The Marquis, as he was leaving, asked them to be careful on the road. Already sitting in the carriage, His Majesty told his daughter that if a letter from the Bazin family came to her name, she should give it to him first. The girl did not understand why, but agreed. Looking out the carriage window, Aryan thought that she had really said that she was the Emperor's daughter and was not at all ashamed of her family. And then the girl suddenly blushed and thought that she was very ashamed because she was starting to behave just like a proud aristocrat. But at the same time, although it was strange, she began to feel in a new way. She began to feel as if all the heavy feelings she had kept hidden were finally being caught up in the wind and carried away. And in the lake, where the red wolf lay under the dome, it suddenly began to glow with a golden light. And so finally, they arrived at the Emperor's villa. The twins were surprised to see her. The villa was surrounded by forest. Its roof was blue and its walls were white. The Emperor got out of the carriage and asked the children if they liked it, to which he received a positive answer. Hearing this, he was delighted, and then added that they had other pitchforks, but this place suited them best. After these words, the twins looked at their father in surprise. And then, saying that it was time to go, the Emperor picked up the children with his magic. They landed smoothly in his arms, and Argan thought he was used to it, but his sister decided that they would have to walk for a while. The maids looked at this scene with affection and thought that the Emperor valued his children very much. Suddenly, a gentle breeze touched Aryan's hair, and the girl decided that it was because the forest was close. The breeze became stronger, and the children mentally heard someone greeting them. The Emperor and the twins looked towards the forest they were passing. Aryan told her brother that someone had just called them through telepathy, just like they were communicating now. Argan, turning to his father, asked, pointing his finger towards the forest, if there was anything unusual there. To this question, their father answered that deep in the forest there is a large lake. Hearing the Emperor's answer, the children looked at each other in surprise. When they arrived at the villa, the maids showed the children a room and, saying that dinner would soon be served, invited them to rest. Arjun, seeing the goodies on the table, immediately reached for them, and Aryan remembered that his father had said that this villa was not often used. She was surprised that everything was perfect, and even in the hall there was not a speck of dust. Arjun, chewing a cookie, replied that nothing less could be expected from the imperial villa, but it was still interesting since they had decided to go there 2 days ago. The girl wondered if their father had planned to bring them here in advance, and if it could be connected with the voice they heard. Suddenly, a maid entered their room and told the prince and princess that she would escort them to the dining room. When they got there, they saw many different desserts on the table. The emperor, taking a sip of tea from his cup, told the children that he had some business to attend to, and so they could play as much as they liked. Arian was surprised that their father would be working here, and His Majesty added that he would deal with urgent matters and show them the villa. Argan suddenly asked his dad, since he was busy now, if they could take a walk to the lake. He added that they were interested in seeing him, and Arian said that they could take servants and knights with them. To this, their father replied that they could only go together and that they would definitely not be in any danger there, which greatly surprised the twins. Closing his eyes and holding a cup of tea in his hands, the emperor asked if they had changed their minds, to which the children replied that they would go right away. After saying goodbye to their father and saying that they would be back soon, the prince and princess left the dining room, and the emperor continued to drink tea, thoughtfully watching them go. The children walked through the forest and wondered what had happened to their father and why he had let them go now. Arian assumed they would find out when they reached the lake. The girl said that it had been a long time since they had walked without servants. And also, for the first time they walked through the forest so calmly, because before they always hid or ran away, but now they can just walk. Argan agreed with his sister and added that they were not hungry, cold, or afraid. Arian agreed with him and added that they now had a place to return to. They walked, and a light, warm breeze played with their hair. At that moment, the children felt the freedom they had dreamed of. Suddenly, Arian laughed and said that people really do change. And then she added that before, her brother felt sick from the fact that their father was in the same room with them, to which Argan asked not to say such a thing. Here the twins noticed that the forest path ended and finally the lake was visible. And at the bottom of the lake, the prince and princess saw a big red wolf. Arian looked at her brother, said that it was dangerous here and suggested that they run away, but he did not agree. After all, at that moment, the words of the third prince's guard popped into his head, namely about the desire to possess one's own guard, and that this is an instinct inherent in all members of the imperial family. And then suddenly a golden glow appeared from the wolf, so much so that the children had to cover their eyes. And the wolf turned into a tall, red-haired youth, appearing before them with the words that he was late. He added that he missed them very much, and that this was the first time he had said something like this. The twins looked at him with surprised eyes, and Argan asked who he was. Here the young man smiled and began to approach them, and with each step, his height decreased. Standing a little taller than the children, he noticed that it would now be more convenient for them to communicate. Blushing, he greeted the twins again, calling them his beloved masters. Arjun and Arian continued to look at him in surprise, and the boy suddenly exclaimed that it was a guard. To this, the red-haired youth replied that finally he could proudly stand before them. Kneeling down and bowing his head, he called the fourth prince and first princess of the imperial family his masters. And then he added that his name was Jason, and he was the Scarlet Wolf of the Wind. He also said that he was born with the purpose of protecting them from any adversity, and he is their guardian. The twins looked in surprise at the red-haired boy who knelt before them. They looked at him and thought that they finally had a guard. Jason looked back at them and thanked his owners for waking him up. The children were surprised by these words. They did not understand how they could have woken him up. To this question, the red-haired boy answered that only his masters were capable of awakening him. And he added that their pride, honor for their family and freedom, only they are able to awaken it. And then the children realized that this was exactly the wish that the third prince's guard had told them about. The feeling with which they wandered through the forest, something they could not dream of when they lived in the castle of Delorna, and what they received along with their honor, is freedom. And then Jason suggested that the children return to the villa to surprise their father. The twins watched in surprise as their guard was enveloped in a red cloud. And now he is already in the wolf cloud, rushing through the air, and the children are sitting on him. Jason asked if they were afraid, to which Argan replied that he was not afraid at all. And then he added that, on the contrary, he was very pleased, as if he had been waiting for this moment forever. After all, they can finally look at the sky calmly, being next to a loved one, and even just thinking about the possibility of such a thing, Arjun is incredibly happy. To this, Jason replied that he was very pleased and they should like it, and he also said that there was no need to address him formally. When they returned to the villa, the emperor met them in the hall. The children told their father that they were back, and Jason laughed and added that it turned out the emperor already knew that he would come with them. Suddenly, His Majesty told the guard to move away from his children, to which he replied that he did not want to move away. And then, hugging the twins, Jason added that although they were the emperor's children, they were also his masters. When His Majesty told Jason not to dare to come closer to his children than was permitted, they thought that the two were on bad terms. And then Argan asked his father if he would not congratulate them on the fact that they now also had a guard. The emperor sat down and took the twins by the shoulders, saying that he congratulated them with all his heart. And then their father said that coming to the villa was a good idea. The emperor also added that when Jason lost his powers, he decided to find refuge here because the guards love nature. And as soon as the children returned to the imperial palace, he thought of bringing them here, so he built this villa in advance. And then, smiling, their father said that he believed that the twins would succeed and that he was proud of them. The children were very happy with these words and thanked their father. Night fell, and the twins went to bed in the emperor's room at the villa. When they fell asleep, the emperor adjusted the blanket so that the children would not freeze. And suddenly Jason entered the room and addressed His Majesty. He thanked the man for coming here with his owners. To this, the emperor replied that Jason did not need to thank him because the children themselves wanted to come here. He added that they had grown a lot in such a short period of time. Jason looked at them with warmth in his eyes and agreed with His Majesty. And then he added that something was troubling him, which surprised the emperor. Jason added that Arian, as a member of the imperial family, is much weaker than Arjun. He explained that her reaction towards the guards was subtle, and her brother always responded to him faster and stronger, and the same thing happened today. To this, the emperor replied that it was most likely because of the blood of Hybe, her mother, and he added that Baron Chembo, the magic instructor, said that the differences in their magical powers were colossal. He also explained that Arian has more Hybe blood, while Arjun has more imperial blood. And then the emperor said that it was not a problem and there was nothing to worry about. No matter what anyone said, Arian was a member of his family. Like the rest, she was his daughter. His Majesty added that he intended to hold a banquet upon his return to the palace. After all, the children were able to overcome the manifestation, and now they have received a guard, so there is no point in putting it off any longer, to which the guard noted that the children will not be happy about this. His Majesty agreed with him and added that this was extremely important because there were still many people who held anger towards children, and he needs to hold a luxurious banquet to convince at least some of them, because the banquet will be of such a scale that the very fact of trying to harm his children will be forgotten. And the time has come for them to proudly appear before everyone as members of the imperial family. And then His Majesty said that no one would dare to address his children without due respect. And so, finally, the carriage set off on its return journey, and the children thought that their trip had flown by very quickly. But despite this, they had a lot of fun, they collected fruits and played a lot. And then Arian noticed that Dad was constantly working until late at night, and it must have been extremely difficult for him to devote time to them too. The emperor suddenly asked the guard how long he was going to remain in this form, to which he replied that this way he was much closer to his masters, and being small was very convenient. Upon arrival at the palace, the servants welcomed the emperor home, as well as the fourth prince and first princess. Taking the children in his arms, His Majesty told Jason to follow them. And then, suddenly, everyone smelled the flowers. Argan mentally told his sister that he remembered that scent very well. After all, when they woke up after the demonstration, they also smelled of flowers. And then the emperor assumed that the third prince had passed through the demonstration. Having said that this was good, His Majesty called the chief servant. He ordered him to begin preparations for the banquet and said that they had exactly 1 month, and also needed to send an invitation to the neighboring kings and other nobles. The emperor added that it was being held to introduce the fourth prince and first princess of the empire, and the children looked at him in shock. The man looked at the children and asked them to agree to this, and then added that if they were still not comfortable, he would immediately cancel it. The twins smiled and looked at their father and agreed, especially since they had decided to live here anyway. With a smile, the emperor thanked his children, and then His Majesty added that another reason for the banquet would be Eiji's manifestation. When the twins asked if Brother Eiji had actually passed the manifestation, the emperor confirmed it, as he was the only one of the 3 princes who had not passed it. The children's eyes lit up. They were very curious to see how much he had changed. And when their father asked if they wanted to visit him, the twins happily replied that they very much wanted to. Meanwhile, in the palace of the third prince, Eiji had just woken up after the demonstration. His first thought was when Arian and Arjun would return. Eiji recalled that at first he was just curious when he was told that he had a brother and sister from another mother. Then he only sympathized with them because in their country, illegitimate children are hated. Eiji decided that his father had a good reason for not bringing them to them right away. Most likely they were very weak, and since they were not of pure imperial blood, they would die soon. He also asked what they looked like, to which the maid replied that they had golden hair and red eyes, and that the prince looked very much like the emperor. Hearing this, the third prince told the maid that he wanted to see them, and asked her to go to his father and ask permission for them to see each other. He was very curious, because it was a historical event when illegitimate children appeared in the imperial family. Eiji remembered that at first it was just curiosity, but when he saw them, he realized that they were small and defenseless. They looked like little timid kittens who were slowly beginning to make contact. Then he realized that he had to protect them so that he would never see such emotions again. Sitting in bed after the manifestation, he decided that he would become stronger. And then the twins came into his room calling him Brother Eiji. They were very surprised at what he had become because he had changed a lot. Seeing them, Eiji rushed to hug them, shouting why they took so long and that he missed them so much. Looking at him, the children decided that he had become a hot, passionate young man, and the third prince said that the children had become much nicer. In their minds, the children decided that little brother Eiji would be extremely popular with the girls. When the third prince heard his father telling him to get up, he replied that his father, who had monopolized Aryan and Arjun for several days, had also come. To this, the emperor merely advised him to hurry to the bathroom, since he reeked of manifestation. At this point, Eiji sniffed and began to apologize to the twins for trying to hug them when he smelled like that. Shouting that he would be back soon, the third prince ran off to wash himself and asked to wait for him. Jason remarked that he was very fussy, but the emperor said that he was always like that. After the bath, Aryan was braiding Eiji's hair, and he asked if he still smelled, to which the girl replied that the smell was weak, so much so that it was even pleasant. On the other side sat Argan, who was also braiding his hair and saying how soft his brother's hair was. To which he only laughed, because he wanted to have wavy hair like his younger brothers. Then he would look much more attractive, to which the twins decided that he did not even realize how handsome he was. And then Eiji said that because of his manifestation, they would most likely throw a banquet, but if they didn't like it, then he would cancel it. Hearing this, the twins smiled and said that everything was fine because they decided to take part in it. Aryan looked at Eiji and added that since they decided to live here, they should be able to do at least this. Then suddenly Eiji hugged them tightly and said that he didn't know what to do when they were so cute, and suddenly they would receive an engagement proposal, to which the children objected because they were only 5 years old. Without letting go of the children, the third prince told Aryan that she should always live with her brother, and he would provide her with a comfortable life in the empire. And then he added that he would be able to conquer the forest empire and give it to his sister, who was very surprised at what kind of forest empire it was. To this, Eiji replied that, apart from their empire, there was only one state ruled by an emperor who possessed the power of the spirits of nature, and was therefore able to maintain the lands unrealistically beautiful and fertile. The third prince added that there was a rumor that they were busy fighting for the throne, and therefore they could take advantage of the situation, to which the twins laughed and said that they were fine here. And then suddenly they heard someone walking down the corridor and then entering the room. It was Lloyd and Alex who, upon hearing that they had returned, decided to welcome them home. They also heard that Eiji had gone through the demonstration and decided to congratulate him. And then Alex said that their father told them that the children had finally met their guardian. Hearing this, Eiji's mouth dropped open in surprise, and the crown prince congratulated Ik. And then he realized that the small red-haired boy who stood next to his father was the twins' guard. At this time, the guards were having a small talk, where Nivi asked why he was in the body of a child, to which Jason replied that he just wanted to be closer to the owners. In Eiji's room, Alex noted that this was good news because Jason missed them very much. And then the children looked at the second prince and understood something. Namely, that Alex helped not only them but also Jason. Looking at him and folding their hands on their knees, they thanked the second prince with a smile. Smiling at the twins, Alex said that he was always happy to help. The crown prince remarked that they had grown into wonderful members of the imperial family, and he was proud of them. And Eiji added that if anyone dares to offend them, they just need to tell him and he will punish those who offended them. And then the children realized that the first and third princes also wanted praise. Then they turned to them, smiled, and sincerely thanked their older brothers. All the nobility discussed that a banquet would soon be held in the emperor's palace, and only a month had been allocated for preparation. The nobility discussed that the twins had a guard and that the banquet would be for them, and there were also rumors that rulers of other states had been invited. Remembering what happened to Duke Rosia, the nobles decided that they needed to remain on good terms with the emperor's younger children. Accompanied by their guard, following the maid, the children walked through the corridors of the palace. Greetings from the fourth prince and first princess came from all sides. All the nobility greeted them and even complimented them on how their smiles made the imperial palace more beautiful. The children were surprised that more and more aristocrats were greeting them. Argan added that they had previously ignored and cursed them. To this, Jason replied that apparently rumors spread very quickly. Namely, rumors that they have a guard and that the emperor is personally preparing a luxurious banquet in their honor. Jason also said that it was only a matter of time before they would be recognized as members of the imperial family. Already lying in bed next to her sleeping brother, Arian thought about who she was. After all, she didn't feel the same affection for the guards as Arjun did and was worried about whether she would be able to grow up to be a real member of the imperial family. With such heavy thoughts, the girl finally fell asleep. In her dream, she found herself in a forest where the full moon was shining, but she did not immediately realize that it was a dream. It seemed to her that in her dream, she seemed to have grown taller. Reaching out to the moon and looking at it, she couldn't understand how the moonlight could be so bright. The silver moon was shining, the trees seemed to be dancing. Arian was here for the first time, but she felt that some kind of melancholy was hidden inside her. She was very surprised to experience these sensations and did not understand them. At this point, her sleep was interrupted and the girl opened her eyes, feeling the emperor hugging her and her brother. Lying in bed, she couldn't get over how amazing the dream was. At this time, an invitation to a banquet from Emperor Uriana arrived in the Forest Empire. The servant who brought the invitation explained that the fourth prince and the first princess had received a guard, and the third prince had gone through the manifestation. Prince Edward was very surprised, not understanding where the prince and princess came from. The servant also added that the emperor had ordered him to appear as a representative of their empire, to which the young man understood that he was hinting that he should not participate in the battle for the throne and go overseas. And then the prince admitted that he didn't care, but something was bothering him. Namely, that the magical artifact that recognizes Hybe blood recently gave a signal and pointed in the direction of the Urian Empire. To this, his servant remarked that His Highness had not yet given up. Prince Edward replied that if there really were carriers of Hybe blood, he would be able to detect them immediately using this scent. And then he added that even if he had to search throughout the entire empire of Urian, he would definitely find a carrier of Hybe blood. The nobility, watching how many gifts were being brought to the palace, decided that the banquet promised to be more luxurious than all the previous ones. The aristocrats also discussed that the best tailors had been invited to the palace to sew clothes for the fourth prince and first princess, and the children were surrounded by love. The male part of the aristocrats decided that they were taking care of these illegitimate children because they were still small and cute, but as soon as they showed their vulgar nature, His Majesty would abandon them. To this, the aristocrats only replied that since the emperor cared about them, then they should also treat them well. One of the men exclaimed that instead of wagging their tails in front of these twins, he suddenly saw how the women standing in front of him, their mouths opened in horror. After all, they saw the crown prince approach the man from behind. In an angry voice, he asked this aristocrat what he just wanted to say. Turning around, he was very scared when he saw him. After the aristocrat greeted Lloyd, he advised them to be careful with their language when discussing his brother and sister. Frowning and looking at them menacingly, he advised the men to watch their words better. At this time, Arian sat surrounded by dresses, and the maid said what a beautiful princess she was. The emperor and Argan drank tea and watched as the girl tried on more and more new dresses. She was very tired and asked to choose one. Hearing this, all the maids were outraged because this was her first banquet, and she needed to choose the cutest dress. And then, unable to bear it any longer, Arian, with tears in her eyes, turned to the emperor, saying "Daddy," and asked him to stop all this. Hearing this, her father bought everything and told her not to worry, while Arjun sat with a satisfied look and ate a cake, as he had already chosen an outfit. As a result, Arian waited for the banquet to pass as quickly as possible. And so the day of the banquet arrived. The emperor sat on the throne, holding the twins on his lap, and the elder princes stood on either side of him. The children did not expect that their father, even at the banquet, would hold them in his arms. His Majesty addressed the aristocrats and said that he would like to thank everyone who was able to attend the banquet. After all, this banquet was organized in honor of the manifestation of the third prince Eiji, and also the fourth prince and first princess receiving a guard. The emperor also added that today's banquet was the first for the prince and princess, so he asked everyone to be kind. All the nobles present were amazed by the words of their emperor. And then suddenly a gentle voice was heard greeting the twins. Approaching the throne and kneeling down, the girl introduced herself to them, saying that she was a princess from the kingdom of Melia, and she would like to congratulate the empire on such joyful events. Eiji, seeing this girl, suddenly recognized her just as she recognized him. Arya turned to the prince and princess and said that she wanted to thank them personally. Looking at her, the twins did not understand what she wanted to thank them for. And the girl said that she has a precious pet, a little rabbit with pink fur, whose nickname is Nia. The children's eyes widened as they remembered that same pink rabbit. It was this that their brother Eiji brought to them when they first arrived at the palace. Arya added that the third prince took her rabbit without permission when she left him for a couple of minutes, and Eiji suddenly felt awkward. Hearing this, all the condemning ones looked at him, and he, lowering his head, asked for forgiveness. The girl said that if they had wished, they could have done anything to the pitiful little rabbit of the princess of a weak state, but they returned it to her without a single scratch. To this, Arian replied that there was no need to thank them, it was the most logical decision. Arya, pressing her hands to her chest, added that the prince and princess showed wisdom and modesty at such a young age, and so she would like to present, as a token of gratitude, the finest jewels of their kingdom. All the aristocrats who saw these jewels opened their mouths in surprise. After all, it was red jade, which can be mined once every 50 years, and they had never seen such jewelry. At this time, Eiji suggested that Arian put on the necklace right now, and Alex grabbed a treat for Argan and offered him something to eat. And then suddenly all the aristocrats shouted that their families had also prepared gifts for the prince and princess, which greatly surprised the children. Arian thought that she hadn't known that accepting gifts could be so tiring, and her brother agreed, as the aristocrats, having studied the situation, flew off to shower the children with gifts. Then suddenly, Arian smelled mint and asked her brother if he could smell it, but he couldn't smell anything. At this time, the Prince of the Forest Empire appeared and greeted the precious members of the imperial family of the Urian Empire. The girl looked at him with wide eyes and surprise. Bowing, the young man said that he was the second prince of the Forest Empire, and his name was Edward, and he also sincerely congratulated the third and fourth prince and the first princess on such significant events. The emperor thanked the prince for coming, and the twins thought that this was the place Eiji had mentioned, and that they were now fighting for the throne. When Arian looked at Prince Edward with admiration and thanked him, Argan looked at her questioningly. And the girl looked at him and thought, could it be that no one could smell this smell coming from him, because he smelled like the forest? And then suddenly Edward said that the first princess of Uriana smells like a forest. Arian was very surprised by what the Prince of the Forest Empire said, and Prince Eiji, turning to him, asked if he had just tried to insult his little sister. When Edward replied that it was just a compliment, Aji exclaimed that he had heard about his bad character and that he should not try to do anything to his little sister. The emperor, closing his eyes and sighing, advised Prince Edward to enjoy the banquet. Bowing, the Prince of the Forest Empire replied that he would do so and once again congratulated the twins and the third prince. Suddenly, the aristocrats saw a red-haired youth and began to wonder who he was. They heard that the prince and princess had brought him and thought he was a page. The twins, with their eyes wide open and their mouths open, looked in surprise at the approaching Jason. Approaching the throne, the red-haired youth greeted the twins. And then he added that since this was his first banquet, he gave it his all, and the children were shocked by how handsome Jason was. All the nobility, hearing how he addressed the prince and princess, decided that he was from an aristocratic family of high status. And Jason congratulated the twins on their first banquet, and upon hearing this, the children thanked him. Suddenly, the guard extended his hand towards Arian and called her. The emperor was surprised when the girl got off her father's lap and walked up to Jason. The guard took her hand and said that he had a request for her. After bowing, he asked the girl if she could give him her first dance. The emperors and all the princes were in shock. Arian was very embarrassed by this proposal. Her heart began to beat very quickly. At this time, the second prince of the Forest Empire came out onto the balcony and thought that he was sure that the princess was Hybe. And he decided that the princess of the Urian Empire would become his bait. The tables were laden with delicacies that Arian had never seen before, and the hall was decorated with rare, beautiful flowers. The musicians began to play the melody, and the atmosphere in the hall immediately changed. Then Arian took Jason's hand and stepped forward. The girl was very tense because she trained a lot and decided that she could not make a mistake. The guard, seeing this, advised her to relax. To this, Arian replied that everyone was looking at them and they were standing in the center, but Jason explained that it was because the only princess was having the first dance. And then, smiling, he added that the girl was too charming, so it was no wonder that everyone was looking. So she doesn't need to worry, because no one will notice if she makes a little mistake. Arian at this time thought that Jason is more beautiful than her. Looking at the princess, the guard added that even just holding her hand made him incredibly happy. The girl looked at Jason in surprise. She didn't expect such words from him. And then she remembered that a lot had happened before that moment. The feeling of pride in one's imperial lineage is the source of the guard's strength, and in the past, the children could not give this strength to Jason, but he still considered it his duty to save them. Remembering this, the girl became sad and suddenly addressed the guard by name. Arian looked at him and then thanked him with a smile for not abandoning them and coming to help. To this, the young man replied that he was their guard and it was his duty to protect them. Alex, meanwhile, turned to his father and asked what he was so worried about. And then he added that Jason had been through a lot and asked to forgive him for this prank. The Emperor responded that he knew about this, and that was why he allowed it to happen. Otherwise, he would have eliminated the guard long ago. Alex asked him if, despite this, he was unhappy and advised him to look at the aristocrats. And he added that now they look at Arian in a completely different way than before. Lloyd noticed that recently, more and more people recognize children as part of the imperial family. And then he added, turning to his father, that the most ideal time had come, in his opinion, for the announcement. Then the music ended and Jason told Arian that she had tried well, and the girl thanked him in return. Suddenly, Lloyd stood up and asked everyone present to listen to His Majesty's next message. The Emperor, addressing all the aristocrats present in the hall, said that he wanted to announce something. Arian was very surprised, and turning around, she looked at her dad in surprise. Jason, closing his eyes, noticed that this gift was intended for them. 7 years have passed since the death of the Empress, and many are surprised by the appearance of the fourth prince and princess, the Emperor began to say. He added that some people promote hatred towards illegitimate children, considering them a curse. There were also, the Emperor added, those who openly protested their joining the family. Listening to their father, the twins did not understand what he was going to say. Looking at the nobility, the Emperor said that absolutely all children deserve to be loved. Children cannot choose their parents, and therefore, even if a mistake was made, the blame lies solely with the parents, who were unable to maintain moral principles. All the nobility listening to the Emperor were unpleasantly surprised by his words. And he continued to talk about how the fourth prince and princess, members of the imperial family, are worthy of pride. The Emperor added that they were his children, who had inherited the golden hair and the guard. Feeling sad, His Majesty added that if this had not happened, they could have lived in even worse surroundings. And this was wrong. After all, children do not deserve to be treated as a curse because of the mistakes of adults, and therefore, here and now, the Emperor will create a new law. Having lifted Argan from his knees and stood up, His Majesty addressed the Crown Prince. Lloyd, on a tray, bowed and presented to his father a scroll tied with a red ribbon. Taking it and unfolding it, the man began to read about what, as Emperor of Uriana, he proclaims. From this moment on, a ban is imposed on discrimination against children based on the reasons for their birth. Lloyd added that in addition to this, it is forbidden to abandon children because of any of their characteristics. Negligent treatment of them will be punished, and Aji added that if any of the above is discovered, serious measures will be taken. Alex said that the development of a spell that would allow one to determine one's blood affiliation had been completed and that it would no longer be possible to reject one's own blood. The Emperor ended by saying that today, before the nobility, he was speaking about the law that prohibits discrimination against illegitimate children. And then, Jason suddenly said that it was his turn. Standing next to Arian, he transformed into a huge red wolf. Turning mentally to Argan, he asked him to come to them, because the boy must show everyone that he is the master of the guard. The children stroked the wolf's head, which he laid on the floor between them. All the aristocrats were shocked that this young lord turned out to be a scarlet wolf, the guardian of the twins. At this time, Argan suddenly shouted for everyone to listen to him. With this, he greatly surprised the Emperor and the princes who stood next to him. And the fourth prince, mentally turning to his sister, said that they could not simply miss the opportunity that their brothers and father had given them. The boy continued that, like their father, His Majesty, and said that it is not because they have a guard and golden hair that they deserve respect. And Arjun continued that they deserve respect because they are people too. The twins added that by having proof of their blood, they are declaring their belonging to children and should not tolerate discrimination. And in chorus, the children, still holding their hands on the wolf's head, asked to accept their existence. After these words, the cries of the aristocrats rang out, praising the fourth prince and princess, and that these two were undoubtedly members of the imperial family. The emperor and the princes looked at the youngest with pride, and AG noticed that the nobility paid attention to their pedigree, although they were told not to do so. His guard suddenly answered him, saying that aristocrats have always been stupid, so they will not change quickly, and Nevi added that one day this will happen. When the third prince decided to ask what they were thinking about when they appeared so suddenly, the guards replied that there was delicious alcohol and excellent food here. And looking at the children, Nivi added that they looked cool together with Jason, and he also didn't understand when they managed to grow so much. After that, word spread that the twins of the Urian Empire had appeared with a huge scarlet wolf to shut up the aristocrats, so the banquet came to an end like. Those who considered the empire to be rather conservative were shocked by the new law, but the guests at the banquet were impressed. That same night, the children were walking down the corridor. They were very tired and wanted to take off their clothes, which turned out to be uncomfortable. But suddenly they heard someone calling their names loudly. Turning around, they saw Eiji's brother, who approached them and suggested that they sneak away to the city while everyone was busy. To this, the children replied that it was already late and time to sleep, and the third prince added that something interesting would soon begin. After all, when the imperial palace hosts banquets, people in the city hold festivals and sell incredibly delicious street food that you must try, Eiji added. When Arian replied that her father would not let them go, the third prince said that after banquets he was always busy communicating with guests from other countries, and they had an hour or two. Argen, remembering how people fell to their knees before the imperial map, asked if they would cause a stir in the city. After these words, Eiji showed them the bottle he was holding in his hands and said that there was no need to worry. The third prince added that they could dye their hair with magic and the spell would last for about a day. He used the spell and his hair became dark. After that, he used a spell on the twins and they also became dark-haired. And then Arian remembered their first meeting with Alex. There he also had dark hair. Jason looked carefully at his hosts and asked if they wanted to go. When the children responded positively, Eiji exclaimed that it was time to move on. The children, accompanied by the third prince, his guard and Jason, left the palace. Seeing this, the second prince of the Forest Empire, Edward, decided that the imperial family, going out to a peasant town for a night walk, were just fools. There were many people walking around the city and a lot of delicious food was sold at street stalls. All the streets were hung with lanterns, and girls were dancing on the stages. Arian, looking at all this, realized that it looked funny. And then the girl thought that it had been a long time since she had been in such a noisy environment. And then suddenly she remembered how she smelled the forest when the second prince of the Forest Empire came. She did not understand where this smell came from. Meanwhile, Eiji gave her some treats on a stick and suggested she try them. Her brother was also given a treat and they ate it with pleasure, saying that it was delicious. When Eiji wanted to wipe the food that was left on her cheek, Jason didn't let him do it. Taking out his handkerchief, he said with a smile that he would wipe Arian himself. And he explained that he would do this because he was the girl's guard. To this, Eiji replied that he was her older brother. Jason just smiled and said that whoever helped first won. Argen, looking at all this, only mentally laughed. Then something caught his interest, and he pointed Eiji in that direction. Seeing the men playing chess, he asked everyone what they were doing there. To this, Jason replied that they were betting money on the winner. The boy was surprised. Weren't they playing chess? Arjun wanted to try it and, approaching the men, Eiji said that they wanted to participate. To this, the men replied that they had never seen them there before and that they did not accept just anyone. In response, the third prince simply showed that he had money. Seeing the coin, the men invited him to sit down. Eiji, kneeling down and taking Argen by the shoulders, said that their opponent would be him. When the man refused to compete with the child, Eiji took out a bag of coins and said that the winner would receive 50 gold pieces. Hearing this, the men offered Argen a high chair and he sat down at the table, while his sister thought that everything had turned out very simply. Everything happened as expected, her brother won, and Arian thought that these men had let down their guard because they were playing against a child. Eiji was also very happy because out of 10 matches, there was not a single loss, and it was an unconditional victory for his little brother. Arian simply gave her brother a thumbs up, because in his past life, Arjun was good at chess and he also studied it in the palace. The man hit the table so hard that even the chess pieces fell. He couldn't believe that he had lost. And then he said that he was cheating, because an ordinary child cannot win, and they were seeing them for the first time. AG just chuckled at this, saying that two adults were arguing all over the street because of a little boy, and suggested that they just accept defeat, but the losers got angry and did not agree with this. Shouting that they would not let them leave so easily, the men rushed at them with their fists. AG got angry, his eyes flashed green fire, and he smiled evilly and asked if they were looking for a fight. Watching the third prince prepare for a fight, Arian thought that it was very dangerous, and if they made a noise, they would not be able to get out of here without leaving. She realized that she needed to stop her brother AG, but at that time the men were confused by magic. They stopped and could not take another step. Everyone was surprised by their behavior. As a result, the men simply fell down and fell asleep right on the road. At that moment, Arian smelled the forest again. Passing by the sleeping men, a young man approached them. It was Prince Edward, and it was his magic that put these men to sleep. When he saw the members of the imperial family, he said that he never thought that he would meet them in such a place. Arian realized that this smell was coming from him, and mentally asked Argan if he thought that Prince Edward smelled like a forest, which surprised him greatly, because he didn't feel anything. The girl wondered why only she could smell this scent, and suggested that maybe the situation was like that with the elven flower, when each person smelled it differently. The second prince of the Forest Empire looked at them at this time and remained silent. Entering the alley, AG asked Edward what he was doing there. To this he replied that he wanted to ask the same thing, why they were here, to which the third prince remained silent. Then Edward said that he understood everything. They escaped without his majesty's knowledge. And then he added that AG was going to use his powers on those people, and how could a prince treat his people like that? Upon hearing this, the young man exclaimed, "How dare he scold him?" Jason, hearing this, noted that in fact the Prince of the Forest Empire was right this time. Arian thought that if Brother AG had used his powers earlier, everything would not have ended so easily, and Prince Edward would have arrived just in time. And then the girl said that she thought Prince Edward had appeared there for a reason, and everyone looked at her in surprise. The second Prince of the Forest Empire asked why the princess thought so. To this, Arian replied that she had smelled it from the moment they entered the city. She added that it smelled like a unique forest scent that only he had. Edward thought that the princess could smell the perfume that was created by the elves, especially for Hybe, and replied that she was right. Hearing this, AG asked if he had been keeping an eye on them, to which the second Prince of the Forest Empire replied that there was something he really wanted to ask for personally. And the boy, with his head down, begged them to visit Duke Esho. Hearing Edward's request, AG was very surprised that he needed to visit this mole. Killua explained that the Duke was known for his eccentric nature. Despite his high status, he rarely visited the imperial palace and simply resided in his estate. Arian smiled and understood why this Duke was nicknamed the Mole. The third guard continued that he was the only high-status noble who did not participate in the rebellion with Duke Rosia during the previous incident, and they were unable to time-count Klon's actions to coincide with that incident, which is why the Eshio Duchy escaped punishment. The children were surprised by this and thought that he was simply antisocial. AG added that Duke Eshio and his son are famous for their love of dragons. And then he told Edward that he couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard about him somewhere before. And then I remembered that he was known as a lover of exotic creatures. The children were very surprised to hear this, and Jason asked if he was popular. Killua added that in the Continental Center for the Study of Exotic Species, Edward is the youngest. He is a genius who presented his 100-page dissertation at an academic conference at the age of 13. And then he asked the boy if it was true that he especially liked dragons. Closing his eyes, the second Prince of the Forest Empire only confirmed this, because the diversity of the animal world is so multifaceted, but dragons are truly amazing creatures. Powerful magic, incredible size, exquisite appearance, everything about them is beautiful. These beasts are the crown of nature's creation. In addition, their existence is shrouded in mystery, because traces of dragons have not yet been found, Edward said. He continued that many people believe that dragons are extinct, but these are just the thoughts of ordinary people. At this time, the twins thought that, apparently, fanatics behave the same in all worlds. When Eiji asked why he needed to see the Eshio family, he replied that the father and son of this family were extremely intelligent people, and they were one of the few who could freely communicate with him on such topics. Edward also added that they exchanged information about the dragon through letters and built a friendly relationship over the course of 10 years. And then he added that unfortunately he couldn't contact them for 5 years already. The twins were surprised and thought, "Doesn't this mean the end of friendship?" Edward said that everything ended very suddenly, and he did not understand why. When he chose the time to meet them, he was turned away right at the main gate, because being a prince of a foreign state, he could not just enter their territory. The boy looked sad and lowered his head, adding that he was very worried because he had lost his friends, of which there were few. Looking at Eiji, he said that as a member of the imperial family, he could visit the estate of any aristocrat from the highest nobility, and therefore asked to accept his request. And then Eiji surprised everyone by smiling and saying that he agreed. He winked and added that breaking into noble homes was a lot of fun, but if anything happened, Edward would take responsibility. And then the bell rang on the tower. Killua heard it and said that it was time to go back. While the third prince was talking to his guard about how they would clarify the details when they returned, Edward turned to the princess. Leaning towards her so that the scent of the forest washed over her from head to toe, he said that he wanted to tell her something. The girl thought that when this smell was so close, a strange feeling arose, as if she could not refuse anything to the prince of the Forest Empire. And he, leaning even lower, quietly said that the princess should also visit the estate of Duke Eshio. Then the girl asked why she needed it. He replied that it would be a good opportunity for her. Arian asked the prince of the Forest Empire what kind of opportunity exactly. To this, he replied that she would be able to confirm that Hybe blood flows in her veins. Several days passed. Arian sat at breakfast looking thoughtful. Argan called his sister's name several times and asked what dessert she wanted, to which the girl sheepishly replied that it would be lemon pie. Then the boy asked his sister what was bothering her, since she had been in the clouds since they returned from the city. This made the girl very confused. Argan continued that she just needed to tell him, and then it would become much easier. When Arian said it was because of Prince Edward, her brother replied that he knew it and asked what he told her. The girl replied that he said that she should visit Duke Eshio, and upon hearing this, her brother became angry. Arian added that the second prince of the Forest Empire said that there she would be able to awaken her Hybe blood. Argan became serious, because the only ones who knew that they were half Hybe were their father, Lloyd, and Alex, and they themselves had only recently found out that they had Hybe blood in their veins. The girl added that since his words sounded confident, she was now scared. Arian wondered if there was so much Rurahel blood in her that Prince Edward could immediately recognize her as a Hybe. The girl continued that her brother had more imperial blood because his resonance with Jason, their guard, was much stronger than hers. Putting her head on her knees, which she pulled towards her chest, the girl said that she hated the blood of the one who had mocked them. Arjun hugged her and told her that blood meant nothing and that she didn't need to be afraid because they weren't like Rurahel. The maids who were watching the twins, seeing them hugging, thought that they were very close. Arian asked her brother if they could clear things up if they visited Duke Eshio. To this, her brother replied that if she was curious, he was always ready to go with her. Embarrassed by this answer, the girl blushed and thanked Arjun. Sometime later, the children, along with the third prince, came to the emperor's office and asked to visit Duke Eshio, to which he replied negatively. The emperor said that they were still too young, to which Eiji countered that they were simply going to check on the duke's territory. Their father replied that it was located on rocky terrain and that there were strong winds, and it was a bad place for children, to which Arian replied that they would go somewhere warm. Alex, who was also standing in the office, asked if she had any reason why she wanted to go there. The girl replied that she couldn't say yet, but there was something she wanted to check and added that she would take all safety rules into account. Closing his eyes, the emperor turned to Alex and asked him to go with them, since he could no longer be absent. The second prince remarked that he would finish his magical research after he returned, while Eiji stood in shock at the lack of trust in him. When Argan asked if this was the same research that was mentioned at the banquet, Alex confirmed it and said that the final touches needed to be made. And then the second prince added that it was high time to get some fresh air and his head would clear up after feeling the ocean breeze. The children were very surprised to hear about the ocean wind, and so they found themselves on the sea territory of the Duchy of Eshio. Before going, the entire imperial family dyed their hair, and the children upon arriving there were very surprised to see that there was a sea there. Aegis excitedly shouted that he was at the beach with his brother and sister, but Killua stopped him, saying that it was too cold to play. Jason remarked that it was a typical northern sea, to which Nevi, hiding behind Alex, added that it was very cold and he hated the wind. Arian remarked that this was the first time she had seen a sea in this world, to which her brother replied that all seas were the same. And then he asked if there were any differences between the sea animals, to which his sister replied that everything seemed to be the same, since they had seafood pasta and they were also served baked shrimp. Here, Alex turned to the twins and asked if they were ready, because now they were heading to the Duke of Eshio's estate, to which the children responded positively. And the second prince, smiling, added that he didn't know why they needed to go there, but they would help with anything, and Jason added that he would also do everything he could. The twins looked at their companions with a smile and thanked them. And so they approached the Eshio estate. There were clouds above the castle, and everything was very gloomy. Arian noticed that the guards at the gate looked even more frightening due to the terrible atmosphere. The second and third princes asked their guards to stay and keep watch, and then they decided to go up and talk to those guards. But then the guards themselves approached them, saying that they were not locals and that they were not allowed to hang around near the Duke's estate. To this, Alex calmly replied to them that they had come to meet Duke Eshio. He also showed them a letter and said that they had an invitation, although in fact it was a fake. The guards, looking at the letter, noticed that it was the expensive paper that the Duke uses, but it cannot be that he invited anyone. And then, after looking at them again, the guards decisively said that he never invites outsiders. They said that they needed to confirm the letter, so they needed to wait, to which Alex asked how long they would have to wait. The guards replied that sometimes it took a day to meet the Duke. Jason quietly told the twins that Edward was not allowed in at all. Hearing this, Arian ran after the guards, asking them to let her see the Duke for a short while. But the man, calling the girl a nasty little brat, pushed her so hard that she fell. Everyone was shocked by this action of the guard and became very angry. Ag hit one of them hard, shouting that they had exceeded their authority. At this time, Jason also could not resist and began to beat the second guard. At that time, Alex ran up to the girl and asked if she was okay. The girl answered positively, but was surprised that the guards were lying unconscious. Then a large number of guards ran out of the castle gates, saying what had happened. Seeing this, Aji asked Alex what they should do now, to which he said that he would be ashamed to show himself to his father now. And he offered all of his people to become the Duke's prisoners for a while. After some time, the butler reported to Duke Eshio that they had prisoners who had started a fight in front of the entrance to the estate. He also added that they were commoners who were on holiday with their family but got lost, and the Duke was angry because it irritated him. At first, he thought that he should just beat them up and throw them out, but then he thought for a moment and decided to apply a different punishment to them. After all, they are commoners and no one will be upset, so he ordered that they be placed in an underground labyrinth. When the butler noticed that there were children there and it was dangerous, the Duke angrily shouted at him to shut up because no one gave him the right to express his opinion. And then he added that it was not a fact that they would die there, and if they were lucky enough they would survive. With a heavy heart, the butler said that he would carry out his order. The Duke hoped that placing these commoners in the labyrinth would satisfy whoever was there. Inside the underground labyrinth, there was green grass and there was a man there. At some point, this man wondered if he had finally gone crazy. After all, when Arian and Arjun entered the labyrinth, for some reason he smelled the Hybe who had disappeared from this world. Alex, Ag, Jason, and the twins were brought to the entrance of Duke Eshio's underground labyrinth. The butler said sadly that he was ordered to place everyone in the underground labyrinth. And then he added that the labyrinth was extremely dangerous, and said that he would let them out as soon as it got dark, asking them to wait for them at the entrance. The children thanked him. Alex, hearing this, said that he was very kind to them, unlike the Duke. Ag then suggested thanking the butler, to which he thought that they had probably gone crazy with fear. And so he opened the door to the labyrinth, the twins with their older brothers, and the guard entered it. Tearing the ropes that bound his hands, Ag noticed that an underground labyrinth with an entire forest was a strange combination. Jason, untying the children, noticed that he felt a strange aura, to which Alex replied that it was extremely powerful magic coming from the forest. The second prince realized that this forest was clearly not simple. When Ag asked what they should do, Alex replied that the kind butler had advised them to stay here, but it seemed like it would be difficult. After all, they decided that they needed to find the source of this magic in the forest. Kneeling down, Alex asked the twins if they would go with them, to which the children responded positively. Hearing this, Jason and AG said that if anything happened, they would protect them. Alex suggested that they first simply follow the source of magic. They walked for so long that AG wondered how big this forest was. And Arian suddenly felt something strange, because she had been feeling some kind of incomprehensible feeling since entering here, and did not understand what it was. She had a feeling that the forest was strange. And then Argan stopped and pointed to the flower, adding that he already had it. AG was surprised and asked if all the flowers here were not the same, to which the boy opened his palm, on which lay 2 petals. He explained that when they passed the flower the second time, he plucked a petal to mark it. Argan continued that when he saw the flower for the 3rd time, he picked another one, but now he sees this flower for the 4th time. And so I concluded that they were simply walking in circles through this forest, which surprised everyone. Here, Ariane, pressing her hand to her chest, said that this forest did not smell like a forest at all. Alex asked in surprise if she was talking about the smell of leaves, but if so, then he could clearly smell it, to which the girl objected that this was not at all the case. Ariane added that a normal forest smells special, refreshing, but not this one, and suggested that this place is not real. Hearing these words, Jason asked the girl to explain everything in more detail. At this point, Alex became very serious and said that he thought he understood everything. He said that this forest was just an illusion, because hallucinogenic magic was imposed on this labyrinth. The children looked at him in surprise and mentally repeated, "Could all this really be a hallucination?" Alex continued that maintaining hallucinogenic magic on such a scale would be difficult, even for an emperor. To this, Jason said that if this really was magic, then we needed to find its creator, but first take Arian and Argan away from here. And then suddenly the ground cracked, and a large hole appeared under the twins' feet. The children, very frightened and with their eyes wide open, began to fall into it. AG, Alex and Jason rushed to their aid, calling their names, but they didn't make it in time. After they fell there, the hole closed. Jason pounded his hands furiously on the place where the hole had been, trying to open it again, but he was unable to do so.